Chapter 727. In Nine Cloud Sky City, the law enforcers were blocking knowing Destiny's way. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and tense. Although Suyi didn't move, the three law enforcers in front of her had serious expressions. They knew very well that the young man in front of them was different from any other expert of the younger generation. There was no other young man in the world who could make the Star Venerables and Area Lords treat him differently. "Ruo Shi, step back," said Ningchen. "Okay." Ruo Shi nodded and immediately retreated a dozen steps. "I thought it would be fine if I endured for a while, but I didn't expect that a moment of patience would be exchanged for a step of pressure. From today onwards, knowing destiny will no longer endure." As he spoke, blood chi filled the air and a green sword fell. The moment it touched his hand, blood runes pierced his arm. Heart and soul resonance. The three law enforcers' expressions changed slightly. They didn't dare to wait any longer and stepped forward to attack. Her sword had shaken three palms. She was as immovable as a mountain, but she hadn't moved a single step. Something's wrong. An unshakable power. The three of them were shocked. How could this be? Although Mo Gates' ninth son's sword cultivation was world-shaking, his foundation and cultivation base were extremely limited. There was no way he could receive their palm energy head-on. "Are you distracted? You're really confident," Ningchen said coldly. He condensed yuan in his left palm and slammed it into the law enforcer's chest. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the law enforcer was sent flying. He barely managed to stabilize himself after a dozen feet. When Qi and Jiuyun, the two law enforcers, quickly calmed down and attacked the young man in front of them together. "Back off!" Ning Chen's expression was cold. He waved his sword and a snowstorm surged out. The sword was the only one with a peerless foundation and shook the law enforcers of the ancient road. The sword and palm collided, shaking the entire city. The young experts were shocked and looked in the direction of the battle. The aura of the corporeal realm, it was the law enforcers. Who dared to cause trouble in Heaven City and provoke more than one law enforcer? At this moment, countless formation runes in Heaven City automatically awakened, protecting the shaking city from the aftermath of the battle. Rumbling sounds rang out unceasingly. The battle that was already white-hot from the start caused the entire nine-cloud Heaven City to shake intensely. In the battle, the three enforcers pushed their martial arts to their limit. Their late corporeal realm cultivations stirred up clouds in the sky. Although they were not at their peak, they were not far from it. In front of the three, Su-yi held a sword in her hand. It was as sharp as a divine sword unsheathed from its scabbard. Every sword could split open the heavens. After exchanging several moves, the three enforcers suppressed the impact of the sword chi in their bodies. They gathered their vital essence and joined forces to attack the former. Azure Dragon Shock! Ning Chen swung his sword. Borrowing the power of his opponent, the Azure Dragon sword chi whizzed out, taking on the combined attacks of the three. The two moves collided, and the Azure Dragon roared to the sky. Shocking shockwaves surged out, and the three figures retreated, the power of their palms reduced to nothing. Dragon Phoenix Sky Burial. Not willing to fight for a long time, the sword in Ning Chen's hand glowed with bloody light. Dragons and phoenixes coiled around each other, their cries echoing through the starry skies. This extreme might caused the heavens and earth to tremble. A powerful pressure spread out, and sword intent rumbled, causing the surrounding land to disintegrate. Sensing danger, the three enforcers' eyes changed. They forcefully circulated their vital essence and gathered it together. Their strongest move, the peak, had appeared. Just as the battle was about to come to an end, the clouds in the sky began to rapidly churn. Two powerful figures walked out. One had sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and wore a silver-gray cloak. The other had a calm expression and wore a light blue robe. "Huaigu Wenqi Jiyun, stop," said Shinji coldly. The three enforcers were startled to see them. They immediately restrained their auras and bowed, respectfully saying, "Greetings, venerables." Across from them, Ning Chen also waved his hand to disperse his sword chi. Looking at the two of them, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ninth son of Mo Gate, it's our fault for not being strict enough. Please forgive us for our lack of manners. Shinji looked over at the youth in front of him. Just because you're not strict enough, you're pushing away all responsibility? Do you think I'm that stupid? Ning Chen looked at the former and said coldly. Shinji's expression hardened and he waved his hand. Violet energy filled the air, and a violet divine sword appeared. As soon as it was unsheathed, sword chi flashed, and blood sprayed through the air as 3 severed arms flew through the air. Ugh! The 3 enforcers groaned and involuntarily knelt down, cold sweat pouring down their back. Ninth son of Mo Gate, said Shinji calmly, consider these 3 severed arms our apology. We'll take these 3 back and discipline them. How about we let today's matter pass? Seeing the sweat on the 3 enforcers' faces, Ning Chen didn't say anything. Instead, his eyes grew even colder. These executors of the ancient road were truly pitiful. Wisdom Marquis, let's drop this matter. You need the time seal, so there's no need to shed all pretense for the time being. Next to Shinji, the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master, who hadn't spoken this entire time, transmitted her voice. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he looked at the woman behind him and said, Ruoshi, let's go. Ruoshi followed. As she passed by, she looked at the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master in confusion. She really couldn't figure out who this person was. After the 2 of them left, Shinji turned to the 3 enforcers. Do you blame me? We wouldn't dare. The 3 of them bowed their heads. Shinji nodded and didn't say anything else. Looking at the people beside him, he said, Let's go. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master nodded and turned, disappearing into the void behind her. The 3 of you should go into seclusion to recover. Someone from your heavenly city will come to stand guard. The 3 enforcers lowered their heads even more, not daring to reveal the emotions in their eyes. Those 3 aren't your subordinate. Shinji, what you're doing will not only make those old freaks unhappy, but those 3 will also hold a grudge against you. Why bother? When Shinji does things, why should he care about what others think? As he spoke, the swirling space in the sky returned to normal, and not a trace of sound could be heard. At the same time, 100 miles away from the 34th heavenly pillar, a red-cloved cultivator was intercepting the Ji family's daughter. The battle had come to an end, and the heavily injured Ji Yuqing was about to die. At this moment, a blood-red furnace appeared in the void. Waves of fire descended, sweeping away the evil aura in the air. Before anyone could react, a beautiful figure in a crimson dress appeared. She waved the sword in her hand, and a majestic sword aura broke through the void. It was the most familiar sword move. After a single sword strike, the woman carried the heavily injured Ji Yuqing and quickly left the scene. With a bang, the red-cloved man turned his palm to disperse the sword aura. Looking at the 2 disappearing figures, his eyes narrowed slightly. What a familiar sword move! With a flash of brilliance, the red-cloved man returned to his original appearance. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and the evil aura around him was glaring. 1,000 miles away, the 2 reappeared. The woman turned her palm and condensed her energy. Vigorous qi continuously flowed into Ji Yuqing's body to help her heal. Half a quarter of an hour later, the woman stopped and looked at the person in front of her, waiting for her to wake up. Not long after, Ji Yuqing opened her eyes and turned to look at the woman she had never seen before. She asked, You are the Red Monarch? The blood-red furnace that had appeared in the battle just now was the symbol of the Red Monarch. She had more or less heard of this new monarch. The woman nodded, a warm smile appearing on her face. Thank you for saving me, Miss Red Monarch. I will definitely repay you in the future, said Ji Yuqing. The woman shook her head. She still only smiled and didn't say anything. Ji Yuqing's eyes flashed. Miss, you can't speak? The woman nodded. Her warm smile didn't fade in the slightest. Ji Yuqing sighed inwardly. The heavens were truly unfair for such a kind woman to be unable to speak. The woman pointed at the two of them, and then pointed in the direction of the battle just now. She gently shook her head. Ji Yuqing narrowed her eyes. After a long while, she softly asked, "You're saying that we shouldn't fight with that person again? None of us are his match." The woman nodded and made a few more hand gestures. They were becoming more and more difficult to understand. Ji Yuqing frowned. She didn't understand. The woman was silent for a moment. Then she sighed and smiled. She didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Behind her, Ji Yuqing watched the woman's departing figure. Her eyes became more and more puzzled. What a strange woman. 10 days later, Su Yi appeared in front of the 34th sky pillar. She looked at the name on the pillar and directly walked forward. It was obvious that the name had been carved not too long ago. After walking 100 miles, Ning Chen stopped. He swept his eyes over the traces left behind by the battle and narrowed his eyes. This was the God's Scroll, the familiar aura of the heavenly book. Ning Chen spread out his divine sense and carefully felt the aura left behind by the battle. A moment later, the corner of his mouth curved up. That girl had also come. "Young master, what's wrong?" Seeing the smile on the former's face, Ruo she was puzzled. "I met an old friend." "Let's go," Ning Chen whispered. A girl. It was rare to see the former in such a good mood, so Ruo she teased. "Heh." Ning Chen gently smiled. "She's just a little girl. I taught her for some time, but I didn't expect her to grow to this extent. Perhaps you two will meet soon." As his voice fell, the two continued on their way. A cold wind blew, causing dust and sand to fly up behind them, covering the vast expanse. At the same time, on the various branches of the ancient roads, young powerhouses were moving forward. More than half of the ancient roads finally converged together. The competition between proud children of heaven had reached its peak. Within the mountain and river sword boundary, between black mountains and white waters, the snow sword art was filled with ink. After the final sword strike, a young man in an inky white cloak walked out. The mountains and rivers scattered and several figures behind him fell to the ground, never to rise again. Almost at the same time, countless miles away, the sounds of battle came to a stop. Black feathers drifted down from the sky and a white-haired figure in black flashed past. Behind him, figures vomited blood from their throats, dyeing the starry skies red. Figures fell to the ground and blood dyed the earth red. In the void, the black feathers vanished. The sovereign of demons waved his hand and put away his sword. His icy cold eyes looked into the distance. An undetectable beam of light flashed past. He had finally caught up. Madame Luo stepped forward. Looking at the ancient road ahead, she said, "We must be careful. In just a short year, no less than 5 kings have died in battle. This is far too unusual. There should be some unknown influence that has infiltrated." Chapter 728. On the ancient starry sky road, many branch roads converged. One by one, young powerhouses stepped onto the main road. Heaven's prides from different star fields were competing together. Under the starry sky, Bai Yi walked over. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her pair of calm eyes looked ahead without the slightest ripple. Behind Bai Yi was an exceptionally beautiful woman. The breath of time seemed to have never left a trace on her face. In the distance, a city floated above the starry sky. It was majestic and the first city on the ancient starry sky road. "Young master." Feeling the majestic aura in the city, Ruo Shi's face flashed with worry and whispered, "With such a powerful aura, a powerhouse from a star field should have come in person. This may not be a good thing for young master." "It's fine. Well water doesn't interfere with river water. His target shouldn't be me. Let's enter the city first." Ning Chen responded and immediately walked towards the city. Ruo Shi nodded and stepped forward to follow. Sin Abyss Sky City. The ancient and thick city walls were more than 10 feet high. The entire structure was made of divine wood and gold stone. It had endured countless years without falling. In the ancient city, one powerful aura after another loomed. Among them, Six Dao's aura was exceptionally strong, surpassing everyone else. 6 Kings. Ning Chen's spirit sense swept over and a little light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the young powerhouses of each branch road had arrived. Why isn't anyone continuing on the road? Why are they all staying here? Feeling more and more auras gathering in the city, Ruoshi was puzzled. It's not that we don't want to leave, but we can't. Ning Chen retracted his spirit sense and calmly said, "This city only has an entrance and no exit. Moreover, the star field map ends here. It's obvious that the second half of the ancient road is not without restrictions." For a long time, the ancient Starry Sky Road had been in a state of laissez-faire. However, after passing through this city, the ancient road would become one again. It would certainly be impossible to ignore it like before. At this moment, above the sky, a majestic voice sounded and spread throughout the ancient city. 3 days later, the entrance to the next part of the ancient Starry Sky Road will open. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 100 days. Please cherish it. As soon as the voice fell, the sky returned to calm. There was no more sound. In the city, the silent kings opened their eyes. After a moment of thought, they closed their eyes again and adjusted their breathing. The great era we've been waiting for so many years has finally begun. 100 miles away from Sky City, 3 figures stood, their powerful auras shaking the starry sky. The black-clothed man's body was surrounded by a piercingly cold, evil aura. He was incomparably valiant, and wherever he passed, the stars would lose their color. On the other side, the purple-robed man had a faint smile on his face. His Zhen Yuan was restrained, and if one did not pay close attention to him, it would be difficult to sense his aura. Between the two of them, the man in the silver-white divine robe had a handsome face and an incomparably noble temperament. He was like a god that had transcended the boundaries of the mortal world. "What about Li Tianxiong? Is there still no news?" asked the silver-robed man. "No." The purple-robed man shook his head and said, "I've already used a secret technique to call out to him, but he hasn't responded." The silver-robed man frowned and said, "Strange. Perhaps he found an opponent he's interested in," the black-clothed man said indifferently. 9. Has the person you spoke of arrived? The man in the silver robe asked again. "We're here." The black-clothed man nodded and calmly said, "They entered the city not long ago. They're just waiting for the net to be pulled in." Having such a young expert on the ancient road is not a small variable for us. "Eliminate him or expel him from the ancient road as soon as possible," said the silver-robed man. "Understood," replied the black-clothed man. "You can enter the city now. Be careful." The silver-robed man calmly said, then his figure scattered and disappeared into the starry sky. In Sin Yuan Heavenly City, 3 days quickly passed. On the 4th day, when the first light of dawn scattered, thunder rumbled in the sky. A powerful heretical aura soared into the sky, piercing through the starry sky. "It's starting." At this moment, young experts walked out one after another. Looking at the sky where the wind and clouds were swirling, their expressions all became serious. They knew that the next part of the road would be the true test. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering tremor, the space in the sky cracked, and a huge vortex appeared, connecting the two worlds. "Everyone, there's not much time left. Let's go." The dignified voice calmly rang out once more. Ning Chen looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. No wonder there weren't many legends about the ancient battlefield and the starry sky's ancient road. It turned out that the true ancient road wasn't in this world. "Ruoshi, let's go." After saying that, Ning Chen's figure moved, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the sky. Seeing this, Ruoshi immediately leaped up and followed. 100 people, 1,000 geniuses, one after another, flew out from the city and disappeared into the spatial vortex. Coming to this point, no one was willing to give up. They had to take the last step. Among the countless rays of light, 6 were the most dazzling. The 6 kings of the world illuminated the world. A moment later, the rays of light disappeared into the vortex in the sky. In the vast ancient world, the collapsed stars swayed and dimmed. The last part of the ancient starry sky road appeared in front of everyone. In a desolate area, she appeared alone. There was no one around her. Ning Chen frowned at first, but gradually, his eyes overflowed with coldness. There was no need to ask. It was the doing of those old fellows again. At the same time, she walked out from an unknown place. Looking at the several young cultivators not far away, her eyes shook. What's going on? She clearly came in with the young master. In Sin Yuan Heavenly City, several more figures rushed over. However, the spatial vortex in the sky gradually disappeared. It was no longer possible to pass through. Am I a step too late? Mu Qianshang looked at the sky. His demonic eyes flashed with a trace of light. It was really bad luck. Not far away, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A black-robed devil cultivator walked over. Beside him, a woman followed. She also had a powerful aura that attracted people's attention. Xia Zi. Mu Qianshang looked back and said lightly. It had been 20 years. The benevolent emperor of the past could no longer be seen. Xia Zi went up and passed by. His cold face did not change at all. Ruo Fei sighed and nodded to her former comrade who had gone through life and death with her. She immediately followed. Ruo Fei, have you seen the others? Mu Qianshang asked. Madame Luofei stopped and shook her head. She softly said, Z and I walked a different path from you, so we haven't seen anyone else. However, I once saw the name of the knowledge mandate Marquis on the 34th heaven pillar. He should have arrived before us. Ning Chen? Mu Qianshang frowned. This guy walks so fast. How long do we have to wait? Xia Zi stopped in his tracks and said coldly as he looked at the sky. 100 days. Mu Qianshang said calmly. Vast ancient world, barren wasteland. The earth suddenly shook. The plan of the strongest of the star field was to bury the ancient path variable. Ancient world's forbidden land. Death Qi soared into the sky, connecting to the collapsed stars. Thousands of li fell and 10,000 li trembled. You're going too far. Ning Chen's face sank. He clenched his right hand and the execution immortal sword appeared. The broken sword body surged with baleful aura. The sword stabbed into the ground and the entire forbidden land collapsed. Amidst the crumbling heaven and earth, gigantic stone golems stood up one after another. Their gigantic fists smashed down with earth-shattering might. You want to take Ji Ming Marquis life with this? You're too naive. He clenched his left hand and the immortal trapping sword appeared. Red light soared into the sky and killing intent spread out. The huge fist descended and the immortal sword met it head-on. The indestructible power instantly destroyed the stone men. Amidst the rumbling, the 2 stone men collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere and sand flew everywhere. Bai Yi's figure flashed past, and water light flickered as she leapt into the starry sky. Divine scroll, celestial dance. The only move, execution immortal, filled the sky with stars. The majestic power of starlight gathered and turned into a meteor sword rain that fell from the sky. With a violent tremor, an earth-shattering explosion rippled out. One after another, the huge stone golems collapsed and scattered all over the sky. In Abyss Sin Sky City, in the deepest part of the ancient path, a groan sounded. Bits of red fell and dyed his clothes red. An old face appeared with cold eyes. What a good 9th disciple of Mahist sect. He had underestimated him. Bang! In the Sky City, a sword chi broke open the spatial passage that had not completely closed and swept into the depths of the ancient city. In the depths of the ancient city, Luo Jia Star Field's leader's face sank. He turned his palm to block the sword chi. With a loud bang, the sky fell. Boundless sword chi spread out. Inch by inch, the ground collapsed, reaching hundreds of li away. In the aftermath, Luo Jia Starfield's leader walked out. He looked at the sky and became colder. In the city, Xia Zi, Mu Qianshang, and Luo Fei felt the familiar sword qi from afar. Their expressions froze. It's him. He actually came back. In the next moment, the spatial passage that was about to completely close was opened again. The boundless power of the four scrolls kept increasing and multiplying, preventing the spatial passage from closing. After a moment, Hong Yi walked out. His killing intent was surging, shocking people. Jiming Marquis. Xia Zi raised his head and looked at the red figure walking out from the horizon. His eyes narrowed. Mahist Sek's ninth disciple, how is it possible? In the depths of the ancient city, Luo Jia Starfield's leader was shocked. To open the spatial passage between two worlds, one needed to be at least in the true realm. How could this kid do it? With a bang, the trapping immortal sword fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. Immediately, the entire ancient city was filled with red light. The crisscrossing sword qi cut off all escape route. I have endured for a long time. Today, new and old debts will be settled together. Hong Yi swept past and landed in the ancient city. Boundless baleful aura surged out from Zhu Immortal Sword. Seems like I am not late. Mu Qianshang stepped forward. Without asking anything, he waved his hand and a sword appeared. Looking at the two, Luo Jia Starfield's leader's face sank. Arrogant and ignorant juniors. Ninth son of Mo clan, you cannot bear the consequences of taking action. Old man, you can talk to King Yama after you go to hell. Ning Qin waved his hand. Zhu Immortal Sword trembled. Above the void, rays of red light gathered. The broken sword was replenished. Its power shook the universe. Zhu Immortal Sword qi soared to the sky. Boundless sword realms spread out. The power of the immortal sword was fully displayed. Not far away, the black-robed and white-haired demonic cultivator walked over. Without saying anything, he glanced at the leader and said calmly, Jiming Marquis, to kill or not to kill? Kill. Ning Chen nodded and said coldly. Chapter 729. Sinful Abyss Sky City, the Phoenix body returned. Separated by a realm, knowing destiny used the power of the four scrolls to forcefully open a spatial passage. Trapping immortals into the ground, red light filled the sky and a terrifying murderous aura spread for hundreds of li. The spatial passage is difficult to support, we don't have much time, let's end this quickly. Ning Chen said. Understood. Mu Qianshang and Xia Zi nodded. Juniors who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you will pay the most painful price for your ignorance. Luojia Starfield's manager's expression turned cold. He took a step forward, causing the ground to shake violently. His cultivation constantly rose, breaking through the corporeal realm and rushing to the supreme true realm. Facing an unprecedented opponent, Ning Chen did not hesitate. He turned his palm and condensed the power of the four divisions into his body, activating the Phoenix Ancestral Awakening. His long black hair instantly turned blood red, fluttering in the wind, extremely dazzling. On the other side, Xia Zi's hands swiped across the air, the demonic sword transformed and the mad doomsday reappeared. The 6 qi long black sword was filled with demonic qi. It seems that if I don't show my true ability, there will be no room for me to interfere in this battle. Seeing the changes in the two's aura, Mu Qianshang said calmly. His eyes immediately opened and turned into a demonic silver color. At this moment, ink lingered and specks reflected the sun. His cultivation rapidly rose, breaking through the great circle and reaching the treading immortal realm. My two friends, if you win this battle, I'll treat you to tea. Ning Chen's figure flashed, executing immortal cold strike started the battle. The palm and sword met, causing a violent tremor. Executing immortal cold qi shook and boundless rage spread out, causing the houses within 100 li to collapse. Tea again, knowing destiny Marquis, your stinginess is even more memorable than your sword. Mu Qianshang took a step forward, opening the ink realm with his sword. Mountains and rivers appeared out of thin air. Sword mastery illuminated the world. Wine. The mad doomsday entered the battle, demonic chi surged. Xiaozi turned his palm and urged his sword. Sure. Ning Chen replied and waved his left hand. Blue frost appeared and an extremely cold chi spread out. Arrogant. Luojia Starfield's manager's eyes surged with killing intent. He sent out a palm, causing boundless true chi to erupt, pushing the three back. 6 meridians origin art, 100 tides chasing the heavens. In front of the immortal sword, no one was willing to fight for a long time. The Luojia Starfield's manager flipped his palm and transformed it into martial energy. Between heaven and earth, violent waves surged, as if the heavenly river was overturning. The terrifying might shook the world. Xiaozi, who had the strongest foundation among the three, instantly appeared in front of the other two. The frenzy of doomsday swept across, and the demonic yuan erupted, blocking the extreme power head-on. With a loud bang, the 100 tides destroyed the mountains, rivers, and red light. The remaining force arrived in front of the three of them and collided with the demonic sword. With a muffled groan, blood splattered everywhere. Xiaozi took half a step back and released the force beneath his feet, causing the ground behind him to crack. Ken Hong. In the blink of an eye, Red Robe was in front of the old man with absolute speed. The immortal slaying sword pierced through the air. The domineering and sharp sword chi pierced through layer after layer of obstacles, stabbing towards the old man's heart meridian. The Dawn Moon Tower's master has repeatedly warned us not to attack you. Now it seems that his evaluation of you was exaggerated. The moment the sword was about to reach the old man's heart, the Luojia Starfield's manager raised his hand and grabbed the sword's edge, then slapped towards Ning Chen's head. When the palm arrived, Ning Chen did not dodge. He loosened his grip on the sword and slapped towards the sword's hilt. He doesn't need anyone's evaluation, and you don't have the qualifications to do so. The moment the palm landed, the demonic sword swept across the sky, and black feathers fluttered in the air, blocking the deadly palm. With absolute trust and flawless tacit understanding, Ning Chen added 30% of his strength to his palm, and the immortal slaying sword advanced, breaking through the obstacles and piercing into the old man's chest. Are you going to risk your life? The Luojia Starfield's manager's expression sank. He flipped his right hand, and waves filled the sky, forcefully counterattacking. Half a day can Hong reflect the moon on the river. The waves rushed towards the sky, and an ink-white figure flashed past. The sword moved, and the mountains and rivers shifted. The ink-colored mountains and rivers scattered, turning into a shocking sword intent that slashed towards the waves. The two moves collided, and the sky and earth shook. Red Robe flashed, bringing the two of them away from the aftershock. Soon after, he turned back, and the sword pierced through the old man's heart meridian. At the same position, with exquisite control, the red light in the air gathered on the sword, like a dragon breaking through the clouds. 6 meridian yuan technique, waves crossing the dome of heaven. The extremely fast sword was unavoidable. The Luojia Starfield's manager gathered his true essence, and split his palms. One palm blocked the sword, and the other palm broke through the dome of heaven. Ka! The sword and palm collided, and a crisp sound rang out. The sword that had reached its limit cracked, and in an instant frost bloomed. It was like the last scene of the broken sword in the world. 100 li was instantly frozen, and soon after, it evaporated into mist. Caught off guard, the aftershock spread out, and Red Robe flew out, retreating more than 10 steps. With a clang, the immortal slaying sword entered the ground and stopped its retreat. Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the old man in front of him. A cold light flashed past his eyes. A true realm expert was indeed incomparable to Master Mo. How are you? Mu Qianshang's gaze swept across Xi Ming, who was not far away, and asked. I'm fine. Ning Chen suppressed his injuries and replied. Be careful. He is not weaker than Nether King. On the other side, Xia Zi calmed down the churning blood in his body and reminded. So what, we are not the same as before. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with coldness as he replied. Who is Ammonius? Mu Qianshang took a step forward and looked at the star domain expert in front of him with a solemn expression. An illiterate fool. Ning Chen casually replied, and with a step, he rushed forward again. You overestimate yourselves, you have angered this lord. The Luo Jia star domain expert snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, increasing the intensity of his attacks. Seeing this, Mu Qianshang and Xia Zi immediately joined the battle, and joined forces to resist the true realm expert. The intense battle instantly turned white-hot, the sword chi and palm energy shook, and inch by inch, the ground crumbled and scattered into the starry sky. Outside the battle, a beautiful figure stood quietly, watching the battle without making a move. 3 swords against a true realm expert, a battle that surpassed the limits of the younger generation, shook the entire Heaven City. The young experts who arrived later were shocked, and no one dared to take half a step closer. After a moment of stalemate, Luo Fei's body gradually lit up, and the white moonlight illuminated the world. The heavenly book martial arts were stunning. Scroll of the Moon, Silent Moonfall. The scroll of the moon appeared in the world, and immediately, where the moonlight shone, everything became silent and still. In an instant, the world seemed to have died, and Ning Chen stepped forward, rushing out of the battle. Luo Fei, use your full strength and help me. Luo Fei nodded, and with a flip of her delicate hand, her body was surrounded by moonlight, like a fairy from the 9th heaven descending to the mortal world, shocking the world. Scroll of the Moon, Cold Moonfall. The divine moon appeared, falling from the sky, and in the dazzling aurora, Hong Yi leaped into the sky. Scroll of the Sun, Rising Sunday. The divine sun rose into the sky, and in an instant, the sun and moon intersected, and the brilliance was extremely dazzling. It was a shocking scene. Hong Yi's hands condensed the sun and moon, and in the next moment, the sun and moon merged, and a terrifying scene descended. Immortal Technique, Sun and Moon Ascending Heaven. Chapter 730. In Abyss of Sin, the sun and moon rose into the sky, illuminating the mortal world with their red and white brilliance. With the heavenly book as the source, the sun and moon merged together. The immortal technique shook, and in an instant, the entire ancient city collapsed and countless palaces turned to dust. With the sun and moon in the sky, the runes kept dispersing, unable to stop the apocalypse. The immortal technique fell, and the sky was filled with dense mist. Rumbling sounds echoed, and the earth-shattering power destroyed everything in sight. The Luo Jia Starfield manager was shocked. He raised his voice and condensed his qi, pushing his true essence to the limit to block the destructive power. The moment he blocked the attack, Luo Fei forcefully raised her true qi. Moonlight filled the air and her power increased. Before he could react, the Luo Jia Starfield manager felt the void stagnate and his attack suddenly slowed down. The next moment the sun and moon set. After a short moment of silence, there was a great terror that felt like the sky was collapsing. A pool of blood splashed and the sky was filled with sand. Drip. The sound of blood dripping entered his ears and heart. When the dust and sand dispersed, an old figure appeared. His left arm was hanging and blood was dripping down. In front of him, 4 people stood quietly with solemn expressions. This person had actually blocked the attack just now. Be careful, this battle won't be easy. Ning Chen looked at the old man in front of him and said. The 3 nodded. This was the first time they had met a true realm expert. Only by fighting could they know the depth of their strength. The title of the strongest in the starfield was not just for show. Luo Fei, your body is not suitable for a frontal battle. Retreat for now. Xia Zi said with a solemn expression. Luo Fei nodded slightly and her figure flashed, temporarily withdrawing from the battle. Good friend, although I don't know why you want to fight, if we lose in Sky Beyond Heaven, we won't have the face to go back. Mu Qianshang turned his palm and slashed the sword. Immediately, blood stained the sword. The Mountain River Sword Realm was activated again. Knowing destiny will not lose, never again. Ning Chen calmed his origin and took in chi. Endless phoenix fire rose and the scorching heat waves rolled over and over. The entrapment immortal sensed it and flew into the sky with a clang. It coiled around the phoenix fire and continued to absorb the fire elemental energy between heaven and earth. At the side, Xia Zi did not say anything. He half knelt, and the 12 sinful wings spread out behind his back. The black divine wings were surrounded by demonic aura and shook the universe. You are all unforgivable. The face of the Luo Jia Star Region's manager was unusually gloomy. He took a step forward, and with a flip of his palm, he condensed a torrent that filled the sky. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged out. Inch by inch, the void was annihilated by the torrent, completely turning into nothingness. As soon as they received the attack, heaven and earth were in chaos. The 3 figures retreated several steps at the same time, their clothes dyed red. 4 symbols divine seal, dragon sparrow transformation. Borrowing the power of his opponent, he forcefully counterattacked. In the aftermath, the dragon and sparrow flew past each other. The swift and fierce sword Qi chased after his soul and took his life, opening the path to the Yellow Springs. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing was heard. The old man flipped his palm to disperse the sword Qi, but he only saw a flash of light. He did not manage to dodge it completely. Demon sword Samsara. At the same time, the frenzy of doomsday entered the ground, and a stream of black swords soared into the sky. Demonic waves rolled, covering the sky and the sun. 6 meridian origin art, tide settling for 1,000 years. The 2 swords worked together to kill Wu Xia. The Luo Jia Star Region's manager took a step forward and leaped into the sky. He concentrated his energy and used his ultimate move again. Thousands of autumns and hundreds of generations, the tides converged into one. The dark moon appeared in the sky. The gloomy essence force rolled along with the tide, destroying the rising swords. When the moves collided, it was as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. Seeing this, Mu Qianshang's snow-white sword flew through the sky and rushed towards the former. Naive. The Luo Jia Star Region's manager flipped his palm and parted the waterfall. His figure flew out and directly attacked the 3. Azure Dragon Descent. The red figure flashed and instantly appeared in the sky. The Azure Dragon's shadow coiled around the 2 figures and fell from the sky. The ground shook violently and cracked. In the rolling waves of dust, an old figure rushed out. His clothes were messy and he looked to be in a sorry state. The 3 swords worked together and took turns to attack and defend. There was no flaw in their teamwork. Even someone as strong as a true realm expert could not gain the upper hand when his arm was heavily injured and his moves were restricted. Injured but not dead. Strange. In the crisscrossing battle, Ning Chen's sword was unusually fierce but his mind was calm. His eyes looked at the former and observed the changes. At the crucial moment of the battle, the Luo Jia Star Region's manager did not use his heavily injured left arm. He only used one palm to block the 3's attack. Blood splattered everywhere. It was glaring to the eyes. However, the wounds caused by the swords gradually healed and no longer bled. Something's wrong. Ning Chen focused and his sword moved like lightning. His eyes stared at the former's left arm and his heart sank. Die. Before he could warn them, the demonic sword slashed and demonic waves surged. The Luo Jia Star Region's manager flipped his palm and caught the sword. In an instant, the left arm that he had not used all this time suddenly shot out. With a groan, the demonic cultivator flew out. Blood splattered all over the sky. Mu Qianshang and Luo Fei's pupils shrunk. Before they could react, the red figure had already swept past them. Zhu Xian slashed and cut off the arm. How can this be? A shocking palm strike and a shocking sword strike. The only miscalculation in their plan was that the Luo Jia Star Region's manager's left arm was cut off. Blood gushed out and dyed the ground red. The secret was exposed. The Luo Jia Star Region's manager hurriedly circulated his true qi to heal the wound. Immortal trapping sword. At this moment, Ning Chen shouted and his figure flew out. In the sky, the immortal sword that absorbed endless fire energy fell into Knowing Destiny's hand. With the support of the two swords, the two unprecedented immortal swords exploded with a terrifying demonic power. Suddenly, the demonic aura attacked and devoured the opponent. The Luo Jia Star Region's manager hurriedly used his qi to block the sword. He had lost the initiative and made a mistake in his plan. Outside the battle, Luo Fei rushed into the battle. Her true qi flowed into the demonic cultivator's body. Snatching life from the heavens, vast true qi continued to surge. Luo Fei's face was full of anxiety. She circulated her true qi to the limit to suppress the spreading injury in the former's body. Feeling the heavy injury of Zi not far away, Ning Chen's murderous intent surged. He circulated the two immortal swords to the limit. The immortal swords trembled. The demonic aura that had been silent for thousands of years surged and quickly attacked the host's body. The true qi and slaughter immortal collided. Waves of fire surged. The palms might sent the immortal swords flying and pressed towards Knowing Destiny's chest. The shocking killer move was about to reach him, but Knowing Destiny did not retreat. Before the god of death, experts fought with their lives on the line. Slaughter Immortal slashed across, the sword sealed his throat. The Luo Jia Star Region's manager wanted to block it, but his arm was already severed. He could not reverse the situation. The old figure that knelt on the ground had shock in his eyes. Even with his unique true qi, he could not revive in front of the immortal swords. Dust and sand flew into the air as heaven and earth wailed. A true realm expert whose name had shaken the entire region had fallen. Ning Chen's figure flashed and arrived in front of the two. He looked at the heavily injured Xia Zi and said, "It's too late, go to the main body immediately." Saying so, without waiting for Luo Fei's reply, Ning Chen's body shone with red light. He brought the two of them and flew towards the spatial passage in the sky. Below, Mu Qianshang saw this and did not stop. He stepped forward and followed. Chapter 731. Vast ancient world, an unknown forbidden area. A white-clothed figure stood in the void as the four essences surged around her, forcefully opening the space passage. Without reaching the true realm, one's cultivation would be difficult to reach heaven's will. However, with 4 scrolls and Knowing Destiny, her foundation was unparalleled in the world. She forcefully opened the space passage that was about to close. The void swayed as streams of turbulence flashed past. As time passed, the space passage became more unstable and would disappear at any time. At this moment, 3 streams of light flew out and arrived at the last moment. With a loud bang, space closed and the ancient world shook. After a while, it gradually calmed down. Red clothes flashed as the two merged and their aura reached the peak. Ning Chen immediately went forward, his body covered in snow as he activated his palm energy. The Azure Dragon's power of regeneration surged and forcefully poured into the body of the demonic cultivator. Ugh! With a groan, Xia Zi's demonic aura surged out and clashed with the demonic aura, constantly resisting the Azure Dragon's power from entering her body. Ha! Seeing the demonic aura growing stronger, Ning Chen shouted and pushed his body to the limit. Suddenly, wind and snow fell from the sky and turned 1,000 miles into silver. Not far away, Luo Fei clenched her fists tightly. She was so nervous that she did not dare to look away. "Don't worry too much." Mu Qianshang looked forward and said calmly, "Xia Zi has a power that we don't know about protecting her, it won't be that easy." Hearing this, Luo Fei's pale hands loosened a little, but she still did not dare to be careless. Mu Qianshang did not say anything more. It was human nature to be worried. There were not many monsters like Knowing Destiny Marquis who could remain rational at all times. In front of the two, the wind and snow continued to swirl. In the huge wind and snow whirlpool, the demonic aura dyed the snowflakes black. In an instant, the snowflakes once again swallowed the demonic aura. In the stalemate, the azure dragon's power broke through the barrier and entered the demonic cultivator's body, quickly healing his damaged internal organs. Heart meridians, viscera meridians. Mending one injury after another, he reached his Dantian region's sea of chi. All of a sudden, an incomparably dark power appeared. Without any warning whatsoever, it exploded out. With a groan, the wind and snow scattered. Ning Chen took a few steps back, the corner of his mouth was red. In the demonic aura, black feathers fluttered and the 12 wings of sin opened. A powerful demonic aura crazily surged, shaking the heaven and earth. The demonic cultivator opened his eyes. His eyes were as black as ink, but there was no fluctuation in them. He was like an ice-cold puppet, devoid of life. With the mad doomsday in hand, the demon cultivator's figure disappeared instantly. With a slash of the sword, the demon cultivator's demonic chi spread, and the heavens and earth withered. With a loud bang, the sword and saber collided. The purple devil chi surged violently. The ground under Ning Chen's feet collapsed. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. The demented demonic cultivator's sword was violent and merciless. Every move was sharp and deadly. The sound shook violently, reverberating throughout the desolate land. Swords and sabers collided, flames of war reached the heavens. Outside the battle, the two people recovered from their shock. Luofei revealed an anxious expression, wanting to step forward and separate them. No! Mu Qianshang moved and stood in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "Xia Zi's condition is not right, and Jiming Marquis did not ask for our help, don't act rashly." "But," Madame Luofei anxiously said, "believe in them. They have endured so many trials and tribulations." "It will be the same this time," Mu Qianshang said. In the battle ahead, kings and marquises exchanged blows. Above Nianqing, the power of faith surged. Every time the sword and saber collided, the purple devil chi and purple devil chi would be consumed. Sensing that his good friend's condition was not right, Ning Chen did not say anything. The purple devil chi on his saber surged, using the power of faith to consume the dark energy surging out of the former's sword. Samsara! After exchanging several moves, the demonic cultivator's sword stabbed into the ground. A black sword flow surged out from the ground and soared into the sky. Unparalleled in the world. It was a familiar sword move. Ning Chen brandished Nianqing. The purple devil chi turned into a saber light that fell from the sky. It was an extreme clash of moves. Amidst the waves of dust, Ning Chen leaped past. A white rainbow appeared, the soft sword locked onto the demonic sword in the former's hand. In close combat, the sword and saber collided even more fiercely. The saber light and sword shadows were so fast that no one dared to be distracted for even a moment. Both kings and marquises from Dexia knew each other well. In a battle of weapons, it was hard to tell who was better. Rip! The saber and sword flashed. The king's robes and plain clothes were torn apart at the same time. Their heart veins were just a hair's breadth away. The two figures dodged. The saber and sword turned around and collided again. With a loud bang, the aftermath shook. The white rainbow in Ning Chen's hand swept out and wrapped around the former's arm that was holding the sword. Ha! The demonic cultivator's eyes did not change. He turned his palm and condensed demonic energy, slamming it towards the former's chest. Ning Chen held his saber horizontally. The purple devil chi surged as he blocked the demonic palm. At the moment of collision, there was no more move. Their foundation collided. Suddenly, 10 directions mountains sank, unable to bear the aftermath of the clash. The peerless foundation and the incomparably dark demonic energy attacked wave after wave. The corners of their mouths turned red at the same time. Their bodies were injured. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, something will happen to the two of them. Outside the battle, Luo Fei lost her patience once again. Her figure flashed, wanting to enter the battle. Don't be rash. Mu Qianshang took a step forward and blocked in front of her again. He said in a deep voice, You don't have the corresponding foundation. If you interfere now, you might be devoured by their strength. As he spoke, in the battle, the aftermath of the clash of foundations continued to spread outwards. The ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch, crisscrossing with each other. There was not a single inch of undamaged ground. The most dangerous clash had rapidly consumed the two's cultivation. The demonic cultivator instinctively felt the danger and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. In several breaths of time, the two's strength had been consumed by half. The demonic cultivator's aura gradually weakened. Ning Chen forcefully endured the surging demonic energy. The red light in his body brightened and his two bodies separated. The phoenix body flew out. Palm Chi flipped and yellow springs activated, sealing the former's Dantian Chi Si. A blood-red light entered the demonic cultivator's body. The divine restriction activated, temporarily sealing the terrifying dark energy in the latter's Chi Si. The demonic cultivator fell unconscious once again. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. The backlash from the demonic energy entering his body had injured his meridians. When the battle ended, Mu Qianshang and Luo Fei immediately went forward, their faces filled with worry. How are you? Mu Qianshang asked with a dignified expression. I'm fine. There is a terrifying dark energy in Zi's body. Once an external force enters, it will automatically erupt. I can only temporarily seal this energy, but it won't last for long. Ning Chen wearily said. Dark energy? Mu Qianshang frowned. He looked at the woman beside him and asked, Luo Fei, do you know where this energy comes from? Luo Fei helped Xia Zi up and gently shook her head. This energy seems to have always existed. Zi can use a portion of it, but is unable to fully control it. Whether this is a good or bad thing is still unknown. Let's leave this place first. The death of that star domain venerable is likely to draw the attention of other true realm experts. In our current situation, it's not suitable for us to fight with such experts. Ning Chen said. The two of them nodded. Abyss Sin City. Cold winds blew. The ancient city that had experienced a great battle had been completely destroyed. It no longer had its former majesty. At this time, the void stirred and four extremely powerful figures walked out. When they saw the corpse on the ground, they were all shocked. How was this possible? The head of the Z-Way Starfield walked forward. Looking at the old man kneeling on the ground, a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. Immortal sword fiendish aura, one slash to the throat, said Shenji indifferently as he looked at the old man's wound. The murderer is already very clear. Dawn Moon Pavilion Master, are you still going to protect that child? Said the head of the Z-Way Starfield. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master frowned. That guy was too impulsive this time. There's more than one remnant aura here. It would appear that Mo Gate's ninth son had other helpers, said the All-Heaven Starfield's head calmly. This matter cannot be left at this. Gather the other exalts and return to the Hall of Exalts to discuss how to deal with that child, said the head of the Z-Way Starfield coldly. Amen. The All-Heaven Starfield's head nodded. The next moment, the void stirred and the two of them disappeared. Pavilion Master, that boy has provoked a great disaster this time, said Shenji indifferently as he looked around. Ning Chen is not someone who likes to cause trouble. There must be something here that we don't know about, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master. Shenji nodded. Actually, it's not hard to guess. Every true realm exalted that opens a spatial channel has the ability to send the people that pass through to any place. With my understanding of that old monster, he must have used this opportunity to attack Mo Gate's ninth son. I've already warned him time and time again not to provoke that child. Never would I have thought that something like this would still happen. This time, it's truly troublesome, sighed the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master. For the sake of my adopted daughter, I can choose to stand on that child's side. However, the other exalts will definitely not leave this matter at that. You should think of a way to have Mo Gates' ninth son leave as soon as possible, said Shinji with a stern expression. That's impossible. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master sighed again. For the sake of the time restriction, it's impossible for him to leave the ancient road. No one can persuade him to leave, not even your adopted daughter. Stubborn people are truly troublesome, said Shinji with a frown. Let's return to the Hall of Exalts first and see if there's still a chance to turn the situation around. Then, with a wave of her hand, she brought over the Luo Jia Starfield's leader who had died in battle and disappeared into the void. Shinji followed her and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a majestic palace in an unknown space, figures appeared one after another. Among the experts of various starfields, an aged figure was floating up and down. It was the Luo Jia Starfield's leader who had died long ago. The various exalts were all silent as they looked at the figure before them. Thoughts were unceasingly flashing through their minds. That child's strength had truly surpassed their expectations. They had originally thought that he had only surpassed the youths of his generation. Although he was frightening, he did not pose much of a threat to them. Never would they have imagined that Mo Gates' ninth son would give them such a pleasant surprise today. Everyone, state your position, said the leader of the Z-Way Starfield to the various exalts. Kill, said the All-Heaven Starfield's leader. Agree. Agree. Voices of agreement sounded throughout the palace. To them, Mo Gates' ninth son's performance today was no longer merely a matter of exclamation. Instead, it had become a threat that they could sense. If they did not deal with him strictly, where would their dignity as the rulers of a starfield be? The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master and Shinji looked at the various exalts who were nodding their heads and sighed in their hearts. Now that things had come to this, it was useless for them to continue opposing. Chapter 732. The last half of the ancient starry sky path was a strange and desolate ancient world. Large stars floated in the starry sky, creating a magnificent scene. 1,000 miles away from the danger zone, the four of them appeared. The devil was still unconscious and had yet to wake up. Ning Chen looked at the surrounding desolate land and said, "Let's find a safe place for Z to recover first. Then we can discuss the future." Yes. Luofei nodded and continued on their way while supporting the unconscious Xia Zi. Half a day later, on the nearest life planet, in a sparsely populated ancient city, the three of them found an abandoned temple to rest for the time being. The sky was gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. Muffled thunder echoed, blocking out the sunlight. Not long after, heavy rain began to pour down, filling the sky with fog. In front of the ruined temple, two figures stood there, looking at the rain outside. It was unknown what they were thinking. Inside the temple, Luofei was silently taking care of the unconscious devil. The worry in her eyes was clearly visible. Knowing destiny, what are your plans for the future? After standing there for a long time, Mu Qianshang asked. After we finish walking this path, we must obtain the time restriction no matter what, calmly said Ning Chen. That true realm expert's death will definitely bring about great trouble. You have to be careful, sternly said Mu Qianshang. I've implicated my good friend. Ning Chen turned his head apologetically. Heh. Mu Qianshang faintly smiled. It's not the first time I've been implicated by you. I'm used to it. Knowing destiny, Marquis, where is the celebratory wine you promised? Ning Chen smiled and waved his hand. A phoenix image appeared and jugs of wine flew out, landing in front of the two of them. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. Ning Chen tossed over a jug of wine. I'll keep you company. Mu Qianshang received the jug and straightforwardly agreed. The jugs collided with each other and a crisp sound rang out. The two of them smiled at each other and drank the wine in the jug. A burning sensation came from their throat. Unknowingly, it was no longer bitter. It was as if only this kind of wine could awaken the weary traveler. Knowing destiny, Marquis, how many years have you practiced martial arts? Asked Mu Qianshang. 33 years, replied Ningchen. 33 years. If you were an ordinary person, you would have already reached the end of the road, smiled Mu Qianshang. If I could start over again, I'd rather be ordinary. Ningchen took a sip of wine and replied. With a loud boom, the lightning illuminated the dusky heaven and earth. They were willing to be ordinary, but they were helpless against the autumn rain. Mu Qianshang extended his wine jug and clinked it with the former's, saying, "The world-renowned Ji Ming Marquis is actually saying such unambitious words. How ironic is that? My good friend is joking." Ning Chen replied softly and said, "I've experienced too much along the way. The most unforgettable memory is still the time before I started learning martial arts. If you miss the past too much, your sword will become blunt. Knowing destiny, are you still unable to let go?" Mu Qianshang sighed softly. "I owe her this." Ning Chen calmly said, "She shouldn't have died. Knowing destiny, regardless of whether or not the ghost girl's death is your responsibility, it's been so many years. It's time to let go. You and I are both cultivators, we should know better than anyone how illusory the resurrection method is. Even if we obtain the time seal, how likely do you think the immortal peach tree will bear fruit, and how likely is the ghost girl to wake up? Knowing destiny, you're a human, not a cold stone. You can't hold on forever," said Mu Qianshang seriously. "Soon." Ning Chen looked at the person beside him and smiled, saying, "Good friend, perhaps there really will be a miracle." Hearing this, Mu Qianshang sighed softly. The knowing destiny Marquis had always been rational. Why was he deceiving himself again and again on this matter, refusing to wake up? Ugh! Suddenly, a painful groan rang out from within the temple. Immediately, demonic chi soared into the sky and a huge demonic pillar pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure shook the world. In the next moment, the demonic cultivator opened his eyes amidst the black feathers that filled the sky. His divine sense surged out like a tide. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure within the demonic chi. His aura was faintly discernible as he prepared to attack at any moment. Looking at each other, their eyes gradually calmed down. The demonic cultivator landed on the ground, his injuries completely healed. Ning Chen and Mu Qianshang's expressions sank. It was this dark aura again. Was its existence a blessing or a curse? The demonic cultivator walked forward and calmly said, "Wine." Ning Chen withdrew his divine sense and waved his right hand. A jug of wine flew towards the former. Xia Zi received the jug and opened the seal. He took a sip and said indifferently, "I know what you're worried about. At least until now, this energy hasn't shown any abnormalities. Before it completely erupts, I'll think of a way to refine it." Ning Chen nodded and suppressed the worry in his heart, saying, "Since you've woken up, I can rest assured. Once the rain stops tomorrow, we'll go our separate ways." Not far away, Luo Fei frowned and said, "Knowing destiny Marquis, can we not go together?" Ning Chen shook his head, saying, "No, I'll bring a lot of trouble if I go with you. Soon, more than one true realm expert will come. There's no need to take this risk together. How can you deal with a true realm expert's pursuit alone? One more person means one more power. Do you think we'll care about this little bit of trouble?" Luo Fei said solemnly. "Say no more." Xia Zi raised his hand and interrupted the former. He calmly looked at the person in front of him, saying, "Knowing destiny Marquis, if something happens to you, I'll kill all the true realm experts in sky beyond heaven to accompany you in death." Ning Chen smiled, saying, "Good friend, you should know that I'm most afraid of death. How can I put myself in danger?" "Two lunatics." Mu Qianshang mocked without holding back. Xia Zi didn't say much. He extended his wine jug and looked at the two. Bang! The 3 wine jugs clinked. Although they often mocked each other and even disliked each other, They never forgot the precious memories of going through life and death together. Life was ordinary, but to be able to entrust one's life to a friend was worth it. Luo Fei looked at the three and sighed. She really didn't understand the feelings of men. She never agreed, but was willing to give up her life for them. She didn't want to go with them, but was willing to kill the world for them. A stormy night, a silent night. Only the sound of wine jugs clinking could be heard. When the sky was about to brighten, Sui got up and left without even saying goodbye. Knowing destiny, Marquis left. Mu Qian-shang glanced at the two and didn't stay any longer. Xiaozi, don't lose to yourself. With that, Mo Bai disappeared into the morning fog, leaving no trace behind. In front of the ruined temple, Xiaozi opened his eyes. His dark and cold eyes still didn't show any emotion, but he remembered every word. Demons were emotionless, but not ignorant. They could distinguish and see clearly. Perhaps demons were paranoid, but Xiaozi was very clear that if there were still people he could trust in this world, it was undoubtedly these friends that he had entrusted his life to. Luo Fei, let's go. A moment later, Xiaozi came back to his senses. Yes. Luo Fei softly nodded. At the same time, in the ruins of Abyss Sin, the void split open and three powerful figures walked out. Each one of them had a cultivation base no weaker than the previous Luo Jia Starfield's manager. The three of them appeared at the same time, and their terrifying pressure connected. The leader of the three took half a step forward and condensed Yuan with a flip of his palm. Violet light shook, and a passage between the two worlds opened. In an instant, the three of them entered the vast ancient world. They're here. Ning Chun stopped in the wilderness. He narrowed his eyes when he sensed the auras from the distance. They had really come quickly. It seemed these old monsters had made up their minds to eliminate him. Venerate Ing Qiong, it's up to you, said the manager of the Z-Way Starfield. Yes. Venerate Ing Qiong stepped forward. His body shone brightly as he used his supreme cultivation base to derive the secrets of the heavens, searching for the whereabouts of Mo Gates' 9 sons. His heavenly divination technique shook heaven and earth. Winds and clouds churned as he traced the latter's aura. Strange. After a long time, Venerate Ing Qiong stopped. He frowned and said, I can't find the whereabouts of Mo Gates' 9th son. It seems he's been concealed by something. There's actually such a thing? A strange light flashed through the eyes of the Z-Way Starfield's manager. He said, although there are treasures capable of concealing auras, with your ability, ordinary treasures would not be able to hide from your search. There are only two possibilities. The All-Heaven Starfield's manager's expression turned cold. He said, either there's someone of the same level helping Mo Gates' 9th son conceal his aura, or he possesses a treasure that even we don't know about. The Z-Way Starfield's manager nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, Venerate Ing Qiong, let's issue the kill order. Wouldn't it be counterproductive to alert the enemy? Asked Venerate Ing Qiong. The Z-Way Starfield's manager shook his head. That child is no ordinary person. He must have already guessed that we would come. There's no such thing as alerting the enemy. Spread the kill order throughout the second half of the ancient road. Even if we can't force him to show himself, we'll make it difficult for him to move. Venerate Ing Qiong nodded. He flipped his hand seals, and rays of light soared into the sky. They turned into streams of light that rushed to every corner of the ancient road. In an instant, a dignified voice rang out in the ears of countless young geniuses. The 9th son of Mo Gate was wanted. The ancient road was shaken. The young geniuses were unable to conceal their shock. This was the first time in thousands of years that so many Starfields had jointly issued a kill order for someone. Young master. In an unfamiliar region, worry flashed through Ruo Shi's eyes. She did not understand what had happened. Not far away, in front of a heavenly pillar, a woman in a dark red dress trembled. Unable to speak, she let out a furious snort. With a flip of her hand, she shattered the heavenly pillar in front of her. Behind her, many young geniuses were shocked. They hastily retreated to avoid the falling rocks. What's wrong with the Red King? Why is she so angry? Thousands of meters away, the young geniuses looked at the destroyed heavenly pillar with puzzlement. In the boundless wilderness, Ning Chen sneered when he heard the voice coming from the horizon. The kill order of the ancient road? He wanted to see how they could kill him. He took a few steps forward. In the wind and snow, a light flashed. He walked out in plain clothes with a white fan. His appearance and aura had completely changed. There was no longer any resemblance between them. On the second floor of the Dawn Moon Chang'an, the master of the Dawn Moon Tower looked at the light scroll in her hand. The Chaos Scroll? Jiming Marquis, I'll wait for the day when your name shakes the starry sky. Chapter 733. In the last part of the ancient road to the ancient battlefield in the vast ancient world, the competition between geniuses had finally reached its climax. Two kings were fighting in the wilderness. Divine furnaces were shining, and saber lights were shaking the world. The fight for the top attracted the attention of countless young experts. The woman in the crimson dress had strange footsteps. Her body was surrounded by flames. As she moved, the king's ring on her hand shone brightly. On the other hand, the saber wielder was agile. His saber light pierced through the clouds, making it difficult to distinguish. After exchanging hundreds of moves, it was difficult to determine the victor. The battle for the king was extremely intense. The young experts watching the battle couldn't help but stare. 100 miles to the west of the battle, a young man in black and purple stood on a mountain peak, quietly watching the battle. "Jiushi, who do you think will win?" asked the man in purple, seeing the stalemate. "The Red King," said Yan Jiushi calmly. "Oh? You're so sure," said the man in purple calmly. "Last time, the god's bloodline was saved by this woman. I exchanged a move with her, so I know what she's capable of," said Yan Jiushi calmly. "To be able to save someone from your hands, it seems that this woman's strength isn't just what it's shown so far," said the man in purple, slightly surprised. "She's more skilled with the sword. Let's see if this saber wielder can force her to use her true strength," said Yan Jiushi. "The swordsmen who appeared along the way are all quite strong. The experts of this world aren't as weak as we thought," said the man in purple. "Actually, there's something else that I'm more concerned about," said Yan Jiushi seriously. "Oh!" The man in purple looked surprised. "What is it?" Before he finished speaking, the battle on the mountain peak in the distance finally changed. The Red King didn't want to fight for a long time. She waved her hand and the king's ring shone brightly. A crimson sword fell. The moment it fell into her hand, sword intent radiated. "It's here," said Yan Jiushi. He looked serious. At the same time, on another mountain peak, a plain-clothed figure with a white fan appeared. Looking at the battle, a gentle smile appeared in her eyes. This girl had grown to such a level. With a boom, the saber and sword collided. Chi waves rolled. In the void above, the crimson furnace shone even brighter. With the support of the king's weapon and the king's ring, the sword power surged and forced the king in front of her away. Tick-tock amid the dust, the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Blood dripped from the saber-wielding hand of the Saber King, dyeing the ground red. "His skills are inferior, there won't be any more surprises in this battle." On the western peak, Yan Jiushi said slowly. "The Saber Master is not bad, but the Red King is indeed stronger." "What did you want to say just now?" the purple-clothed man asked. "This woman's sword is somewhat similar to the 9th son of Embark, who fought against me in the past," said Yan Jiushi calmly. "Is that true?" The purple-robed man was surprised. A moment later, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Then the next target will be her. If this woman is really related to Embark's 9th disciple, it can be considered an unexpected gain." "Sure." Yan Jiushi nodded. "Do you need my help?" the purple-robed man asked. "No need. I alone am enough to deal with these so-called kings," Yan Jiushi said indifferently. "We can't be careless. After all, the leaders of those star regions have their eyes on us. Once our identities are exposed, it'll be very troublesome, warned the violet-clothed man. I'll be careful. Yen Jiushi nodded. As the two of them chatted, the battle on the mountain peak reached its final moment. The Red King's figure flickered, and thousands of swords converged into one. A peak sword condensed with the might of a king item, and a king's ring broke through the air. When the saber user received the sword, an earth-shaking collision resounded. The peak collapsed in response, and the shock waves shattered it. The saber master was sent flying, his body dyed red. He smashed into the bottom of the mountain. The battle between kings had been lost on the verge of success. The Red King's mouth leaked a trace of blood. He had also been injured by the battle's shockwaves. The Hall of Venerables was reflecting the battle between kings from an endless distance away. Numerous star regions venerables stood in the air, carefully watching this peak battle of the younger generation. This Red King is a promising talent. If any of you lack a direct disciple, you can take him in, said Shinji. For him to have such accomplishments, how could he not have a master? He still hasn't reached the point where we have to fight over him. Let's not talk about this for now. How is the search for Mo Gate's ninth son going? Has there been any progress? Asked the Spirit Void Starfield's leader. There's been no news. It's as if that child has disappeared from the ancient road, said the All Heaven Starfield's leader. Appearances can be changed through a secret technique, but aura is difficult to conceal. Even with your abilities, you can't sense his aura? Asked the Spirit Void Starfield's leader. Venerable Ing Qiong shook his head. It's very possible that Mo Gate's ninth son has a treasure that conceals his aura. I've already tried several times, but any information about him has been concealed. It's very difficult to see. His name is no longer on the heavenly pillar. Finding him now will not be easy, said the All Heaven Starfield's leader. He seems to have a maid with him. He can conceal his aura, but that maid shouldn't have that ability, said the Spirit Void Starfield's leader. I've been paying attention for a long time. That maid is not with him, said Venerable Ing Qiong calmly. Desperate times call for desperate measures, reminded the Spirit Void Starfield's leader. Hearing that, the Exalts fell silent. Although they had thought about it, none of them were willing to bear such an evil reputation. You are all leaders of your respective starfields. If you make things difficult for a little girl, isn't that going too far? Said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master with a cold expression. As long as she tells us the whereabouts of Mo Gate's ninth son, I believe you Exalts will not make things difficult for her. Pavilion Master, could it be that you want to protect Mo Gate's ninth son? Asked the Spirit Void Starfield's leader coldly. Venerable Spirit Void, are you doubting me? Asked the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master as killing intent flashed through her eyes. Pavilion Master, you know better than anyone what the truth is, said the Spirit Void Starfield's leader without the slightest fear. The two of you, don't let such a small matter affect your relationship. The matter of Mo Gate's ninth son has already been handled by Ing Qiong and the All Heaven Starfield. There's no need for us to worry about it, interrupted the Heavenly Mist Starfield's leader. Venerable Ing Qiong frowned slightly. With their status, it was indeed inappropriate for them to make things difficult for a little girl. However, other than that, they didn't seem to have any better ideas. Keep an eye on this girl for a few more days. If Mo Gate's ninth son still doesn't show himself, then take action, said the Z-Way Starfield's leader indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the person in charge of the Z-Way Star Zone disappeared. Venerable Ing Qiong sighed softly and didn't stay any longer. His figure gradually faded away. After the discussion ended, the Exalts left one after another. Shinji looked at the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master and sternly asked, "What are your plans? You're not really planning on falling out with those old monsters over this child, are you?" "It hasn't reached that point yet," said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master indifferently. Shinji's expression changed. "Do you think Mo Gate's ninth son will have a chance to turn things around this time?" I don't know if there will be a chance to turn things around, but this child won't die so easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached this point. Shunji, if there really is a miracle of a mortal becoming an immortal, it will definitely be this child, said the Dawn Moon Pavilion's master calmly. Oh? Since the pavilion master says so, then this king will wait for the day this child leaps over the dragon gate, replied Shinji with a slight smile. On the ancient starry sky road, the battle between the two kings had ended, but the wind and clouds still hadn't calmed down. An oppressive aura filled the ancient road. The final competition had arrived. Everyone knew that only one person could reach the ancient battlefield in the end. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. No one could stand side by side. As strong as the 9 kings were, only one person could survive in the end. The other 8 would undoubtedly be eliminated. In the strange atmosphere, the number of companions among the many young powerhouses became fewer and fewer. Everyone knew that no one could be trusted now. On the ancient road, the Red King walked alone. At this moment, a beautiful woman caught up with him and whispered, "Miss Red King, my name is Ruoshi." The Red King was startled and couldn't react for a moment. "Miss Red King, can we travel together?" Ruoshi chuckled and asked again. A moment later, Hong Wulei came back to her senses. A happy smile appeared on her delicate face. She gestured a few times with her hands and asked about the former's situation. "I'm fine. I just got separated from the Lord. Wulei, you're one of the 9 kings now. You've changed a lot," Ruoshi smiled. Hong Wulei was a little embarrassed and gently shook her head. "Okay, let's stop joking. The Lord might be in trouble right now. We have to find him quickly," Ruoshi said seriously. Hong Wulei nodded. Thinking for a moment, she gestured a few times and asked how to find him. "I planted a goo in the Lord's body. But he has the chaos volume on him right now, so I can't sense it too clearly. We can only slowly find him," Ruoshi whispered. Hearing this, Hong Wulei's expression became strange. "Goo? Isn't that a harmful thing?" "Don't think too much. How could I harm the Lord? Let's go quickly. The sooner we find the Lord, the sooner we can be at ease," Ruoshi urged. Hong Wulei nodded again and stepped forward. Not long after the two left, evil Qi surged behind them and a black-robed figure appeared. In an instant, he disappeared again. Strange. In the distance, Ji Yuqing appeared. Looking at the remnant evil Qi in the void, she frowned slightly. This evil Qi was almost exactly the same as the one that attacked her that day. Could it be Mo Gate's 9th son? Is he going to attack the Red King this time? Thinking of this, Ji Yuqing took a step forward and quickly followed. In the distance, above the void, the 3 leaders of the star regions looked at this scene with astonishment on their faces. The maid of Mo Gate's 9th son seemed to be acquainted with the Red King. But why would the other 2 kings also appear here? Was it a coincidence? The Ji family's daughter had a special status. If something happened to her on the ancient road, it would be troublesome. Continue to follow that woman. Also, do not let Ji Yuqing get involved, the Z-Way Starfield's manager said. Understood. Reverend Ing Qiong nodded. If that woman really is acquainted with the Red King, then once we attack, the Red King will very likely intervene. I'm afraid those 2 following behind us won't be safe, warned the All-Heaven Starfield's manager. As long as Ji Yuqing is not among them, it doesn't matter whether the others live or die, said the Z-Way Starfield's manager coldly. Chapter 734. In the second half of the ancient road, the flames of war rose everywhere. Kings fought and geniuses competed. Everywhere was filled with smoke. Among the flames, Hong Wulei pulled Ruoshi out, blood dripping from his sword. The battle never stopped for a moment. Countless powerhouses joined forces to eliminate the strongest opponent on the ancient road. Wulei, go east. Ruoshi sensed the surrounding aura and reminded him. Hong Wulei nodded and slashed his sword to open the path. His figure rushed out and rushed toward the former. Chase. In front of everyone, 4 young men's eyes were cold as they said in a deep voice. After the order was given, Several figures flashed and continued to chase. No need to chase. Before the voice fell, a white-clothed figure walked out in front of everyone. He had a white fan and a silk headband. His face was calm, without the slightest threat. Looking at the man who appeared in front of them out of thin air, everyone's expression froze. When did this person come? Who are you? One of the four said in a deep voice. White Jade Jing, the white-clothed figure said calmly. Get out of the way or die. Another person said. No need for threats. Let's start. The white-clothed figure said indifferently. The clear sunly flame in his hand rose. A moment later, he moved and started the battle. With a bang, a wave of fire soared into the sky. After exchanging blows, the four of them took half a step back. Their blood chi violently surged. This shocking scene was unbelievable. In the next moment, the white fan turned and the clear sunly flame spread, breaking the four's joint attack. Blood splashed. The battle was not on the same level. The fan's blade slashed across, threatening to kill. Of the four, one died and three were injured. The falling vermilion was the cruel reflection of the truth. The three were shocked. They immediately raised their Zhen Yuan and fought with all their strength. Kill! With a command, the young powerhouses outside the battle joined the battle. They joined forces to besiege the people blocking the road. Remnant wind passing shadow. The white-clothed figure's clear sunly flame soared into the sky. The killing light of the fan shone brightly. The white-clothed figure disappeared in an instant. When they came back to their senses, there was a bone-chilling silence. Ugh! Muffled groans sounded in unison. A waterfall of blood gushed into the sky. Dozens of figures with their throats cut fell to the ground. Have a good trip on the road to the Yellow Springs. Suyi waved her hand to scatter the blood on her fan. Then, she turned and left. 300 miles away, night fell. In the forest, a bonfire danced. In front of the bonfire, two women sat quietly, not saying a word. After a long time, she looked up at the woman in front of her and whispered, Why don't we split up? Hong Wulei was startled. He shook his head gently and refused the former's request. Since they had met, before they found the young master, they would live and die together. Now that the ancient road had entered its darkest period, no one could guarantee their survival. Her young noble had given her a new lease of life, so no matter what, she couldn't leave Ruoshi alone. In the distance, three powerful illusory figures stood tall. They had followed him all the way here, quietly waiting for Mo Gates' ninth disciple to appear. It seems that the Red King and the ninth son of the Mahist sect are old acquaintances. For him to risk his life to protect his maid is truly extraordinary, said the Z-Way Star Zone's manager. Are we to attack? Asked the All-Heaven Starfield's head. Not yet. Venerated Ing Qiong shook his head and reminded, the Ji family's daughter has always been paying attention to the Red King's whereabouts. She has secretly helped him several times. Once we attack, she will very likely intervene. Just temporarily stop her. Although the Ji family can't be easily provoked, as long as nothing happens to Ji Yuqing, the Ji family won't make a big fuss over such a small matter, said the All-Heaven Starfield's manager. There's no need for that. The Z-Way Star Zone's manager interrupted. Our target is Mo Gates' ninth disciple. Now that the ancient road has entered its final stage, no one can guarantee its safety. As long as Mo Gates' ninth disciple really cares about this woman, he will definitely appear. Venerated Ing Qiong suddenly frowned. He flipped his hands and looked at the battle 300 miles away from the two women. How is this possible? Venerated Ing Qiong waved his hand and the battle appeared in front of them. What entered their eyes was a vermilion ground. The leaving silhouette was abnormally powerful. Strange, who is that person? Asked the All-Heaven Starfield. I've never seen him before. With his strength, he's not inferior to King Mo Gates' ninth disciple. Venerated Ing Qiong replied. Since the second half of the ancient road had begun, some hidden experts had gradually revealed themselves. Now, several king-level experts had appeared. The ancient battlefield can only be opened by the heavenly chosen. It's about time for him to appear, said the Z-Way Star Zone's manager. Who could it be? King Mo Gates' ninth disciple? Hopefully, nothing will happen to him in this chaotic situation, said the All-Heaven Starfield's manager with a grave expression. Since he's the heavenly chosen, he won't die so easily. According to the heavenly signs, the ancient battlefield will reopen in this era. We only need to wait. The only thing we need to pay attention to is not to let Mo Gates' ninth disciple destroy the entire ancient road, said venerated Ing Cheong. Venerable Ing Cheong said in a deep voice. Amongst the younger generation experts, only the ninth disciple of Mo Gate possessed strength that was absolutely above everyone else. Such a variable was something that they should be wary of. The All-Heaven Starfield's manager was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Say, could Mo Gates' ninth disciple be the heavenly chosen?" Absolutely impossible. The Z-Way Star Zone's manager shook his head. Mo Gates' ninth disciple's karma is extremely terrifying. From this, it can be seen what kind of killing he has done. He is a great sinner and is abandoned by the heavens. He will never be chosen. It's truly a miracle that he's still alive today, said venerated Ing Cheong. Disregarding grudges and grudges, that child's tenacity far surpasses that of ordinary people. If he can break through the heavenly fate of mortals, his future will be limitless. Unfortunately, the will of the heavens is the will of the heavens. He has obtained 2 immortal swords and a divine spirit source. His attainments in the sword have reached the pinnacle. His battle power is comparable to the peak of the corporeal realm, or even the true realm. Yet, he is still unable to step into the immortal realm. To those geniuses with extraordinary talent, this step is not too difficult. But to him, it's an insurmountable moat, said the Z-Way Star Zone's manager calmly. The heavenly Tao is fair. If he's unsuitable, then he's unsuitable. If he insists on going against the heavens, then he'll have to taste his own bitter consequences, said the All-Heaven Starfield's manager coldly. As the 3 of them conversed, an evil aura filled the distant mountain forest. The bonfire was immediately extinguished. The sudden killing intent caused Hong Wulei and Ruo Shi's expressions to change. It was as if they had fallen into ice, and they felt chills all over their bodies. Hong Wulei came back to his senses and immediately rushed into the depths of the mountain forest with Ruo Shi without hesitation. You can't escape. Yen Jiushi, dressed in black, walked out from the evil aura. His killing intent was biting cold, and it shook the heavens and the earth. Not far away, Ji Yuqing felt the evil aura in front of her. Her expression froze, and she immediately rushed forward. God's bloodline, it's not your turn yet. Wait for a while. As he spoke, a figure in purple appeared with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He blocked the path ahead. Seeing this, Ji Yuqing's expression sank. This is troublesome. In the mountain forest, Yen Jiushi blocked the path. His murderous aura was far more oppressive than the experts of the younger generation. Seeing that the path ahead was blocked, Hong Wulei let out a light shout. His true yuan rose from his body. Suddenly, the king weapon rose into the sky. A blood-red furnace floated between heaven and earth. Waves of fire surged out and drowned the mountain forest. The king weapon appeared, and the king's ring responded. The red light shone brightly, illuminating the night. The next moment, the sword fell into Hong Wulei's hand. The sword moved and broke through the sky. I hate people who use swords the most in my life. Yen Jiushi snorted coldly. He turned his palm and gathered his evil yuan. Without dodging, he blocked the former's sword. In the confrontation between sword and palm, Hong Wulei's expression became more and more heavy. He didn't want to fight for a long time. The fire on his sword was extremely strong. He wanted to cut open a way out. Fight with your life? You are not qualified. Yen Jiushi took half a step forward. Black chi rolled around his body. His violent evil yuan soared into the sky, shaking 1,000 miles. The two moves collided, and a tragic collision occurred. The aftermath of the impact sent Hong Wulei's figure flying more than 10 feet away. The corner of his mouth was overflowing with blood. Dozens of miles away, the white-clothed figure who had been paying attention to the battle frowned. Red light emerged from her body and condensed into a shape. Her appearance and aura changed. In an instant, Hong Wulei appeared in the battle. Without saying a word, she turned her palm and gathered her evil yuan. With a bang, she sent both of them out of the battle. Before she could speak, she looked at Hong Wulei's back with excitement in her eyes. Although her appearance and aura had changed, the Love Gu's reaction would never be wrong. Reckless. Seeing someone blocking the way, Yan Jioshi's expression turned cold. He gathered evil yuan in his palm and rushed toward the former. At the same time, in the distant void, honored sage Ing Qiong narrowed his eyes and said, "He has appeared. This person is, go ahead." The Ziwei Starfield's manager nodded. It was indeed that child. Although he had deliberately concealed his aura, they could still feel a trace of familiarity with their cultivation. "I thought he would hide for a while longer. It seems that I have overestimated him. This time let me do it." The All Heaven Starfield's manager sneered. He took a step forward and rushed forward. "Are we not going to help?" asked honored sage Ing Qiong. "No need. Last time, it was because someone helped that honored Luo Jia died in battle. Now, there is only Mo Gates' 9th son." The All Heaven Starfield's manager replied. In the mountain forest, the phoenix body blocked Yan Jioshu. The battle situation changed again. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, covering the sky and moon. The All-Heaven honored sage walked out from the clouds. Without saying a word, the wind and clouds turned into a palm and slammed down. True realm. Seeing the figure that appeared in the sky, Yan Jioshu narrowed his eyes. He no longer continued to fight and quickly retreated. Mo Gates' 9th son, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. The all-heaven honored sage's figure landed and looked at the young man before him coldly. "You were able to recognize me even like this." "Admirable," said Ning Chen indifferently. Red light rose from his body and his appearance and aura returned to normal. "Pay with your life for honored Luo Jia." After saying that, the all-heaven honored sage's figure rushed out. A golden sword appeared in his hand. It was 3 feet long and had 4 edges. The sword flickered with golden light. It was the first time the world had seen such a strange divine weapon. Ning Chen waved his hand and Zhu Xian appeared. Baleful aura lingered as the battle began. Clanging sounds of swords rang out. The immortal sword met with the strange sword. Chapter 735. In the forest at night, a battle broke out at the peak. The phoenix body met the real realm. The battle of immortal swords and unorthodox weapons appeared for the first time in the human world. The sharpness of the god of sharpness in all 4 directions was sharp and fierce in its attacks. It was powerful and deadly. Ning Chen's footsteps spun, and his immortal sword met the attack head-on. Boundless baleful qi swirled around him. His sword moved at extreme speed, and under the night sky, it was hard to distinguish. In the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had been exchanged. Hong Yi's sword moved faster and faster. The man and the sword disappeared, leaving only the flashing red light between heaven and earth. To be so capable at such a young age, Luo Jia's death was not unjust. The all-heavens venerate snorted coldly. The divine blade in his hand glowed brightly, and golden blades separated from the divine blade and circled around him to block the sword light. With a clang, Zhu Xian shook the divine sharpness. Chaotic sword qi vibrated out, and the golden sword turned into streaks of golden light that swept toward the former. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He took a step back and retreated 300 meters. However, the sword followed him like a shadow, and he couldn't avoid it. With a si-la sound, vermilion splashed out. A golden edge brushed past his shoulder, bringing with it a waterfall of dazzling blood. The all-heavens are stronger than they were 100 years ago, Ing Cheong the Venerable said from afar. Although the ninth son of the Mahist sect has amazing attainments in the way of the sword, he has only been cultivating for a short period of time. His foundation is ordinary. Even if he has the support of the immortal sword, the chances of him defeating the all-heavens is less than 1 in 100, said the manager of the Ziwei Star Zone. Venerable Ing Cheong nodded and said, after this battle, it's time to take back the immortal trapping sword. The last time I lent it out, that old fellow was extremely dissatisfied. While the two of them were talking, the battle situation in the distance changed again. Red light filled the sky as the immortal entrapment was born. Boundless killing intent surged and spread hundreds of miles away. With the support of the two swords, the battle prowess of the phoenix body became even stronger. Her black hair turned red, and she stood tall in the divine realm. With a bang, the sword light shook the heavens and the earth. Below the two of them, the mountain collapsed. The cracks continued to extend, reaching thousands of feet below. At the bottom of the mountain, the earth flame rocks tumbled. Scorching heat waves rushed out along with the cracks, and the forest within 100 miles instantly turned into a sea of fire. Seeing this, the two swords in Ning Chen's hands became extremely powerful. They absorbed the primordial fire power between heaven and earth and reproduced the martial arts of the heavenly tomes. 9 suns burning the heavens. The divine suns that rose into the sky lit up the night sky. The void rumbled as huge cracks appeared. In the next moment, the 9 suns turned into swords that fell from the sky. The all-heavens venerate frowned slightly as he took a step forward to avoid the sword streams. After 100 steps, the golden light around him regained its sharpness, and he slashed out with his sword. The sword moves collided with each other, creating a terrifying scene as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in. The divine sharp sword light broke through the endless sword flow and swept forward. Sky Breaker. Ning Chen waved the Zhu Xian sword in his hand. The sword cut through the air and scattered the remaining force. The world-shocking sword incantation was the only true realm venerable on the sword. They fought until the heavens fell and the earth fell. 100 li, 1,000 li, and a sandstorm raged. In the distance, the purple-robed man in front of Ji Yuqing left. He didn't want to face the true realm experts of the various starfields. Outside of the battlefield, Ji Yuqing was observing the battle quietly. She narrowed her eyes. Something was not right. Although the person who tried to kill her back then looked the same, his aura and moves were different from the person in front of her. Was it a disguise, or was someone trying to frame him? Just which one was the true 9th disciple of Mo Gate? Dragon Sparrow Transformation. The battle was white-hot. The azure dragon coiled around and broke through the air, borrowing its strength. The vermilion bird followed behind, its sword intent rumbling, and its divine might shocking the world. The all-heavens venerate scattered the azure dragon's sword chi with a flip of his palm. His figure flashed forward, and the 4 divine sharp swords pierced through the vermilion bird's body. Black Tortoise Defense. The Zhu Xian sword soared through the sky and the black tortoise appeared. It had an absolute defense and blocked the divine sharp swords. Too weak. The swords collided and the black tortoise collapsed. In an instant, the all-heavens venerate arrived before him. His sword pierced through the wind and clouds like lightning, stabbing towards the former's heart. At the moment of crisis, the immortal trapping sword soared. Its red light flourished and blocked the divine sharp swords. A huge force came and a smear of red splattered. His red clothes were dyed with blood, making him look even redder. Ning Chen didn't seem to feel it. He held his sword even tighter. His blood didn't stop flowing, and neither did the sword's momentum. The clanging of swords in the night sky didn't stop for even a moment. The killing light under the moonlight was dazzling and bleak as it cut open bottomless ravines. Although there was a gap in the foundation of the top-level sword technique, with the help of the immortal sword, the battle was barely in a stalemate. The knowing destiny state cultivator was at a disadvantage. His injuries gradually accumulated. Blood flowed from the hand holding the sword. It was never easy to go against the heavens and kill the immortal sword. In the distance, the two-star region venerates watched the battle quietly. Neither of them intervened. It was not a glorious thing to attack a junior. If they joined forces again, it would be beneath their status as venerates of a region. In the stalemate, although the all-heavens venerates had the upper hand, they couldn't completely suppress the opponent. Facing the knowing destiny state cultivator with the help of the immortal sword, they didn't dare to be distracted for a moment. This boy's attainments in the sword are really terrifying. His talent is ordinary, but he can find a way to improve his strength. It's really rare. If our disciples had such great perseverance, we wouldn't have to worry about the prosperity of our sect. Ing Cheong Venerate sighed softly. When the world is prosperous, there must be some monstrous powerhouses. However, this whetstone is too much better than the younger generation. Otherwise, it would be a pity to kill him like this, the Ziwei Star Region manager said calmly. Ing Cheong Venerate nodded. If this boy's strength wasn't so shocking, he would indeed be the best whetstone. No matter how monstrous a talent was, he still needed opponents and training in the process of growth. Their sect didn't lack geniuses. What they lacked were geniuses who could grow after experiencing hardship. However, when a whetstone was hard enough to easily break a sword, there was no need for it to exist. In the forest at night, fire burned the city walls. Earth fire surged and waves of heat surged. All that could be seen was scorched earth. At the last moment of the battle, the two people had pushed their cultivation to the limit. Every move they made had the power to destroy the world. On the other side of the battle, Ji Yuqing watched this amazing battle. She couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. It was hard to believe that there was someone in the younger generation who was so terrifyingly powerful. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. A true realm expert was already the ruler of a region. In an era where fourth realm experts didn't appear, true realm experts were the strongest in this world. The younger generation had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was harder than ascending the heavens to fight a true realm expert who had lived for countless years. Nirvana. In the battle, rumbling sword intent soared into the sky. The final move was about to arrive. Heaven and earth were swords. It was a magnificent scene. Hong Yi stepped forward and leaped into the sky. Immortal execution reflected the moon. Rays of sword light crisscrossed and fell from the sky. Seeing this, the venerate sneered. Divine Edge spun rapidly. He took a step forward and rushed forward to meet the swords. The final move collided. Broken swords filled the eyes. With a bang, the Divine Edge broke through Nirvana and pierced through his body. Arg! A muffled groan sounded. Scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. He waved Immortal Execution and forcefully counterattacked. I admire you for being able to fight with me until now. However, it's over. Taking the initiative, the venerate flipped his palm and pushed away the immortal sword. His palm condensed vast origin energy and a powerful palm force slammed into Ning Chen's chest. Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. Hong Yi flew out. The mountain shook and the earth shook as she fell down the mountain. Earth fire surged and a heat wave soared into the sky, instantly engulfing Hong Yi. Not good. The venerate's expression changed slightly. He stepped forward and rushed down the mountain. However, his hesitation was too late. Under the mountain, the heavily injured and dying knowing destiny fell into the lava and disappeared in an instant. In front of the earth fire, the venerate stopped and looked at Mo Gate's ninth disciple who was swallowed by the lava. His expression sank. He had been careless. The battle was over. In the distance, two auras flashed. They came forward and asked, "Where are the immortal swords?" They fell into the earth fire due to a moment of carelessness, the venerate said. This is troublesome. Ing Cheong frowned. This world is special. The earth fire below extends for hundreds of thousands of miles and is bottomless. It won't be easy to find the two immortal swords. Our cultivation bodies are consumed too quickly in the earth fire. We can't hold on for too long. Call Venerate Ling Su over. His cultivation body is of the fire attribute, so he should be able to do the job, the Ziwei Star Zone's manager suggested. That's the only way. The Venerate nodded. Let's leave first, said the man in charge of the Ziwei Star Zone. Then, he disappeared into the night. Ing Qiong and the other two Venerates followed and left together. Not long after the three left, a purple light flashed and Ji Yuqing arrived. She frowned as she looked at the surging lava below. After standing there for a moment, Ji Yuqing turned and left. The night deepened and a cold wind blew. It was a desolate scene. The mountain forest that was riddled with holes finally calmed down. Su Yi walked over with a white fan and a silk scarf. Her expression was as calm as water. At this moment, the earth fire surged and specks of red light flew out and entered Su Yi's body. I'll leave the rest to you. Su Yi nodded and then walked away. Hundreds of miles away, Ji Yuqing walked faster and faster. She couldn't hide the worry on her perfect face. Before that Star Zone Venerate had attacked, she had clearly sensed that the Red King was in danger. If the one who had died just now was the ninth son of Mo Gate, then the person who had appeared to kill the Red King and attacked her was intentionally trying to frame her. But when did the ancient path have so many powerful experts? In other words, if the person who had attacked her was the ninth son of Mo Gate, then the expert who had died just now was someone else. After thinking for a long time, Ji Yuqing still couldn't figure it out. She suddenly stopped and looked to the east, frowning. There really was no end to this. Come out. Ji Yuqing's expression was cold. Two people walked out of the cold wind. One was dressed in black and the other in plain clothes. They had different faces and different auras. Mo Gate's ninth son. Seeing that loathsome face again, Ji Yuqing's eyes flickered coldly. She became even more vigilant. I let you escape last time. You won't be so lucky today, said Yan Jiushi coldly. What about you? Who are you? Ji Yuqing looked at the plain-clothed youth. I'm from White Jade Capital. I just happened to be passing by. Please go ahead. The plain-clothed youth glanced at the familiar face of the black-clothed youth and smiled. He walked away, leaving the two of them alone. The battle was about to begin. The tension could erupt at any moment. The plain-clothed youth opened his white fan and gently waved it. Wind and fire appeared. Brother, you can change your face. When I came just now, I just happened to see Mo Gate's ninth son die in battle. Disguising yourself as someone who's already dead isn't too auspicious, said the plain-clothed youth. Chapter 736. In the wilderness, Yan Jiushi once again blocked the god bloodline. Su Yi appeared at the same time, watching quietly. Who are you? Ji Yuqing's expression was ice-cold as she said in a cold voice. Yan Jiushi looked at the man not far away, unable to hide the killing intent in his eyes. Evil chi spread, and Yan Jiushi returned to his original appearance. His face was covered in black patterns, showing no emotion. Su Yi's eyes flashed when she saw the familiar black patterns. She stood there silently. The two experts clashed, and the divine scroll appeared again. Ji Yuqing used her ultimate move, and her god bloodline rose, shining with purple light. Divine scroll, divine dance of the heavens. The moment the earth-shattering heavenly book martial technique appeared, the 8 stars appeared in the night sky. The boundless power of the stars fell from the sky with a majestic divine might. Not far away, Su Yi's eyes flashed when she saw this. The divine scroll was indeed worthy of being a heavenly book. Yan Jiushi didn't dodge. Evil chi surged around his body like a dragon or tiger, and a powerful pressure rose rapidly, blocking the star power. The two moves clashed, and the shockwaves caused the stars to collapse. Evil chi broke through the air and swept forward. Ji Yuqing stepped lightly, avoiding the shockwaves. She waved her hand, and a purple ribbon flew out. It was soft and gentle, and it scattered the evil chi. Unstoppable divine master! The purple ribbon spread, splitting the sky and the sea. Ji Yuqing didn't want to drag this battle out, so she used another ultimate move. Her god bloodline's power surged, and her might became stronger. Yan Jiusher's eyes narrowed, and black chi surrounded his body. He took a step forward and attacked first. The two forces clashed at close range, and the ground couldn't withstand the extreme power. It collapsed. Blood flowed from the corner of Ji Yuqing's mouth, and she was at a disadvantage. Enough, stop. Brother, you're a man, but you're bullying a woman. It's against your status as a king. Seeing that the situation was clear, the corners of the plain-clothed figure's mouth curled up slightly. Yan Jiusher snorted coldly, and his palm energy split, and the surging evil chi slammed toward the talkative person. The clear sunly fire in Su Yi's hand flashed, and it silently dissolved the evil chi. An expert. Yan Jiusher glanced at Yi Futian from the corner of his eyes, and his expression turned serious. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Yi Futian. Evil chi gathered on his palm, and a mighty palm strike came at Yi Futian. With a loud explosion, Bai Yi flipped her palm and also met the attack with a palm. Immediately, the sand was like a raging wave that rose tens of thousands of feet high. Who are you? When Yan Jiusher and Xiao Chen looked at each other coldly, Yan Jiusher pushed his palm origin even further. Bai Yujing, just a scholar. The white-clothed figure's expression was the same as before. She turned her white fan and flames filled the sky as she casually made a move. Seeing this, Yan Jiusher turned his feet and avoided the fire wave. He turned his palm into a fist and punched the sky. The white fan moved again, not yielding an inch, shocking the world, once again responding to the attack. With a loud rumble, the heavens and earth became boundless. In close combat, moves were simplified, and only relying on their foundation and cultivation, neither of them took half a step back. Move after move bombarded each other, and the aftershocks shook the heavens and earth within 100 miles, as if they were being punished by the heavens. All life was destroyed. There's actually an expert like you on the ancient road? I'm truly surprised. After exchanging several moves, Yan Jiusher found it difficult to gain the upper hand. His eyes became even colder. We're the same. Brother, you can't kill me, so why waste time here? Ning Chen flipped his palm and shook off the battle, smiling gently. Yan Jiusher snorted coldly and instantly retreated. Bai Yujing, I look forward to meeting you in life and death. The voice that echoed in the night was emotionless and cold. The night wind blew gently, stirring up a strand of sand that reflected the vermilion dots. It was so beautiful. Thank you for your help, Sir Bai. Ji Yuqing suppressed the surging blood chi in her body and stepped forward, bowing gracefully. Miss, you're too courteous. It was nothing. Ning Chen closed his white fan and smiled. I will remember Sir Bai's kindness today, and will definitely repay you in the future. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Ji Yuqing once again bowed politely before turning and leaving. That person might come back at any moment. Miss, you're injured and traveling alone is dangerous. Why don't I travel with you? We can take care of each other on the way, Ning Chen suggested. Ji Yuqing hesitated, but after a while, she nodded slightly and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, sir. Ning Chen saw her hesitation, but he didn't point it out. He smiled faintly and walked forward. It was impossible for anyone not to have any doubts about what had happened today. A pure hero saving a damsel in distress? It was just a beautiful fairy tale. Ji Yuqing had seen far too much cruelty on the ancient road. If she really trusted someone of unknown origins so easily, she wouldn't have lived until now. May I know your name? Ning Chen asked under the moonlight. Ji Yuqing replied. So it's the Clear Prince. Nice to meet you, Ning Chen smiled gently. Sir Bai must be joking. Who dares to call themselves king in front of you? Ji Yuqing said softly. Miss Ji, there's no need to be so polite. I know you're suspicious of my identity, but I can guarantee you that I have no ill intentions, Ningchen said seriously. Ji Yuqing fell silent and didn't reply. Miss Ji, do you know the identity of that person from before? Why did he attack you? Ningchen asked. I don't know. Ji Yuqing shook her head. I've never met him, so there's no enmity between us. However, from his words, he should have come for the Ji family's bloodline. Ning Chen's expression changed. The bloodline of a deity? This person's strength is extraordinary. Even a corporeal realm expert might not necessarily be his match. Miss Ji, you should be more careful in the future. It's us who have been narrow-minded. Ji Yuqing sighed. Today I've learned that there are always people stronger than me. Miss, there's no need to belittle yourself. A difference of one day on the path of cultivation is like the difference between heaven and earth. That person from before and even that ninth son of Mahist sect have cultivated for nearly 100 years. In a few more years, we'll surpass the qualifications to enter the ancient road. Miss, you've already achieved so much at such a young age. Your future is limitless, Ning Chen smiled. Ji Yuqing collected her thoughts, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Young Master Bai is truly someone who knows how to comfort others. Thank you. It's not comfort. I'm just speaking the truth. Scholars never lie. Ning Chen said with a smile. Ji Yuqing chuckled and said, Then why have you been concealing your strength? Could it be that you always win people over with virtue? Ha! Ning Chen chuckled. It's not that I want to hide it. I'm friends with the Red King. In the past, whenever something happened, it was the Red King who solved it. The Red King. Ji Yuqing narrowed her eyes and asked, You know the Red King, Master Bai? We've known each other for a long time. Ning Chen casually replied. Anyway, that girl Wulei disliked communicating with others. No matter what he said, Ji Yuqing couldn't verify it. What a coincidence. Ji Yuqing's smile grew wider. I was just looking for the Red King. With your help, it'll be even faster. Hundreds of miles away, two women were walking together. She was supporting the injured woman. Her face was full of worry. Wulei, stop and heal first. She said. Wulei shook her head and looked into the distance. Tears flashed in her eyes. After searching for so many years, she finally saw him again. She couldn't catch up with the changes in the central state. This time, no matter what, she would not let him face all the dangers alone. I planted the love voodoo in Sir. If something happens to him, I will sense it. Your injury is not light. If you don't heal, even if you find Sir, he will only be worried. She advised again. Wulei didn't answer, but her stumbling footsteps never stopped. She was still the stubborn girl in the past. When the cold moon shone in the sky, in the distance, two figures stepped forward. They looked so familiar. That is, Sir. She looked startled and shocked. Girl, long time no see. Ning Chen walked over with a smile on his face. Seeing the person coming, even if the appearance was changed, the familiar feeling was still very clear. Wulei could no longer suppress the tears in her eyes and dripped down. The body that hadn't knelt for more than 10 years finally knelt down. The grace of rebirth was hard to taste in this life. Well, you are now a king. Why are you still like a little girl? Get up quickly. Don't let Miss Ji laugh at you. Ning Chen went up to help the former up and chuckled softly. Wulei raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. A smile appeared on her delicate face. After so many years, Sir still hasn't changed at all. On the side, Ji Yuqing recovered from the shock. In any case, she didn't expect that the famous Red Monarch would kneel to a young man like a maid. Sir Bai, how are you? She saw the former's face and smiled playfully. Oh Miss Shi, how are you? I haven't seen you for many years. You have become more and more beautiful. Ning Chen smiled and cooperated. Hearing the conversation between the two, Wulei reacted. She looked at the woman in purple on the side, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. It seems that this clear monarch is very useful to Sir. Red Monarch, thank you for that day. Ji Yuqing stepped forward and said softly. Compared with the man beside her whose strength and origin were difficult to discern, the Red Monarch in front of her was obviously more trustworthy. Wulei smiled, pointed to the former, and then pointed to herself. She made a few difficult gestures. Ji Yuqing's eyes showed a puzzled look. Wulei invites Miss to go together. One more person means one more person to take care of each other, Ning Chen explained. Wulei nodded slightly, and her bright eyes showed a look of expectation. This, Ji Yuqing hesitated again. Originally, she only came here to confirm whether this white Jie Jing had been lying. She always felt that this person was too mysterious and difficult to understand. Seeing the former hesitating, Wulei stepped forward and put the former's hand on her meridians. Sensing the Red Monarch's injury, Ji Yuqing sighed in her heart and nodded. Okay. Next to her, Ning Chen looked at Wulei's action and smiled gently. After all, this was his girl. She knew to share the young master's burden. Sir, is Wulei's injury okay? Ruoshi was still a little worried and asked. It's fine. I have just checked. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Ning Chen replied. Chapter 737. On the ancient starry sky path, a majestic hall floated up and down. Inside the hall, experts from various starfields stood, their powerful auras unfathomable. Supremacy Ziwei, why have you called us here? Asked Shinji. Mahist Sek's ninth son is dead, but the two swords fell into the lava. Do you have any ideas? Asked Supremacy Ziwei. Shinji frowned. Mahist Sek's ninth son is dead? I did it myself. There's no mistake. Shinji, there's no need to doubt it, said Supremacy Ziwei. We can't lose the immortal slaying and immortal trapping swords. However, the lava below the ancient path is unusual. It won't be easy to find them, said Supremacy Ziwei. I'll do it. Supremacy Lingshu said calmly. Among all the supremacies present, he was the only one with a fire attribute body. Rather than letting others speak, he might as well do it himself. Supremacy Lingshu, it won't be easy for you to find them alone. I'll go and help you, said the Waning Moon Housemaster, who had been silent all this time. That's good. I'll have to trouble you too, said Supremacy Ziwei. Aside from the matter of the swords, we also need to deal with those three mysterious experts from the unknown world as soon as possible. Can we find any traces of them? Asked Supremacy Skymist. We can only see that they're still on the ancient path, but we can't see their exact whereabouts, replied Shinji. These people's strength and schemes aren't something ordinary people can compare to. If we want to find them, we need to plan carefully, said Supremacy Jinyao. Since they're on the ancient path, their goal is very likely the same as ours. We need to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable, reminded Supremacy Ziwei. Ziwei, all heaven, Ing Qiong, since your main bodies are already on the ancient path, you'll be in charge of this matter, suggested Supremacy Skymist. All right. Supremacy Ziwei nodded. This matter couldn't be ignored. They had to find a way to solve it. Everyone, go back to work. The ancient battlefield is about to open. Supremacies, please prepare yourselves. Understood. The supremacies left one after another. House Master. At the last moment, Shinji called out to her. House Master, you took the initiative to go to the ancient path. Could it be that you really want to help us find the swords? Is there anything else? The Dawn Moon Brothel Master stopped and asked. Tower Master, you also believe that Mo Gate's ninth son is dead? Shinji asked with a slight frown. How can it be wrong when the venerables of the All Heavens personally said it? The Waning Moon Tower's master said indifferently. Hearing this, Shinji looked at the person in front of him. After a while, he said seriously, Tower Lord, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. All this time, you have been paying more attention to this child than anyone else. If this child were to fall like this, wouldn't all of your efforts be wasted? Compared to the opening of the ancient battlefield, the sacrifice of anyone is not worth mentioning. Shunji, there's no need to probe any further. The death of Mo Gate's 9th disciple is already an indisputable fact. Now we should shift our attention to proper business. The opening of the ancient battlefield is at hand, and whether or not we can obtain the immortal karma will depend on this. After saying that, the Dawn Moon House mistress didn't stay any longer. Her figure dissipated and disappeared. Shunji frowned again. Mistress of the Dawn Moon Tower, what are you thinking? In Jinsei City, on the 2nd floor of the Dawn Moon Tower, the Bright Room's door opened. The Dawn Moon Tower's master, who was dressed in a silver-gray cloak, walked out. She had starry eyes and sharp eyebrows. Her usual gentleness was gone, and her cold face was expressionless. The aura around her was sharp and powerful. Hongluan, I'm going out. You stay and watch the restaurant, the Waning Moon brothel master said, and then she walked out. On the high platform, Hongluan, who was playing the zither, was startled. Looking at the departing figure of the Dawn Moon Tower, her eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Usually, the Tower Lord would bring her along when she went out. Why did she leave alone this time? At the same time, in the sky above Sinuan Sky City in the vast ancient world, a spatial passage opened. A young man in silver walked in. His incomparably noble aura was like that of a god, making people not dare to look at him directly. Not long after, tens of thousands of miles away, the space swirled and the silver-clothed figure walked out, appearing on the ancient road. Jiosher, how's the matter? The silver-clothed man asked. It's not going well. Yen Jiosher looked at the newcomer and honestly said, a new expert has appeared on the ancient road. His strength is unfathomable, especially his foundation, which is beyond imagination. When I was trying to kill the god's bloodline, I was stopped by this person and failed on the verge of success. Even you can't test his ability. It seems that this is a true expert, the silver-clothed man said in surprise. Now that the god's bloodline and the Red King are together with this person, if we want to get rid of them, unless we can deceive the Star Area Venerables and use all of our cultivation, we won't have a chance, Yen Jiosher said seriously. Hearing this, the silver-clothed man pondered for a moment. After a while, he said, it's not impossible to deceive the Star Area Venerables. I can deceive them, but Li Tianxiong isn't here. Can you two guarantee that you can get rid of them in one go? I'm 100% sure, Yen Jiosher replied. That's good. The silver-clothed man nodded and said, I'll deceive them for you for 2 hours. In these 2 hours, you must get rid of these 3 people as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the Star Area Venerables find out, the consequences will be very troublesome. Understood. Yen Jiosher replied again. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, under the bright moon, 3 women and a man were walking together. Beside the young man were 3 women with outstanding appearances. They were like 100 flowers competing with each other. It was hard to look at them. Miss Ruoshi, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Ji Yuqing couldn't help but ask after a while. Clear Prince, please speak. Ruoshi turned her head and said, Aren't you the maid of the 9th son of the Mo clan? Why don't I see any sadness when something happened to your young master? Ji Yuqing asked in confusion. Hearing this, Ruoshi curled the corners of her mouth. After a while, a worried look appeared on her face. She sighed and said, Clear Prince, you don't know this. I was originally a commoner's daughter. When the 9th son of the Mo clan saw that I was pretty, he abducted me and kept me as his maid. He even planted a poison in me to prevent me from escaping. Cough, cough. At the side, when Ning Chen heard this, he couldn't catch his breath and choked to the point of coughing. Hong Wulei quickly patted Ning Chen's back to help him breathe. Ji Yuqing also found it hard to believe. With the 9th son of the Mo clan, there was no need for him to abduct a commoner's daughter, right? If Clear Prince doesn't believe me, you can check it yourself. Ruoshi stretched out her arm. The worry on her face deepened. Ji Yuqing doubtfully reached out to check Ning Chen's vein. Not long after, her beautiful face gradually sank. Scum! Ji Yuqing retracted her hand and said coldly. Being scolded to his face, Ning Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. He touched his nose helplessly and turned to glare at Ruo Shi. This girl is getting bolder and bolder. She even dares to bully my young master. Ruo Shi covered her mouth and smiled. She hugged Ning Chen's arm and said, Young Master Bai, you are so powerful. Can you help me get rid of the poison? I will be your woman in the future. Ji Yuqing frowned unconsciously. She wanted to stop it, but she didn't know much about poison. So, she couldn't do anything. Hong Wulei's face carried an undetectable smile. This time, young master is really going to suffer in silence. I don't know about poison. I don't have the fortune to accept Miss Ruo Shi. Ning Chen angrily shook off the arm that was being hugged and said, Miss Ruo Shi, you don't have to be too discouraged. Although I don't know much about poison, there are elders in my Ji family who are quite knowledgeable about it. After this trip is over, I will take you to my Ji family to solve this problem, Ji Yuqing said seriously. Then, thank you very much, Clear Prince. Ruo Shi stuck out her tongue. It seems the joke was a bit too much. I was just joking a moment ago. Miss Ji doesn't need to worry about this matter. I still have some research on goo poisons. Since Ruo Shi and Wu Lei are friends, I will certainly solve this small matter. Ning Chen's face showed a smile as he spoke. Are you sure? Ji Yuqing was still a little worried. 100%, Ning Chen nodded. At this time, Hong Wulei gently pulled the arm of the person next to him and raised his hand to point forward. Ning Chen looked up and narrowed his eyes. Sky Pillar? This should be the 68th one. The second half of the ancient road didn't branch. So, the ancient immortal domain wasn't far away. Seeing the sky pillar in front of them, Ruo Shi's face flashed with a touch of worry. This is troublesome. Each sky pillar had the power of law, so no one else's name could be written on it. How would the young master leave his name? Ji Yuqing also saw the sky pillar in the distance. She looked at the young man next to her and her eyes flashed. Whether this person was lying or not, she would soon know. Half a quarter of an hour later, 4 people came in front of the 68th sky pillar. The towering sky pillar went straight into the starry sky. On it, the names exuded a powerful aura. Even after countless years, they were still preserved by the power of law. Among them, several names were not unfamiliar. It was recorded in ancient books that once shook the starry sky and were invincible. Ning Chen stood in front of the sky pillar and looked at the names on it, memorizing them one by one. Ruo Shi and Hong Wulei stepped forward one after another to carve their names. Ji Yuqing glanced at the young man next to her and also waved her hand to carve her name. Then, she stood quietly and waited. This young master Bai was a smart person. The thing he lacked the most on the ancient road was trust. Now it was time for them to show their trust. After a moment, Ning Chen came back to his senses and smiled gently. He stepped forward, waved his white fan, and carved his name. White Jade Capital. Seeing this, Ji Yuqing narrowed her eyes. He wasn't lying, but why had she never heard of this name? On the side, Ruo Shi and Hong Wulei looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. They also couldn't see how the young master did it. Didn't the sky pillars on the ancient road only allow one to carve their name? Let's go. Ning Chen turned around and said softly. Then, he continued to walk forward. Ji Yuqing, Ruo Shi, and Hong Wulei came back to their senses and followed with doubt. Not long after the 4 left, cracks appeared on the sky pillar. Starting from the 3 words White Jade Capital, it spread all the way to the top. The next moment, a rumbling sound echoed and the sky pillar collapsed. Chapter 738. On the final stretch of the ancient starry sky path, the 68th heavenly pillar collapsed. This shocking scene left all the young experts who had rushed over speechless. No one knew why a heavenly pillar had collapsed for no reason. This was something that had never happened in the past. The various managers of the various starfields opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the ancient starry sky path. What was going on? At the same time, illusory figures appeared in the last few heavenly cities on the ancient starry sky path. They looked at the 68th heavenly pillar that had collapsed and said, "Immediately go and investigate what happened." Yes. The enforcers in the various heavenly cities respectfully accepted the order and quickly rushed in the direction of the 68th heavenly pillar. Far away, on a mountain peak covered in falling maple leaves, a man in luxurious purple robes stood quietly. Light flashed through his eyes. Who was Bai Yujing? "Shunji, you've been staying at the Divine Secret Peak for a long time. Do you have any plans to come out?" The void rippled, and an illusory figure walked out. "The matter of the ancient path is handled by Ziwei, the various sovereigns, and the other sovereigns. There's no need for me to interfere," said Shinji indifferently. "The ancient battlefield is about to open. Everyone will fight for their own opportunities. The sooner you come out, the higher your chances," reminded the illusory figure. "Becoming an immortal and obtaining the Tao has always been illusory. If it was so easy to become a true immortal, then the 4 immortal realms wouldn't have collapsed in the ancient era, and the true immortals wouldn't have all disappeared," said Shinji calmly. "You don't believe in immortals?" asked the illusory figure. "I only believe in myself," said Shinji indifferently. "What about that adopted daughter of yours?" "Shinji, we've known each other for hundreds of years, and I have some understanding of you. You haven't accepted a disciple for hundreds of years. Why did you accept this girl this time?" questioned the illusory figure. "I don't need to explain my actions to anyone. Baiwe, you didn't come to the Divine Secret Peak just to reminisce about old times, right? Tell me what you came for," said Shinji coldly. "I came to borrow something from you," said the illusory figure. "What is it?" asked Shinji. "The heaven sealing chessboard," replied the illusory figure. Starfall Sky City was one of the last 3 sky cities before the ancient battlefield. The experts of the younger generation were about to arrive. The 9 law enforcers in the city had already arrived many days in advance. Looking at the broken ancient road in front of them, their expressions were grave. The youngsters who set out first are about to arrive. Is there still no way to repair this path? Within the multicolored light, a powerful figure appeared and asked. One of the 9 enforcers stepped forward and respectfully said, "Sovereign, this crack is really too large. Moreover, the power of the laws here is extremely unstable. I'm afraid that at least 2 true stage sovereigns will be needed to repair it. We all have things to do, so it's impossible for us to come here and deal with this matter. We'll just do our best. If we really can't fix it, then let those youngsters find a way to get through it themselves." As he spoke, the figure in the multicolored light gradually dissipated, and a moment later, it disappeared. Thousands of miles away, the night sky was dotted with stars. A bonfire danced. 3 women sat in front of the bonfire, using the light of the fire to warm their bodies. After cultivating for dozens of years, he was no longer afraid of heat and cold. However, in front of this initial fire, he could still feel a trace of indescribable warmth. Not far from the bonfire, Su-Yi stood quietly. She habitually stayed away from the bonfire, and no one knew why. Hong Wulei looked over, and a little brilliance flashed in his eyes. Ruoshi was silent and said nothing. This habit of the young master was not just a day or 2. It had been like this since he was still a Marquis of Great Xia. In the study of the Marquis mansion, no fire was lit all year round. In winter it was even colder. If the young master did not allow it, no one dared to light a fire in the study. At first, she did not understand. Later, when the young master was not around, she stayed in the study for a night and finally understood. The night in the study was so cold that it made one unable to feel sleepy. Was the young master tired? There was no doubt. However, the enemies of Great Xia were the world's #1 sage, Fan Lingwei, and the divine continent's #1 martial artist, the eternal night hierarch. How could the young master have any time to rest? Behind the peace of great Xia, who knew how many soldiers had sacrificed, and who knew how many days and nights the young master had risked his life to think of a plan. Facing the two strongest people in the divine continent, even someone as smart as the young master felt strained. Now, great Xia was finally at peace, but the young master still owed a lifetime of kindness. The ghost girl gave up her life and was willing to fall into the darkness forever. This kind of kindness was too heavy. The cold wind blew, and the bonfire flickered violently. The warmth was blown to Suyi's body. Perhaps even the wind couldn't bear it and wanted to warm this exhausted body. Hong Wulei got up, walked to the former's side, and reached out to pull his arm. "Girl, what's wrong?" Ning Chen withdrew his mind and looked at the woman, puzzled. Hong Wulei pulled the former to the bonfire, then pressed his shoulders with both hands and let him sit down. "Young master, rest for a while. With Miss Qing and Wulei here, nothing will happen." "Ruah," she said softly. Ji Yuqing noticed the former's address, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. "Young Master Bai has promised to help me remove the goo poison, so I am now young Master Bai's maid." "Ruah," she explained. Ji Yuqing nodded and didn't think much about it. Ning Chen smiled and glanced at the two girls beside him. "What's wrong? I'm not used to being so good to the young master all of a sudden." Hong Wulei stubbornly pulled the former's arm. Her delicate face was full of persistence. Ning Chen was helpless. He couldn't persuade the girl in front of him, so he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll rest for a while. Call me if there's anything." After speaking, Ning Chen closed his eyes and rested for a while. Hong Wulei and Ruah, she looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. "Wulei, where are you and young Master Bai from?" After half a quarter of an hour, Ji Yuqing felt the man beside Hong Wulei had fallen asleep. She asked the question in her heart. "Tearless City of Central State." Hong Wulei wrote on the ground with a dead branch. Ji Yuqing saw it and frowned slightly. Tearless City, where was this place? She had never heard of it. Which star field is Tearless City in? Ji Yuqing continued to ask. Hong Wulei heard this and looked at Ruah. She also didn't know which star field the inner realm belonged to. Z-Wei star field. Ruah, she replied. She had heard from her young master that the inner realm and Z-Wei star field were connected. If she had to say which star field the inner realm belonged to, it could only be this one. Ji Yuqing nodded and made a mental note. It seemed that when she returned, she would have to carefully investigate this tearless city. For two young experts to come out at once, such an inheritance absolutely couldn't be unknown. At this moment, 300 miles away, the void split open and a young man in silver walked out. He had a handsome face and a noble temperament. His powerful pressure was far superior to that of the executors of the ancient road. Behind the silver-clothed man, two other men walked out. One was in black and the other was in purple. Both of them had a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth. "Is that him?" The silver-clothed man looked at the figure in the distance and asked. "Yes." Yan Jiushi nodded. "From now on, I will conceal the heavenly secrets within 1,000 miles for 2 hours. You two fight quickly. Don't delay," the silver-clothed man said calmly. "Understood." The two of them nodded. Immediately, their figures rushed out and hurried forward. "Someone is coming." Next to the bonfire, Ji Yuqing's body suddenly shook and she looked into the distance. Hearing this, Hong Wulei looked at Ruah and signaled her to take care of the young master. She then stood up. The divine furnace shone brightly and a blood-red light fell down, covering a radius of 10 meters. Hong Wulei walked out and walked forward. Seeing this, Ji Yuqing subconsciously glanced at the sleeping man and also got up to follow. "Red Monarch, these two aren't simple. Be careful." Feeling the heavy pressure from the distance getting closer and closer, Ji Yuqing warned. Hong Wulei nodded, her eyes filled with determination. More than 10 years ago, the young master had protected her time and time again. Now, it was her turn to protect the young master. Young master, do you see? Wule has also grown up. You're no longer alone. Ruah, she looked at the man beside her with a gentle expression. They had been a burden to the young master for 30 years. From now on, they didn't want to be a burden anymore. In the distance, 2 streams of light flashed and soon arrived in front of the group. 300 miles away, the young man in silver raised his right hand and a silver brilliance spread out from his body. A disdainful power spread out and sealed the space. Finally, I don't have to be afraid anymore. The two landed. Yen Jiushi looked at the silver brilliance in the sky with a cold expression. He took half a step forward and released his aura. The evil chi that exploded suddenly rose to the extreme. It was boundless, and it was so powerful that it was shocking. Everyone, I've already greeted you several times. This time, I'll send you on your way. Yen Jiushi coldly said. Time is limited. No need to talk anymore. Let's end this quickly. On the side, the man in purple also unsealed his cultivation. His vast true yuan spread out and reached the peak. Sensing that the two's cultivation far exceeded the true realm, Ji Yuqing's expression changed. Half-step true realm or true realm. How could this be? Hong Wule also felt the powerful pressure from the two, but she refused to budge. Her eyes were unwavering. Under the furnace, Ning Chen opened his eyes and looked at Hong Wule, who was standing outside. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. This girl had indeed grown up. She was no longer the little girl who was at a loss when she encountered danger. Young master. Seeing the former wake up, Ruah, she couldn't hide the worry on her face. No matter what, she didn't expect 2 such terrifying powerhouses to appear here. Wasn't the ancient road only accessible to those who cultivated for less than 100 years? Why didn't the sovereigns discover these 2? It's fine. Young master is here. Ning Chen smiled and softly comforted her. But, seeing the young master about to attack, Ruah, she became even more anxious and tried to stop him. Ruah, she, do you know why I can carve a fake name on heavenly pillar? Ning Chen interrupted the former, stood up, and walked forward. He said indifferently, because since the ancient road existed, your young master has been the strongest person on this ancient road, including those venerables who injected the laws into the heavenly pillars. Chapter 739. Under the cold night sky, Yen Jiushi and Ing Qianjiang joined hands. Evil energy and demonic energy spread out, and their might was shocking. A power that surpassed the corporeal realm was fully released. The biggest black hand of the ancient road appeared once again. Ji Yuqing and Hong Wule had grave expressions. Even though they were kings, they were like duckweed in the rain, on the verge of death. Wule, step back. Young master will feel ashamed to let a girl stand in front of him. As the voice spoke, a plain-clothed person walked to the front with a gentle expression. When Hong Wule saw the former walk out, he was stunned at first. Then, he showed an anxious expression. Let young master deal with it. Ruah, she stepped forward and shook her head gently. Ji Yuqing narrowed her eyes, feeling that something was wrong. Miss Qing, let's withdraw first. Ruah, she looked at the clear prince and reminded him. Then, without saying anything else, she pulled Wule, who was beside her, and retreated from the battle. Ji Yuqing hesitated for a moment. Then, she stepped forward and left. In the battle, Yen Jiushi and Ing Qianjiang did not stop her. They knew that their greatest opponent today was the plain-clothed youth before them. The other 3 were not a concern. Gentlemen, please. As soon as the request for battle was made, snow fell around plainclothed. Amid the snow, the clear sunly fire fan swayed. The white flame in the snow was dazzling. When the 2 saw this, they no longer hesitated. Their figures flashed, and they started the battle. The first move, the might of the heavens dispelled the wind and clouds, causing gods to descend into the mortal world. The moves of the 3 of them collided, causing boundless torrents to sweep out with shocking aftershock that caused waves to sweep out, and its world-shocking might instantly destroyed the heavens and the earth and the surroundings, causing mountains to move and the earth to move. The clear sunly fire fan danced in the wind and snow. Plain-clothed, who was as immovable as a mountain, had an unparalleled foundation. She did not show any weakness when facing two experts working together. Expert. After the first move, everyone knew. Yan Jiushi gathered his evil energy with a flip of his palm. Immediately, a violent sandstorm spread out in all directions. The shocking might swept through the sky in clouds. Furious lightning fell from the sky, supporting the might of the ultimate move. The evil king's moves were ruthless. A vigorous might greeted the opponent head-on. Everywhere the move passed, the void turned into darkness. When the ultimate move arrived, plain-clothed did not dodge. Instead, the dark yellow light around her flourished. The ground seemed to sense it, and the ground shook violently. This is a heavenly book? Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing was shocked. She looked at the figure in the battle with disbelief. The tomes of arcane appeared. Dust billowed and the earth bulged. It helped the knowing destiny state to resist the extreme move of the evil vitality. With a loud rumble, the earth in all directions sank. Yan Jiushi took half a step back as the blood and qi in his body surged violently. What a strong foundation! The moment the two separated, lightning flashed. Ning Qianjiang gathered all his demonic qi and attacked with a killing move. Ning Chen's expression turned cold as he unfurled the white fan in his right hand. Flames rose from it as he countered the attack with attack. Close combat, murderous intent. Cold light flickered in the wind. Was it fast or was it fast? Speed? I'll keep you company. Ning Chen clenched his left hand and Yan Qing came out of the sheath. The next moment, Bai Yi moved first. The blade of pleasure was unrestrained. In terms of speed, knowing destiny never lost to anyone. Clashing lights flashed continuously in the night sky. Demonic qi surged like roaring thunder. Bai Yi flashed like a rainbow breaking through the sky. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged 100 moves. Before the outcome was clear, Yan Jiushi shouted. His evil vitality condensed into a black spear. Black dragon qi spread out and entered the battle again. The white fan shook the dragon qi. On the other side, Yan Qing blocked the lightning. Bai Yi, who stood in the air, shouted. Her body glowed brightly and forced the two back. Such a shocking ability shocked the two. Since when did such a terrifying expert appear on the ancient road? Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing was also shocked. Could someone who had cultivated for less than 100 years reach such a level? Be careful. This person is no weaker than those star domain venerables. Yan Jiushi reminded and stepped into the air. Black demonic qi coiled around him. Dragon roars resounded. The evil soldier dragon soul's aura rose to its peak. On the ground, Ning Qianjiang also gathered his demonic qi. A white sword appeared in the rumbling thunder. The thunder made the world tremble. After an instant, the two figures disappeared at the same time. The black dragon broke through the clouds and the thunder crisscrossed. Is this all the schemes you've been scheming for so long? Ning Chen swung his saber to block the sword. At the same time, he gathered his extreme essence on his white fan and faced the evil dragon soul's power head-on. The four weapons clashed. Turbulence surged. Wind blew sand and stones. The two experts' auras rose. They worked together to kill the first person on the ancient road. Evil Dragon Overture, Birth Nether devours the heavens. After exchanging blows for a long time, Yan Jiushi found it difficult to gain the upper hand. He forcibly destroyed the evil vitality in the spear and absorbed the dragon's soul back into his body. Demonic marks immediately appeared on his face, and his aura rose again. Black spear light tore through the air. The evil vitality surged, and a dragon roared in the wild. This was a desperate move. Its might was incomparably strong. Wherever the evil vitality passed, the void disappeared and ice melted. When Ning Qianjiang saw this, he slashed his sword with his left hand. Scarlet demonic qi splashed on the sword. Instantly, demonic qi soared into the sky and covered the moon. The two moves combined to destroy the world. However, Su-yi stood still like a divine tree. Light flashed around her. The end of the heavenly book appeared for the first time. It was a world-shocking ability. When the move arrived, it suddenly stopped 3 feet away. After a moment, it quickly melted away. This unbelievable scene surpassed everyone's understanding. It shocked everyone present. Nothing scroll. Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing recovered from the shock and said slowly, "There was no mistake. Among the 10 scrolls of the heavenly tomes, life was the beginning, God was the most respected, and nothingness was the end. Only the volume of nothingness could eliminate all power and return it to nothingness." The wind and sand dissipated. In Qianjiang moved. The next moment, thunder rumbled and sword light arrived. With a clang, the sword and saber collided. Ning Chen looked at the sword in the former's hand. The coldness in his eyes became clearer. "Back off." After shaking off the battle, Ning Chen waved his hand and put away Nian Qing and clear Sun's Li fire. He looked at the two and coldly said, "The test is over. From now on, life and death are in your own hand. Leave it to fate." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thunderous rumble and thunder rumbled in the sky. Below, blood mist filled the air and a beautiful green sword slowly descended. The moment it touched her hand, the runes on the sword spread out and stabbed into her arm. His cold eyes and disdainful figure looked down on the world. His sword aura didn't move, but a boundless pressure pressed down on everyone. Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing and Hong Wulei immediately retreated 5 miles away. An unprecedented pressure came. Yan Jiushi and Ying Qianjiang's expressions changed. They didn't dare to hesitate. They rushed out and took the initiative. Sword style, only one. Absolute sword pressure eliminated the filth in front of them. Su-yi and Su-yi were defeated. Ugh! Blood gushed out and dyed the void red. Before only one, they suddenly felt so insignificant that they couldn't even control their own lives. A cold wind whistled through the night. The falling figures kicked up dust and sand. Su-yi and Su-yi staggered and vomited blood. Blood flowed from their bodies, staining the ground. Chapter 740. Drip, drip. Under the moonlight in the wilderness, the killing situation changed. The one who had planned this had become a fish in a net. His life was in danger. "It's over." Su-yi stepped forward. Blood light lingered on her sword. Her killing intent didn't diminish at all. Knowing destiny would never spare an enemy's life. The sound of approaching footsteps was the prelude of the death god's call. The two wanted to resist, but they vomited another mouthful of blood. They couldn't hold on. The sword slashed down with boundless sharpness. The entire world was cut apart, rumbling and trembling. The death god had arrived. At this moment of life and death, a silver light suddenly appeared in the sky. The void swirled, turning into a hurricane that blocked the sword. With a loud bang, the dust and sand scattered. In the aftermath, a young man in luxurious silver divine clothes appeared. His face was handsome and devilish, and the silver pearl curtain on his head emitted a dazzling sound. He had an extremely noble temperament, and it was as if a god had descended to the mortal world, causing others to not dare look directly at him. "You've disappointed me." Di Mingtian glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "Your Highness, please forgive us." Yan Jiushi and Ying Qianjiang lowered their heads. "You can leave," Di Mingtian calmly said. His gaze shifted to the plain-clothed young man. "Powerful swordsman. With an expert like you on the ancient path, this trip wasn't in vain." Likewise, Ning Chen looked coldly at the person in front of him. The true schemer had finally appeared. To be able to come here without alerting a group of sovereigns, this person's ability could be imagined. "I want to take them away." "Swordsman, can you let me go?" asked Di Mingtian. "You've come from afar. I can't be rude. Whether you and these two can leave or not, we'll see," said Ning Chen calmly. "Deference is no substitute for obedience. Please." Di Mingtian didn't say anything else. He raised his left hand. Immediately, a fierce wind howled. Outside the battle, Ji Yuqing's expression froze. The heavens were descending. White clothes flashed past, a sword splitting heaven and earth, a world-shocking sword pressure, splitting apart 10,000 techniques, loudly descending. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, boundless pressure roared and surged violently, causing numerous expanses of the ground to collapse rapidly and sink down by over 1 kilometer. Retreat! Seeing this, Ji Yuqing and Hong Wulei quickly retreated with Ruo Shi, unwilling to be affected by this terrifying aftershock. This was a world-shaking battle that had never occurred on the ancient road before, something that surpassed the limits of the younger generation. In fact, not even the executors of the ancient road could compare. Sword style. As the palm and the sword collided, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The wind and snow around him surged. He activated the heavenly book martial arts with his unparalleled foundation, and his ultimate move reappeared. Earth destruction, mountain destruction. The sword that soared into the sky tore apart the earth. It was boundless and dazzling, illuminating the cold moon of the 9 heavens. Di Mingtian flipped his left hand, and the heavens and earth trembled. Cracks appeared in the space, swallowing the sword qi and moving it to another world. Law. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It had been a long time since he had met such an expert. When he was in the Divine Prefecture, he had fought with Zhong Qianqiu and knew how difficult it was to deal with a sorcery master. However, due to the influence of the Pluto barrier, it was very difficult for inner realm cultivators to cultivate. Compared to the person in front of him, Zhong Qianqiu's cultivation was much weaker. There was no difference between martial arts and sorcery. They were just two paths of cultivation. If one could prove one of them, it was enough to stand among the strongest. While he was thinking, the sword moved rapidly. Every move broke the mountains and overturned the seas. The earth could not bear the extreme power of the sword, and huge gullies were created. Di Mingtian's heavenly fate transformed into the power of the law. The wind and thunder around him were ordered to meet the sword attack head-on. Between the two, space and time continued to collapse. Black cracks crisscrossed, and it was the clearest portrayal of the battle on the top. Forbidden dark seal, light of heaven. After fighting for a while, Di Mingtian's heavenly fate transformed into the power of the law. In an instant, endless pressure swept out. Above the 9 heavens, the heavenly light shone, an invisible murderous intent spread down. Under the heavenly light, the space collapsed. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward, and wind and snow gathered on his sword. A huge vortex appeared and rushed into the sky, covering the heavenly light. Sword style, ultimate heaven. The power of the sword spread for thousands of miles, and the ultimate martial art reflected the stars. In Su Yi's hand, the sword light was extremely bright. It was as if the heavenly river was falling. In the next moment, the sword light fell, and the heavenly river shone brightly. The unparalleled sword power descended, destroying the world. Di Mingtian's expression turned serious. He flipped his palm, and the scene of the destruction of the world and the universe collapsing appeared. It was a shocking scene. The sword light and the phenomenon collided. Shocking shockwaves spread out for thousands of miles, and mountains collapsed. Ji Yuqing and the other two retreated again and again. They looked at the destroyed world in front of them, and their minds were shaken again and again. They had all cultivated for less than 100 years. How could someone reach such a shocking level? Ji Yuqing looked at the Red King. For the first time, she understood. No wonder a maid under him had the strength of a king. This person was too terrifying. He was even stronger than the 9th son of Mo Gate. Swordsman, your name? Di Mingtian waved his hand to disperse the dust in the aftermath. Bai Yujing, Ning Chen said coldly. I will remember your name. Di Mingtian formally request for a fight. As soon as he said that, Di Mingtian shouted softly. Immediately, the dust under his feet rose without any wind. Waves of abnormally powerful might spread rapidly. The world seemed to feel it, and it shook violently. A light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He flipped his left hand, and the world opened. They merged together, and the extreme might of his sword reached its peak. Forbidden Dark Seal, 6 Sins Dao Destruction. Di Mingtian raised his hand. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Divine Yuan surged, and the void sank. Everything turned to dust. Sword Technique Divine Seal. As the extreme essence reached, Ning Chen's body spread out. He waved his sword, and a sword sealed the gods, breaking all laws. The world shook violently, and the dual essences swallowed rapidly. Turbulence surged, and endless destruction spread out. This was an indescribably shocking battle. It was the first time in one's life to see someone in the life-knowing destiny state. His battle prowess had reached an unprecedented height, and his sword technique was shocking. Di Mingtian looked at the former. There was no change on his handsome face. In the wind and waves, the silver bead curtain on his head that symbolized the royal family rustled. His eyes that looked down on the world gradually showed a hint of interest. "Be careful, I'm going to get serious." Di Mingtian's figure rose into the sky. He formed a seal with his hands, and starlight appeared around him. A silver totem appeared, rotating slowly, and a dazzling brilliance bloomed. Di Mingtian Token. The extreme move was used, and meteors fell from all directions. Fiery light shone, and they fell into the mortal world. This was the first move seen in the mortal world. It commanded the stars, and the most terrifying might of the world turned into a rain of meteors. Seeing this, Ning Chen took a step forward, and the 4 waves split open the sky. The extreme martial technique was like the beginning of the world, and the divine seal descended into the mortal world again. The 4 origins of the sword appeared at the same time. Wind, fire, ice, and thunder spread out and surrounded the sword. The shocking move reflected the rain of fire, and the wind and snow rushed into the sky. They collided. With a loud boom, the most terrifying collision caused the spatial seal to collapse. The aftershock spread out thousands of miles. The ancient starry sky road could not withstand the extreme might of the art of world extermination. The road was cut off, and thousands of miles around it disappeared. Endless distance away, the star domains felt this terrifying aura and looked at the ancient road at the same time, their faces filled with shock. The seal was broken, and the heavenly secrets were revealed. Di Mingtian looked at the white-clothed figure in front of him with regret. He had never seen such an opponent in his life. Unfortunately, it was too late to decide the victor. This battle will end for now. I look forward to the moment of life and death in the future. As he spoke, silver light rose around Di Mingtian. At the same time, silver light appeared around Yan Jiushi and Ying Qianjiang. In an instant, the 3 figures disappeared at the same time. Chapter 741. In the wilderness, the shocking battle had ended. Heaven and earth were still shaking. The ancient road had collapsed. Thousands of miles of turbulence and sand were flying everywhere. Ning Chen looked at the 3 people who had disappeared and didn't stop them. This Di Mingtian was extraordinary and difficult to injure in a short time. There was no need to continue fighting. More importantly, the masters of those star fields had been watching him. Now that someone who could threaten them had appeared, he was happy to see it happen. The blood mist gathered and the sword disappeared. Ning Chen's white fan reappeared. He restrained his aura and walked forward. 100 miles away, Hong Wulei saw the figure in the distance and immediately went to greet him. Seeing the worried look, Ning Chen smiled and said, "I'm fine." Ruo she also walked up with a gentle smile on her face. "Let's go. Let's continue," Ning Chen said softly. "N." The 2 nodded and walked forward, one on the left and one on the right. Not far away, Ji Yuqing looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. The battle of the ancient road, the competition of kings, it was really funny. The real geniuses, such as Bai Yujing, the former ninth disciple of Mahist sect, and the young man in silver just now, were much stronger than the younger generation. Compared to the strongest in this part of the starry sky, they were probably not inferior. Miss G, let's continue. Ning Chen reminded her softly when they passed each other. The smile on his face was still the same, without any arrogance. There was only peace and tranquility. The cold wind blew and sand filled the air. His clean white clothes were not stained by a trace of dust. He was like a knowing destiny state cultivator, fighting in the filth, but his heart had never changed. The road of cultivation was originally thought to be difficult. Those with peerless talent would undoubtedly have a better starting point. Knowing destiny state cultivators were not the chosen ones. They could only rely on themselves, step by step, to overcome thousands of disasters. Ji Yuqing turned around and looked at the former. A moment later, she stepped forward and followed. Master Bai, can 100 years of cultivation really reach your level? Ji Yuqing asked softly. Is it important? Ning Chen looked away and asked. Who doesn't dream of becoming the world's #1 martial artist? Ji Yuqing sighed softly. Although it was only a childhood dream, there was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Since she wanted to learn martial arts, how could she not compete with the strongest cultivators in the world? A faint smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. In truth, other than the curiosity I had when I first started learning martial arts, I don't have much interest in martial arts. I won't hide it from you, Miss G. Focusing too much on improving your cultivation will only bring you harm. With your talent, you'll sooner or later become a supreme expert whose name will shake the starry sky. As for my cultivation path, I've long since overdrafted my life's potential. I think that Mo Gate's 9th son isn't much better off. Ji Yuqing was shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Ning Chen smiled and said, I don't think anyone would joke about this kind of thing. Miss G, all of you are truly favored by the heavens, so there's no need to belittle yourselves. Sooner or later, all of you will welcome your most glorious era. Young Master Bai really knows how to comfort people. Ji Yuqing said softly with a smile on her face. On the side Ruo she gently smiled. She believed that there was no woman in this world that the young master couldn't handle, although he was also a fool when it came to relationships. Hong Wulei reached out and tugged at the clothes of the woman next to her with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Silly girl. Ruo, she whispered and transmitted her voice. If the young master wants to break through to the immortal treading realm, he must obtain the cultivation method of the divine scroll. However, the young master is kind and unwilling to take it by force, so he can only become friends with Miss Qing. It's always easier to discuss things between friends than strangers. To be honest, the young master is indeed not particularly enlightened when it comes to personal relationships. However, when it comes to the ability to cheer a woman up, no one would dare to be ranked first. Between people, sincerity is more useful than any flowery words. Women are very attentive and sensitive to this feeling. Most of the time, the young master does seem to be like a block of wood. However, he always cherishes and treats the people around him with sincerity. There aren't so many fools in this world, and not all women are fools with long hair and short knowledge. They can see clearly whether it's true or false. In the past, Empress Zhang Sun and Qing Ning had seen countless conspiracies in the palace. This was the reason why they trusted the young master, who was still a little eunuch. The young master is smart enough, smarter than everyone in the world. However, the young master never uses his schemes on the people around him. She could see that the young master was really trying to become friends with Miss Qing along the way. It wasn't just to use her. Otherwise, with the young master's ability and means, he would have already obtained the divine scroll. On the road, after a big battle, the smile on Ji Yuqing's face became more and more real. She knew very well that when a person's strength reached a certain level, there was no need to scheme. If the young man around her had any ulterior motives, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Young Master Bai, with your strength, there is almost no place in the world you can't go. Why did you come to this ancient road to bully us martial juniors? Ji Yuqing chuckled. Miss Ji is joking. Ning Qin whispered and honestly said, I need the time restriction, so I have to come. Time restriction? A trace of surprise flashed through Ji Yuqing's eyes when she heard this. Although the 3 divine prohibitions were profound, they were difficult to be understood by humans. Even if one could learn the surface, it would take a lot of time and energy, which was not a good thing for cultivators. The time restriction, execution immortal, and yellow springs were called divine restrictions because if one wanted to truly control them, they needed divine guidance. There is no one on this ancient road who can stop the young master. Yuqing will quietly wait for the young master to open the ancient battlefield and fulfill his wish. Ji Yuqing sincerely said, Thank you for the auspicious words. What about Miss Ji? With the Ji family's background, why did you come all the way here to take the risk? Ning Chen asked. I originally wanted to verify the things I learned over the years, but I didn't expect to be defeated by the young master. Ji Yuqing smiled. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I'll be more careful next time, Ning Chen said seriously. While the two were chatting, Ruo Shi and Hong Wulei deliberately slowed down and walked behind the two, quietly exchanging glances. Hong Wulei's mind was a little simple and didn't think too much. In any case, everything the young master did was right. She just needed to follow. Ruo Shi kept smiling. Since the death of Zhang Sun, no one dared to interfere with the young master's life. She was just a servant. She could bully the young master, but she didn't dare to talk about such a big matter. She really hoped that there would be someone by the young master's side who cared about him. As for who this person was, it didn't matter. If this Ji Yuqing had such ability, she would definitely agree. Feeling the gaze of the girl behind him, Ning Chen turned around and saw through the meaning of her smile at a glance. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and knocked the girl's forehead. Ruo Shi cried out in pain and rubbed her forehead in dissatisfaction. She didn't dare to laugh again. Seeing this, Hong Wulei covered her mouth and secretly laughed. She knew it, the young master was so smart. Laughing at him behind his back would definitely not end well. What's wrong? Ji Yuqing didn't understand what was going on and was puzzled. It's nothing. This girl has dirt on her forehead. I'm just brushing it off for her, Ning Chen said in a bad mood. A new girl really isn't as good as the one who has been following the young master. Ruo Shi complained softly. Ning Chen raised his hand again. Seeing this, Ruo Shi was immediately frightened and didn't dare to say anything. Young Master Bai's luck with women is not shallow. The two girls he took in are not only beautiful but also have extraordinary strength. I wonder how many people would be envious of them. Ji Yuqing smiled. Ning Chen chuckled. Miss Ji really thinks highly of these two girls. Wulei is fine since I watched her grow up. Her temperament is simple. As for Ruo Shi, she even dares to make fun of her young master. She really needs to be taught a lesson. If there are too many restrictions, one will lose their nature. Young Master Bai should know this truth. Ji Yuqing shook her head. Ning Chen smiled softly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped and looked back. They're finally here. Thousands of miles behind, in the ruins of the battle, above the collapsed ancient road, space swirled and 3 figures walked out. They were all powerhouses of the star field, and the surrounding world shook under the pressure. What a terrifying battle, Venerable Ing Qiong said as he looked at the completely destroyed section of the ancient road. This aura, it's those people. But who were the ones fighting with them? The Venerables were puzzled. Venerable Ziwei was silent. Originally, the biggest suspect was Mo Gate's 9th son, but they had seen him die in battle and fall into the magma. It couldn't be him. Could it be related to Sky Pillar's sudden collapse? Venerable Ing Qiong reminded. It's not impossible. Venerable Ziwei nodded and said, Did you find out who left their names on Sky Pillar in the end? Lu Ruoxi, Hong Wulei, Ji Yuqing, and one more person. They disappeared with Sky Pillar before their names could reach the Hall of Venerables, Venerable Yingqiong replied. It's them again. Upon hearing their names, Supremacy Ziwei frowned slightly. Everything that had happened recently was definitely related to these women. It was most likely not just a coincidence. 3,000 miles away, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the woman beside him. He smiled and said, Miss Ji, I'll have to ask for your help this time. Ji Yuqing understood and asked, You don't want to expose your strength in front of the Star Venerables? One must always be on guard against others, right? Ning Chen said seriously. Ji Yuqing nodded and said, Sir, I saved Yuqing's life. Yuqing naturally won't refuse such a small matter. Thank you, Miss Ji, Ning Chen replied. Immediately, he took half a step back and stood behind the former. At this moment, 3 powerful auras rushed over from afar. An oppressive atmosphere spread between heaven and earth, causing the stars to lose their color. Ji Family's Yuqing respectfully welcomes the 3 venerables. Seeing the 3 of them, Ji Yuqing bowed respectfully as a junior and said calmly. Venerable Ziwei looked at the 4 people in front of him and narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he noticed the only man among the 4. You, what's your name? Venerable Ziwei asked indifferently. By Yujing. Ning Chen raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly curved as he replied. Chapter 742. The cold night was bleak, the winter wind was bleak, and a cold moon hung high in the sky. Under the moon, the heavy atmosphere spread and stagnated for 10 miles. 3 powerhouses of the star field appeared at the same time, standing in the void to stop Knowing Destiny's group. This one is Bai Yujing. Dressed in plain clothes, Ning Chen bowed. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, but his expression was calm. Bai Yujing, Crepe Myrtle, All Heaven, and Yingqiong's expressions froze. What a strange name, they had never heard of it. Hong Wulei took half a step forward and looked at the 3, quiet and indifferent. Crepe Myrtle's eyes narrowed. Red King's people? 3 venerables, what are your orders? We are in a hurry, Ji Yuqing said. Where were you during the battle just now? The All-Heaven venerables asked. Watching from outside, Ji Yuqing replied. Did you see who was fighting? The All-Heaven venerables continued to ask. I saw, but the battle was covered by the power of the laws. I couldn't see their faces, Ji Yuqing said lightly. The All-Heaven venerables frowned slightly. If the Ji family's girl wasn't lying, then someone who could use the power of the laws to hide from them was at least a true boundary cultivator. Venerables, can we go now? Ji Yuqing calmly asked. The All-Heaven venerables nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Let's go. Ji Yuqing turned around and spoke softly. Then, she started walking forward. Hong Wulei and Ruoxi exchanged a glance and walked forward together. At the back, Ning Chen followed with an indifferent expression. The moment he passed by, a sneer flashed in his eyes and disappeared in an instant. Looking at the 4's departing figures, Crepe Myrtle's frown deepened. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong with these people, but he couldn't figure out the reason. That young man may not be simple, Yingqiong reminded. Did you see anything? Crepe Myrtle asked. No. Yingqiong shook his head. It's because he's too ordinary that I feel something is wrong. Red King and Ji Yuqing have always been alone, so it's strange for them to be together. But this young man can follow them, so he shouldn't be so ordinary. Perhaps he chose to side with the 2 kings because he was too weak, said the All-Heaven's venerables. Only one person will be able to reach the end of this path. Trust is the most undesirable thing. I'm sure these people understand that, said Reverend Myrtlestar. That's the logic. However, no matter how extraordinary that child is, it's impossible for him to have fought with those mysterious experts. The difference in strength is too great. It's impossible for an exception like Emo Gate's 9th son to appear again, said the sovereign. Crepe Myrtle and Yingqiong nodded. That was indeed the case. They did not want to care about the schemes on the ancient road, nor did they have the energy to do so. Who would die and who would live would be left to fate. The void swirled, and the three figures faded away, disappearing in an instant. 5 kilometers away, Ning Chen stopped and turned around to look behind him. A cold smile flashed on his face once more. All previous favors and grudges would be repaid in the future. Master Bai, Ji Yuqing called. What happened? Ning Chen's expression returned to normal as he said with a smile. We're about to reach Starfall Sky City. When I came here, I heard from the elders that the ancient road ends here. There's no road behind us. We need to be careful, Ji Yuqing said seriously. Thank you for the reminder. Ning Chen nodded and looked into the distance. It seemed that the true test of the ancient road was about to begin. There were still 3 cities left. If there was no road behind them, then Starfall Sky City might be the last remaining city. Ruo Shi Wule, from now on, you're not allowed to leave my side, Ning Chen said seriously. Ruo Shi and Hong Wule nodded. 4,000 kilometers away, a majestic city was located. 9 enforcers stood in the air, using a secret method to repair the broken ancient road. However, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was difficult to play a big role. Half a day later, the 4 of them walked over. Looking at the turbulent space in front of them, their expressions all became solemn. Above the void, the 9 enforcers did not say a word and did not interfere in the slightest. Let's go, Ning Chen said calmly as he stepped into the spatial turbulence. Ruo Shi and Hong Wule followed without hesitation. Ji Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but after a moment, she sighed inwardly and followed. The turbulent space swept past. Not long after, the 4 figures disappeared without a trace. 14 days later, outside Starfall Sky City, a beautiful figure in green walked over. Her face was soft and beautiful, her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her Buddha nature was smooth, rare in the world. The green figure entered the turbulent space and gradually disappeared. Time passed by on the ancient road. Day after day, more and more young powerhouses walked into Starfall Sky City. In the end, they chose to enter the turbulent space. 7 months passed in the blink of an eye. At the end of the turbulent space, no one walked out. In the Hall of Venerables, the Venerables appeared with a solemn expression. It had been too long. Something was not right. Everyone, these young people may have encountered some danger in the turbulent space. Who has time, please take a trip, Venerable Skymus said seriously. The immortal slaying and immortal trapping swords have not been found yet. The waning moon tower master and I can't leave for the time being, Venerable Lingshu said first. I, Myriad Heavens, and Ing Qiong are tracking the whereabouts of the 3 mysterious powerhouses. We can't leave for a while, Venerable Ziwei said. What about you, Divine Armament? Venerable Skymist asked. My apologies, Divine Armament said calmly. My adopted daughter is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. I can't leave either. The Venerables were silent for a moment. But then a voice rang out. I'll do it. When the Venerables heard that, they looked over at the person who had spoken, their eyes flickering with surprise. Venerable Moon? She had actually agreed to help. She had never been interested in the ancient battlefield, and had rarely even attended the Hall of Venerables. Venerable Moon, Venerable Skymist said seriously. These young people are very important, and it's highly likely that the Heaven's Son is among them. We absolutely can't let them die in the turbulent space, please. I'll bring them out, Venerable Moon said coolly. Reverend Bayou said indifferently. Then, he disappeared from the hall. In Starfall Sky City, the air rippled as a woman in a white robe appeared. As soon as she appeared, the 9 executors of the ancient road dropped to their knees. Our respects, Venerable Moon. Rise, Venerable Moon said. Venerable Moon said, looking calmly at the turbulent space up ahead. A moment later, he stepped inside. The turbulent space was boundless, and spatial tempests were everywhere. Danger lurked everywhere, and no one dared to be careless. 4 people were walking through the turbulent space, led by a plain-robed man. He waved his white fan, which was surrounded by white flames that swept away the turbulent space. As Ji Yuqing looked at the man leading the way, a look of confusion flickered in her eyes. For some reason, she got the feeling that this person was very familiar with the turbulent space, and didn't seem nervous at all. Swish! A beam of silver light slashed through the air toward the 3 people behind them. Ning Chun spun the flame of the clear sun, causing it to transform into a sword that shattered the turbulent space. Miss Ji, do you have some questions? Ning Chun asked with a smile. Young Sir Bai, have you always been this smart? Ji Yuqing sighed. You can even tell what people are thinking. Not really. Ning Chun smiled and shook his head. There are also people I don't understand. It's just that your questions are written all over your face. It's hard for me not to see it. Since young Sir Bai can tell, Yuqing won't hide it any longer. With young Sir's familiarity with the turbulent space, it doesn't seem as simple as just understanding it. Ji Yuqing voiced her question. I have indeed seen similar turbulent space in the past. Ning Chen didn't conceal anything and spoke truthfully. At that time, I was still weak and couldn't resist the spatial turbulence, so I could only be careful with every step I took. After being trapped within it for a long time, I gradually became slightly familiar with it. Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the tempests and smiled. Miss Ji, if you have any questions, you can ask them directly. After knowing each other for so long, we should be considered friends. It's too tiring for friends to be so careful all the time. Friends? Ji Yuqing smiled and said, to be able to become friends with a heavenly genius like young Sir, Yuqing is extremely honored. Can young Sir answer my questions? Why does young Sir know so much, and why your strength far surpasses ours? Is it just because you overdraft your life potential? I wouldn't dare to call myself a heavenly genius. Ning Chen shook his head. I wasn't born with such knowledge. After suffering, I naturally remember it clearly. Miss Ji, you can call me Yuqing, Ji Yuqing said softly. Ning Chen nodded. Miss Yuqing, I won't hide it from you. I've cultivated heavenly book martial arts, so my foundation will be strengthened to a certain extent. As for battle strength, it's very difficult to describe it in a few words. Ning Chen paused for a moment, then continued, in battle, the most important things are undoubtedly experience and cultivation. Cultivation is determined by heaven, and talent is crucial. However, experience can only be tempered. The closer it is to a life or death situation, the clearer this memory will be. This is determined by people, and talent doesn't have much of an effect. Miss Ji was born in a family that has been passed down for generations. Even if you want to temper yourself, you can't truly experience life or death situations. In the end, there is still a difference between tempering yourself and a true life or death battle. Hearing the former's words, Ji Yuqing fell silent. After a long time, she asked softly, Young Sir, if you don't hold back, how many moves can I last against you? Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still answered honestly, if it's an arena match, I can't do anything to you within 100 moves. However, if it's a life or death battle, you will die within 10 moves. To the side, Hong Wulei and Ruo she gently tugged at the former's clothes. Their eyes flashed with worry. Young Sir's words are too direct, it will hurt. Yuqing is a woman after all, and a heavenly genius at that. These words are too cruel. In the rear, Ji Yuqing's expression darkened. After cultivating for so many years, she was told she couldn't even last 10 moves. It really wasn't a good thing. In the past, she only focused on cultivation. She never thought the gap in battle experience would have such a big impact. Chapter 743. Time and space were turbulent, storms were howling, and time and space were intertwined. Every step was dangerous, and no one dared to be careless. In the turbulence, thousands of young experts from various star zones were trapped, and it was difficult for them to escape. In the 8th month, outside Meteor Sky City, the sand was in a mess, and in the wind 3 figures walked over. Their auras were unusually strong, and they covered the sky and the moon. In the city, the 9 enforcers sensed it, and their expressions changed. "Leave no one alive," Di Mingtian said calmly. "Yes." Yan Jiushi and Ing Qianjiang accepted the order respectfully, and they flew toward the city. In the next moment, the shocking sound of a great battle rang out, and the whole Meteor Sky City shook. Killing intent filled the sky. "Go and inform the Star Venerables." In the killing trap, an enforcer shouted anxiously. "It's too late. None of you can leave today." Yan Jiushi said coldly, and evil energy spread out from him like waves, covering 100 miles. Outside Meteor Sky City, Di Mingtian walked to the turbulence and looked ahead. After a while, he slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, the sky above Meteor Sky City was covered by dark clouds, and thunder rolled violently. A terrifying pressure descended and kept rising. Forbidden Dark Seal, Doomsday Imperial Order. It was a forbidden technique, Doomsday setting off. Around Di Mingtian, silver light shot into the sky, commanding the world. The thunderclouds sensed it, and 10,000 heavenly thunders struck down. Endless destructive power instantly drowned the turbulence in front of them. In the doomsday calamity, the world changed drastically in the turbulence, and the violent spatial power roared. Hundreds of young experts were torn to pieces before they could react. Boom! Outside the turbulence, 10,000 thunders struck down again, and the glaring light cut through the night, illuminating the entire ancient road as bright as day. In the turbulence, more and more people were swallowed by the violent spatial power. Blood and bones were everywhere, and death became the only tone. Sword technique, ultimate heaven. At this moment, an extremely dazzling sword light shot into the sky from the turbulence, and the brilliant Milky Way fell from the sky. In front of the turbulence, Di Mingtian saw it, and he turned his palm to the sky. The moment his palm and sword met, a terrifying aftershock spread out, and the mountains within 1,000 miles collapsed. It was like the end of the world. This is... In the turbulence, the figure in green clothes shook, and she looked at the sky. It's him. Sword art, divine seal. After one sword strike, another sword strike rose. Absolute sword pressure surged, slaying immortals and sealing gods. Di Mingtian narrowed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. Silver light shone brightly and a protective shield spread out to block the sword power. With a hong sound, the two powerful moves collided once again. The heavy air pressure surged. This was a battle of the pinnacle. Gods and ghosts would be frightened. Even though they were separated by an unknown amount of space, their sword might was shocking even before they could see each other. In the chaotic flow of time and space, Bai Yi stood there quietly. The aura of the sword in her hand curled up, and the blood-colored runes spread out along the sword blade. Specks of red light shone on the sword. This was a sword that coexisted with the same body. It had been nurtured for 30 years, and there was only one sword on the sword. Watching from a close distance, Ji Yuqing could feel the terrifying cultivation of the young man in front of her. Behind them, Ruoshi was quietly waiting. Her beautiful eyes were looking at her young master with a gentle gaze. For more than 30 years, young master had never rested for a moment. Including the time spent cultivating in the Taoya's stomach, young master had actually lived for close to 100 years. She had seen with her own eyes how much the young master had suffered on this long road. For him to be where he was today, the heavens were deliberately making things difficult for him. Her young master had said that the happiest thing in the world was to be rewarded with hard work. If she encountered it, she must not miss it. She didn't know how these descendants of aristocratic families walked their path, but she knew that her young master's path was different from theirs. Starfall Sky City. Bang, 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 bang. Several figures fell to the ground, splashing up sand and dust. Yan Jiushi and Ing Qianjiang walked out. They looked at the silver-robed figure in front of the space-time turbulence and said respectfully, "Your Highness, it's all settled." Di Mingtian nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he frowned slightly. "It's finally here." In the distance, the moonlight spread, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. In the moonlight, a woman in a moon-white dress walked over. Her aura covered the sky and shook everything. "Let's go." Di Mingtian withdrew his mind and said. Immediately, he stepped into the space-time turbulence. Yan Jiushi and Ying Qianjiang followed behind. In an instant they disappeared. In the sky, the woman in a moon-white dress landed. She looked at the 9 law enforcers who died in the battle in the city. Her eyes flashed. "Am I too late?" After pondering for a moment, Reverend Yu waved his hand to disperse the dust and sand in the sky. He then stepped into the space-time turbulence outside the city. In the space-time turbulence, Ning Chen's body was covered in red light. The sword returned to his body and his aura was restrained. "Let's continue." Ning Chen turned around, glanced at the three, and smiled. Ji Yuqing, Hong Wulei, and Ruo Shi nodded and continued to follow. On the other side of the turbulence, Di Mingtian walked step by step. His divine sense swept out, looking for traces of swordsmen. "Let's go separately. Eliminate all the people trapped in this space-time turbulence." Yes. The two accepted the order and left. Outside the space-time turbulence, the moon set and the sun rose. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In the turbulence, no one could walk out. "Young master, have you found a way out?" On the way, Ruo Shi asked softly. These days, her young master had obviously sped up. He seemed to know how to get out. "I have some ideas." Ning Chen nodded. Di Mingtian's attack before can be considered to have given us a direction. He attacked in Starfall Sky City, so we just need to go in the opposite direction. However, the space-time turbulence is very unstable. While I can still grasp the direction, we need to find a way out quickly. Ruo Shi and Ji Yuqing looked at each other. How could they not notice such a simple truth? Young master's intelligence and wisdom are really admirable. Ji Yuqing praised. "Miss Yuqing is too kind. I can think of such a small thing with just a little bit of attention." Ning Chen responded and quickened his pace. He deliberately left his aura outside when he fought with Di Mingtian. However, this aura couldn't last long and would soon disappear. Now, every step he took was a higher chance of getting out. At the same time, a massacre began in the turbulence. 2 true realm powerhouses took advantage of the space-time turbulence to obscure the heavens and continuously slaughtered the young powerhouses on the ancient road. In just half a month, hundreds of people had fallen. Bang! Time and space intersected, and the 2 auras collided. The azure divine spear in the woman's hand was like a dragon breaking through the clouds, breaking through the evil. With a loud tremor, the woman's figure faded away. Time and space were distorted, and she disappeared. "You can't leave." Yan Jiushi coldly snorted. Looking at the turbulence around him, he continued to walk forward. Not long after, the staggered space-time intersected again. The woman frowned slightly, and a lotus bloomed around her. Buddha energy poured into her body, and she pushed her cultivation to the peak. The azure divine spear trembled, and a powerful aura rose rapidly. With the help of a secret technique, the pressure was several times stronger than before. Knowing that there were many variables in the space-time turbulence, Yan Jiushi didn't want to fight for a long time. He raised his hand and used his ultimate move. Evil energy spread out, and he flipped his palm towards the woman in front of him. Heavenly Dragon breaks the city. The azure divine spear in the woman's hand turned into a dragon, and the Buddha energy increased its power to break through evil and kill demons. The 2 moves collided, and the space-time turbulence attacked again. The 2 separated, and a smear of blood spilled. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Yan Jiushi's expression turned cold after seeing that the 2 moves didn't take her life. This woman wasn't weak, and she wasn't any weaker than those kings. However, He was sure that there wasn't such a woman among the 9 kings. From the looks of it, there should still be many hidden experts on this ancient road. His strength was already known by the woman just now. No matter what, this woman couldn't be left alive. A spatial storm swept past, and on the other side of the turbulence, the woman appeared. Her right hand was holding the spear, and blood was dripping down, dyeing the spear red. With a ripping sound, the woman tore her skirt and tied it to her right hand. Her eyes flashed. Without a doubt, the person who attacked was at least a half-step true realm expert, or even a true realm expert. Since when was there such an expert on the ancient road? Furthermore, who was the person who fought against Ning Chen earlier? She couldn't figure out all these questions, so she gathered her thoughts and quickened her pace, walking forward. At the same time, Reverend Baiyu was moving forward rapidly, passing through layers of turbulence. As soon as he saw it, an illusory figure in silver clothes flashed and disappeared in an instant. Reverend Baiyu furrowed his brows. He changed his direction and chased after the figure. In the turbulent space, Di Mingtian showed a cold smile. A true realm star venerable came so quickly. Dream summoning token. After chasing for a long time, Reverend Baiyu turned his right hand, and a beam of flowing light shot out, heading toward Di Mingtian. The space intertwined, and the dream summoning token flew out, attacking the silver-clothed figure in front of him. Di Mingtian's eyes narrowed. Air currents surged around him, and the silver light shone brightly, blocking the token. With a violent tremor, the space collapsed. Reverend Baiyu walked out of the turbulence in a white dress. He didn't say anything, and his body flashed. Is this how the star venerables of the human realm beyond heaven treat their guests? Di Mingtian's face turned cold. He didn't dodge, but raised his right hand to block the might of the true realm expert. The 2 experts fought head-on, and turbulence surged. Reverend Baiyu's eyes became grave. He increased the power of his palm and started the fight. Who are you? Why did you come to the ancient road? Reverend Baiyu asked coldly. You don't need to know who we are. We came here to take back what belongs to our clan, Di Mingtian said calmly. You are not a human. Reverend Baiyu's face turned colder. He didn't ask any more questions. He took a step forward and released all his aura. You want to take my life alone? Are you too confident, or are you just stupid? Di Mingtian said coldly. He opened his eyes and a vague aura appeared. The turbulence in the surrounding space collapsed, and no one could get close to him. The 2 experts started fighting in a single step. They didn't test each other, and their first move was a destructive one. The heavenly might was vast, and the rumbling shook the starry sky. Ning Chen, who was far away, stopped. He felt the aura of the 2 experts fighting, and he squinted his eyes. Di Mingtian still has star venerables? Chapter 744. Di Mingtian and Baiyu the Venerable exchanged blows for the first time. Space and time were in a mess as the shockwaves passed by. This was a battle of the pinnacle. It was so intense that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Space and time were in a mess around the 2. As the battle continued, the power of the chaotic space became stronger and stronger. The destructive power engulfed everything. In the distance, Ning Chen felt the shock waves of the battle coming from the chaotic space and time. His eyes flashed. Di Mingtian and the Venerables had finally started fighting. From now on, the show was about to begin. Sword technique, returning to truth. The sword intense soared and broke through space. It was dazzling as it passed through countless layers of space and time. It chased after the aura of the battle and entered the chaotic space. In the battle, Di Mingtian's expression suddenly froze. He flipped his left palm and blocked the danger coming from afar. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light rushed over. It was extremely powerful and cut open all the chaotic space in its way. With a boom, the sword and palm collided. The blood-red sword light spun rapidly. The sharp and concentrated sword had returned to its original state. Its power was earth-shattering and overwhelming. Reverend Baiwe was shocked, but he quickly came to his senses. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Suemo. He condensed Yuan Qi with his slender hand and slapped at Su Mo's heart. "Do you think it's that easy?" Di Mingtian's eyes turned cold. He raised his right palm. Vigorous True Yuan rose and blocked the fatal palm. The three of them fought. Di Mingtian blocked the two attacks with his palms. The true qi in his body surged, and he took half a step back. After a single move, Ning Chen sheathed his sword, and a wisp of a cold arc appeared on the corners of his mouth. He didn't attack again. In the battle, Di Mingtian was fighting Bai Yu. Every move was shocking. However, with the previous attack, he had to pay attention to it. He did not know when the sword light would appear. 10 moves, 100 moves. Di Mingtian, who had held back a little, gradually fell into a disadvantage. He flipped his palm and shook off the battle. His cold eyes looked at the other side of the boundless space. He did not attack, but it was more terrifying than attacking. This was the most terrifying pincer attack in the world. 9 Rainbow Song. The situation had taken a turn for the better. Reverend Moon flipped her delicate hand, and the sky was filled with rainbows. The sound of the great Tao was heard, and it was intangible. A song sealed the sky. The extreme mystic sound came, and the sound waves spread out like raging waves. Di Mingtian's expression turned serious, and he forcefully circulated his true essence, using the illusory world to block the mystic sound. Di Mingtian's lips turned red as he took another half-step back. Even with his supreme cultivation, he could not withstand the extreme xianin and was injured for the first time. Surrounded by tigers and wolves, the situation was not in his favor. Di Mingtian did not want to continue fighting. Silver light flashed around him, and he disappeared into the space-time turbulence. Reverend Moon immediately chased after him and disappeared into the turbulence. On the other side of the battlefield, Yan Jiushi was trying to kill the woman in green. He unleashed his true realm cultivation and passed through the space-time turbulence to kill the King Realm expert. The green-robed woman's green divine spear was filled with a lotus aura. The Buddha energy destroyed the evil, and she managed to survive in the midst of danger. They had fought for an unknown number of rounds. With the aid of the turbulence, the azure-clothed woman constantly shifted her position. Although she was injured, she managed to escape from the former's hands time and time again. Yan Jiushi's expression became more and more gloomy, and his patience was running out. His figure flashed through the boundary of space, looking for the woman's trace. "Young master, what are you waiting for?" In the space-time turbulence, Ruoshi looked at the figure in front of her and asked in confusion. "Nothing." Ning Chen came back to his senses and gently shook his head. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Was it an illusion? He kept feeling that someone familiar had come. If it was not Mu Qianshang and the others, who could it be? "Young Master Bai, let's continue." Ji Yuqing stepped forward and reminded. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and stepped forward. 2 days later, at the end of the space-time turbulence, where the space intersected, a violent airflow was spinning, blocking the path ahead. The four walked over and stopped in front of the turbulence. Ji Yuqing and Hong Wulei's expressions were solemn. Such a terrifying turbulence was not something an emptiness realm expert could pass through. Hong Wulei looked at the young master beside him. Now, he could only let the young master take action. "You guys step back," Ning Chen whispered and immediately clenched his right hand. In the midst of the blood mist, a divine sword appeared. His bloodline was symbiotic, and an incomparably powerful sword pressure swept out. With a swing of the sword light broke through the sky. In the midst of the bloody light, the turbulence collapsed. A huge black hole more than 100 feet wide appeared and directly disappeared 100 miles away. "Go!" The wind and snow swept over. Ning Chen moved and quickly rushed forward with the 3 people. Not long after, the end of the turbulence was in sight. Ning Chen was just about to take the three people out when his expression changed. But behind him, a familiar aura came through the chaotic space again. It was so clear, so unforgettable, and so unforgettable. You guys go first. Without time to say more, Ning Chen flipped his palm and sent the three people out of the turbulence. Then, he turned around and returned. Young master! Ruo, she anxiously called out. However, the whistling turbulence covered everything and it was difficult to distinguish. Why did young master Bai go back? Ji Yuqing's eyes flashed and asked. I don't know. Ruo, she shook her head worriedly. There must be something important for young master to leave in such a hurry. But what could be more important than winning this competition? In the turbulence of time and space, Su Yi quickly passed through. The sword in her hand slashed and cut through all obstacles. You must wait for me. Ning Chen's pace became faster and faster. He no longer cared about hiding his aura. Using all his strength and the phoenix source, he disappeared into the turbulence in a flash. In the three battles, the sound of battle was deafening. Ing Qianzhang raised his hand and broke the neck of a young expert. He stepped away and continued to look for the next target. The shattered corpse was torn apart by the turbulence of space. Flesh and bones flew everywhere. It was extremely miserable. In another battle, Di Mingtian and Reverend Bai Yu were fighting again. They were both true realm experts. In the turbulence of time and space, no one could do anything to the other. In the third battle, Yan Jiushi forced the blue-clothed woman to kill. He chased her all the way. The blue-clothed woman's blood-stained dress was abnormally dazzling. Every time they met, the blue-clothed woman didn't stay to fight. However, the difference in cultivation couldn't be made up for. Her injuries accumulated, and she gradually found it hard to maintain her cultivation. Just at this moment, within the turbulence, a brilliant light flickered, and an extremely charming and beautiful figure appeared. She was dressed in pink, and her fine black hair hung down. Her charming appearance was somewhat cold and somewhat charming. Her appearance was completely different, and it was difficult to recognize her. Wisdom King Ai Ran had appeared. HM? Yan Jiushi's expression became serious as he looked at the newcomer. You can't touch her. Ai Ran spoke softly. Her true yuan surged. With every step she took, the Buddhist wheel behind her turned a bit redder. The Buddhist lady had turned into a demon. Her eyes were blood-red. Buddha and demon were one. They were the most extreme opposites. Buddha Mountain, which had been changing for 1,000 years, once again displayed a terrifying ability. A pair of blood-red eyes opened and a blood-red wave swept out. Wisdom King Ai ran. The blue-clothed woman looked at the newcomer and said calmly, You shouldn't have come here. Since we're both from the Buddhist sect, Ai Ran naturally can't just sit by and watch. Wisdom King Ai Ran's lips curled up in a beautiful arc as she softly replied. You and I aren't his match even if we work together. Why throw away your life for no reason? If something happens to you, this ancient path will turn into hell. My Buddha is merciful and will naturally stop him. Wisdom King Ai Ran smiled. Are you done? If you are, then let's go. Yan Jiushi snorted coldly as he flipped his palms. His evil qi exploded with a thunderous rumble. Rolling waves roared out and swallowed everything. Buddha's 6 images, lust confuses the void. Ai Ran knew that the person in front of her wasn't an ordinary opponent. She formed hand seals and the surrounding devil yuan shook. Her slender hands glowed as she used one technique after another. Devil's 6 ashes, Brahma ghost annihilation. Her hands formed 2 techniques. The Bodhisattva of the Buddha and the Wisdom King of the Devil both attacked at the same time. Green myrtle lotus. On the other side, the blue-clothed woman also condensed her true yuan. Her heaven-cleansing lotus aura swept out and suppressed all evil. After the collision of the 3 extremes, there was a moment of silence. Soon after, there was a great terror that shook the heavens and the earth. The momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas instantly destroyed everything in the surroundings. Layer after layer of space collapsed and was swallowed by the roaring aftershock. Two beautiful figures flew out from the turbulence. After a few steps, they stopped and vomited a mouthful of blood that dyed their clothes red. Going against the flow and killing immortals was harder than ascending the heavens. How many people in the world could do it? Run. The blue-clothed woman suppressed her injuries and stepped in front of AI Ran. There's no need to stay and throw away your life. None of you will be able to escape. Yenjiosher waved his hand to disperse the shockwave. He looked at the two with killing intent. AI Ran, run. The blue-clothed woman spoke once more. If we can't do it, AI Ran will have a way to leave. Wisdom King AI Ran's smile didn't fade. Her blood-red eyes became even more demonic as her devil yuan surged. The Buddha follows the devil path. How ironic! Yenjiosher sneered and stepped forward. His evil aura spread across the 9 heavens as he slapped at the two. AI Ran didn't dodge. She stepped forward, and her slender hand turned into the sharpest weapon in the world as she faced the attack. The blue-clothed woman's expression changed slightly. Her lotus aura changed, and she used all her Buddhist holy power. Suddenly, the blue divine spear's radiance soared into the sky. Evil, devil, and Buddha clashed. After one move, heaven and earth turned into chaos. It was an irreversible outcome. Red dyed their Buddhist robes red. To be able to last until now, you have impressed me. However, it's time to end this. Yenjiosher stepped forward and shattered the Buddha and devil radiance. He condensed all his evil essence into one palm. The extreme evil could subdue Buddha, the extreme evil could subdue devil. Buddha and devil faced the same tribulation. Life was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. If you dare to touch her, I will kill you for 9 lifetimes. At this moment, space collapsed. An angry and cold voice came. Before the person arrived, sword intent filled 100 miles. The next moment, AIE stepped out from the turbulence. Layers of space collapse. Unable to withstand the anger of the person who came, they dissipated in the crisscrossing sword light. It's you. Yenjiosher's expression changed. How could this be? Didn't he leave long ago? Not far away, the blue-clothed woman saw the person who came. A gentle smile flashed across her gentle face. He finally came. Sister Qing Ning, I'm sorry. I came late, said Ning Chen apologetically. You're not late. Help me vent my anger. Qing Ning chuckled and said. Chapter 745. Time and space were in chaos. Knowing destiny stepped through the realms, his body was surrounded by murderous intent. Yenjiosher's expression changed. He immediately turned his palm and slapped at the incoming person. Evil chi spread out like waves. Knowing destiny waved his sword. Bloody light was dazzling. It had the power to split open the sky and cut the evil chi in half. A pool of blood splashed into time and space. Yenjiosher's feet sank and his right knee fell to the ground. Since you dared to hurt her, leave your life behind. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His sword aura became heavier, suppressing the evil king. Blood dripped from the corner of Yenjiosher's mouth. He concentrated his energy and slapped at the former. You're overestimating yourself. Ning Chen did not dodge the incoming attack. He slapped down with his left palm. Frost surged as he took the evil energy head-on. With a boom, their foundations clashed. The heavily injured Yenjiosher's mouth was dyed red again. The blood in his body surged violently. 9 evils breaking sun palm. The situation was unfavorable. Yenjiosher condensed his vast energy again. Suddenly, the evil chi roared like crazy wave. It broke through the sky and attacked the sun. Ning Chen snorted. He turned his palm and took in chi. He activated the life scroll. In an instant, time and space were frozen. The two palms clashed. The sky fell and the earth fell. The shocking power continued to spread and destroyed the incoming spatial turbulence. Evil Dragon Overture, Life Devours the Sky. Yen Jiushi reused his evil weapon. The black spear was in his hand. The dragon's soul returned to his body. Demonic patterns circled around him. His aura rose again. The black spear light broke through the sky. The dragon roared in the sky. Its power multiplied as it attacked with all its might. It was a powerful move. Wherever the evil energy passed, ice and snow melted. Everything was destroyed. Sword technique, nothingness. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He waved his sword. The bloody light was extremely bright. It spread rapidly and swallowed everything in sight. With a boom, the two weapons clashed. The powerful sword pressure destroyed everything. The evil weapon flew out of Yen Jiushi's hand. Sword technique, divine seal. After the first sword, the next one came. The brilliant sword cut through time and space. Took a life. The tip of the sword pierced through his body. His eyes were filled with blood. The plain clothes that were close to him were reflected in his eyes. This was the last scene of his life. Yen Jiushi's eyes were filled with reluctance and regret. The moment we left our world, we were already prepared to lose everything. However, this moment is the proof of our value. At the moment of his death, Yen Jiushi unleashed all of his blood qi, which turned into a death restriction and sealed off the heaven and earth. He wanted to die together with the enemy before him. Sword style, remnant red. In the blink of an eye, a red light flashed, and the tip of the sword was sharp. You! Yen Jiushi's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the red-robed silhouette. The memories of the past came back to him. He was unwilling to accept it, but more importantly, he was filled with mockery. The heretic king fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't have time to tell the truth as the turbulence engulfed his body. Ning Chen's red clothes dissipated and he returned to his original body. He looked at the beautiful figure in green outside the battlefield. His usually calm face finally couldn't hide his emotions. Sister Qing Ning. Tears flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He had fought for a lifetime, but all he could think of was the most ordinary days of his life. He could talk with his loved ones. It was so simple, yet so difficult. A gentle smile appeared on Qing Ning's face. She walked forward and raised a hand to caress his face. She said softly, "I still haven't seen you get married and have children on behalf of the Empress. You won't die so easily." Ning Chen didn't say anything. He walked forward and hugged the woman in front of him. Feeling that familiar warmth, the panic in his heart gradually calmed down. Qing Ning's expression became even gentler. She patted his back and said softly, "The Wisdom Monarch is still here. Aren't you going to greet him?" Only then did Ning Chen notice the seductive woman in a pink dress. He calmed himself down and let go of the person in his arms. He said, "Miss Erin, the Wisdom Monarch owes you a favor this time. To be able to make the world-renowned Wisdom Monarch owe me a favor, Erin has earned it." Erin Ming Monarch smiled and replied, "Erin, Qing Ning will remember this favor. I won't say any more thanks. If there's anything in the future, I'll do my best to help," Qing Ning said seriously. The Wisdom Monarch's smile became even more seductive. She looked at the Wisdom Monarch and said, "Wisdom Monarch, do you still remember what I said to you before?" "Miss said that we would meet again," Ning Chen replied. "Everyone says that the Wisdom Monarch is the crown of civil and military affairs. Today, I finally learned that after more than 10 years, young Master still remembers what Erin said." "I'm impressed," the Wisdom Monarch smiled. "Miss Erin's talent and beauty are unparalleled. How could I not remember you?" Ning Chen said politely. "Young Master, do you really mean what you said just now?" The Wisdom Monarch took a step forward and asked softly. Sensing the faint fragrance close by, Ning Chen subconsciously frowned. He then calmed down and said calmly, "I never go back on my words." "Good." Erin Ming Monarch smiled and took a step back, saying, "Protect me until I become a supreme." "The fourth realm?" Ning Chen frowned as he spoke. What, am I making things difficult for you? The Wisdom Monarch smiled. Miss Erin, do you really believe that there are fourth realm cultivators in the world? Ning Chen said seriously. Hotian, Xiantian, treading immortal. Don't we all have doubts before we truly step into those realms? There's no end to the path of cultivation. We've always been frogs at the bottom of a well. All we can see is the sky in our hearts, the Wisdom Monarch replied. Ning Chen was silent for a long time before saying, Miss Erin, do you really believe that I have the ability to protect you? To tell you the truth, I might very well be stuck at the peak realm for the rest of my life. I believe, young master, just like I believe that I can reach the fourth realm. Young master can already fight true realm cultivators. Just one more step and you'll be unrivaled. Erin has never misjudged people. Not in the past and not in the future. Ning Chen sighed. Since Miss Erin trusts me so much, I won't refuse. However, since you cultivate both Buddhism and the devil, you'll definitely have to sever one of them in the future. The Wisdom Monarch's smile faded. If I become a Buddha, I'll be merciful. If I become a devil, I'll slaughter the world. Ning Chen was startled. For the first time, he felt a trace of fear towards Buddha Mountain's current Buddhist lady. He wasn't joking just now. He believed she could do what she said. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Qing Ning asked, Ning Chen, where are Ruo Shi and Iner? I heard they came with you. Ning Chen recovered and replied, Ina left the ancient path to the heavenly word planet's Li family village to fulfill her promise. Ruo Shi just left the space-time turbulence and is with Wulei and Ji Yuqing. Ji Yuqing? Spirit Void's daughter? Qing Ning narrowed her eyes. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. A strange light flashed in Qing Ning's eyes, but she didn't ask any more questions. Erin was also here, so some things were better left unasked. Let's go out first. Qing Ning gathered her thoughts. Ning Chen nodded slightly and walked in front, leading the two of them forward. At the same time, countless spaces away, the sound of battle was still endless. Reverend Bai Yu blocked Di Mingtian's path, and every move he made was powerful enough to shake the sun and moon. Di Mingtian was seriously injured by Ji Ming's attack. He was gradually at a disadvantage in the battle. Reverend Bai Yu saw this and his attacks became fiercer. He used all his cultivation, and his slender hands turned into 100 chains. Forbidden Dark Seal, 6 Sins Annihilation. Di Mingtian's injuries were getting worse, and he couldn't fight for a long time. He raised his right hand and forced his true yuan. In an instant, the sun, moon, and stars appeared in his eyes. Space-time sank, and everything was turned to ashes. Reverend Bai Yu took the attack, and with a grunt, he retreated a few feet. Retreat. Di Mingtian took a step and quickly disappeared into the turbulence. Reverend Bai Yu chased after him, but he had already lost track of him. This is troublesome. Reverend Bai Yu's eyes flashed. This person's cultivation and combat strength were extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the help of that swordsman, she wouldn't have been able to force him to this point. Now that he had escaped, the next time they met would be difficult to predict. After thinking for a moment, Reverend Bai Yu collected her thoughts and disappeared. Half a month later, at the end of the turbulence, a sword light broke through the boundary of space. 3 figures walked out. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. In front of them, meteors kept falling. It was like the end of the world. There was no sign of life. Oh no! Ning Chen's divine sense swept over, and his heart sank. Ruo Shi and Wu Lei came out before them, but there was no trace of them. Could it be that they had encountered some danger? Don't worry too much. Those 2 girls aren't the same as before. They should be able to protect themselves. Moreover, the Clear Prince is with them. Since the Ji family allowed Ji Yuqing to come alone, she must have some special means that we don't know about, Qing Ning said softly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded, and his expression relaxed a little. However, he was still worried. He hoped that nothing would happen to those 2 girls. We're not far from the ancient battlefield. Let's hurry, said Empress Erin. Ning Chen and Qing Ning nodded, and the three of them entered the fire domain. As soon as they stepped in, waves of unbearable heat hit them from all directions. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He stepped forward, and ice and snow covered the sky. Frost surged in the wind and waves, blocking the waves of fire. This place is harmful to your cultivation. Let's leave quickly, Ning Chen said. He waved his hand and a blood-red light rose. He opened a path with his sword. The wind and snow swept past, and the three of them immediately disappeared. They rushed into the depths of the fire domain. Not long after the three of them left, a moonlight rose in the turbulence behind them. A passage through the turbulence appeared, guiding the young experts out of their predicament. A few days later, several figures walked out. After being trapped for several months, they all looked exhausted. Thank you for saving us, Reverend. Everyone looked at the woman in the moonlight dress in the sky and bowed respectfully. Get up. Since you're all out, continue on your journey. The ancient battlefield is not far from here. However, the remaining part of the journey will be dangerous. It's not too late to leave now. Take care of yourselves. As she spoke, Reverend Bai Yu's figure faded and merged into the void, disappearing without a trace. The young experts looked forward, and their expressions turned serious. It was not easy to get to this point, and they could not give up. No matter what, they had to find the ancient battlefield. Chapter 746. Within the meteor fire domain, giant meteors fell one after another, blazing with fiery light. The terrifying forbidden land blocked the path to the ancient battlefield. Within the fire domain, Sui quickly moved forward. With a sword in hand, wind and snow split open the sky, cutting through all obstacles. 10,000 miles behind her, figures flashed past. The geniuses of the younger generation were rushing over, wanting to fight for the final victory. Among the young experts, there were a few whose auras were exceptionally obvious. They were ranked among the 9 kings, and their pressure far exceeded that of ordinary people. The rumbling ahead was astonishing. The king's expressions became serious, and they sped up. Someone had taken the lead, so they couldn't delay. Everyone sped up, but the figure 10,000 miles ahead was increasingly out of reach. The heaven-breaking sword light broke through all obstacles, shaking the starry sky. Who is that? The young experts were shocked. When did such a powerful swordsman appear on the ancient path? While everyone was shocked, miserable cries suddenly rang out. The falling meteors turned into a fiery meteor rain, turning the surrounding thousands of miles into hell. Not good. Seeing the sudden increase in meteors, everyone condensed their true essence to block the heavenly might. The rumbling shook violently and flames filled the sky. After a momentary stalemate, the fiery meteor rain broke through the barrier and fell from the sky. In an instant, miserable cries shook the sky. Hundreds of figures exploded, and blood and bones scattered across the forbidden land. Let's go. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, dozens of figures rushed out, using their blood as their origin to quickly advance. 10,000 miles away, an even more terrifying meteor rain fell. Sui brought the two of them through it, and their speed became even more astonishing. Sword technique, nothingness. The sword was nothingness, swallowing everything. Boundless sword light shook heaven and earth, and an unparalleled sword aura surged out. Heaven and earth turned into primal chaos. Within the waves of fire, wind and snow soared into the sky, opening the path to the heavens once more. Suyi's body was covered in snow as she brought the two girls out of the forbidden land of the fire domain. Heavenly pillar. The stone pillar that towered into the starry sky was simple and majestic. Compared to the 79 heavenly pillars from before, there were far fewer names on it. However, those who had carved their names down had already become famous thousands of years ago. Wulei and the others didn't come. Ning Chen took a look and his expression darkened. Where did these two girls go? There's no point in panicking now. Trust them. You can't protect them forever. Let's finish what we can first, then think of a way to find them, Qing Ning said. Ning Chen nodded, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. This was the only way. Does young master want to leave his name? Erin Ming Wang stepped forward and engraved her name. Stay. A strange light flashed and Ning Chen's original appearance was restored. He stepped forward and looked at the heavenly pillar. Then, he put his fingers together and carved his name. At the same time, on the ancient roads of the various major star fields, the various star field managers were shocked as they looked in the direction of the 80th heaven pillar. The 9th sun of Mo Gate? How was this possible? At the bottom of Duan Heng Mountain, a powerful figure rushed out from the boiling magma. Lord Ling Su, who was unable to suppress his anger, looked into the distance with murderous intent. Mo Gate's 9th son hadn't died. It turned out that everyone had been deceived by him. It's him. 10,000 miles away, Ziwei, Lingxiu, and Ying Qiong's expressions darkened as well. This was going to be troublesome. At the same time, in a majestic palace far away, numerous figures condensed. Mo Gate's 9th son had reappeared. Everyone, you've all received the news, right? Asked Lord Skymist. Yes. The various sovereigns nodded. All heavens, what's going on? Didn't Mo Gate's 9th son already die at your hands? Asked Lord Ling Su. I still don't know the truth. The All Heavens sovereign's expression was cold. Let's think of a way to deal with this first. Since he hasn't died, no one can compete with him. Why can't we let him open the ancient battlefield? Asked the Waning Moon Pavilion's master. If he's not the chosen one, how can he open the ancient battlefield? Is the pavilion master not worried that he'll kill anyone who might be able to open it? Asked Lord Ziwei. There can only be one chosen one. Once he dies, who knows how many more years we'll have to wait. There's no turning back. We have to kill him before they reach the ancient battlefield, said the All-Heavens Sovereign. Impossible. Shenji sneered. Mo Gate's 9 sons have already passed the Flame Realm and are very close to the ancient battlefield. Even if we move now, we won't make it in time. What about Reverend Baiyue? Why hasn't she appeared? Asked Lord Skymist. The various sovereigns fell silent. Baiyue's temperament was unfathomable, and no one knew what she was thinking. Time is of the essence. Right now, only Baiyue is closest to him. Immediately notify her to stop him, said Lord Skymist. Can she stop him by herself? Asked the Waning Moon Pavilion's master. We have to stop him even if we can't. Our 100-year plan can't be ruined by him, said Lord Skymist. All Heavens, Ying Qiong, and I will do our best to help. Lord Ling Su, Waning Moon Pavilion's master, you should hurry over as well, said Lord Ziwei. Yes. Lord Ling Su nodded. Everyone, we've been planning for 100 years. Success or failure is right before our eyes. No matter what, we can't let anyone threaten our plan, emphasized Lord Skymist. Understood. The various sovereigns nodded and scattered, returning to their original bodies. In front of the 80th pillar, Ning Chen, who had returned to his original appearance, looked back into the distance. The coldness in his eyes was not concealed at all. Young master, are you not going to hide your identity anymore? Asked AI Ran with a slight smile. There's no need. Previously, I hid my identity to make things easier. Now that I've achieved my goal, I might have unexpected gains by returning to my original appearance, said Ningchen calmly. Oh! A strange light flashed through AI Ran's eyes. What was he scheming again? Mo Gate's 9th disciple, I've long heard of your name. Today I finally meet you. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky began to gather. Amidst the boundless pressure, a woman in a moon-white dress descended from the sky. She was like a fairy from the moon palace descending to the mortal world, stunning everyone. She descended to the world. Without saying anything, Baiyue flipped her palm and slammed it towards the plain-clothed figure in front of the pillar. Seeing this, Ning Chen did not dodge. He flipped his palm and condensed his yuan to meet the attack. The collision of two extremes shook the heavens and the earth. Unparalleled cultivation and peerless foundation collided head-on. Boundless might soared into the sky and shook the stars. It's rumored that Gates' ninth disciple's sword arts are world-shocking, but his foundation is ordinary. Today I see how ignorant the world is. Reverend Bayou said softly. He increased the power of his palm essence, and the two of them clashed right in front of each other, shaking the sky. Venerate, when you encountered an enemy in the chaotic flows, I was the one who helped you. Is this how you repay this favor? Sneered Ningchen. His body was covered in snow, and his palm could split the heavens and split the seas. With his peerless foundation, he did not fear the world. You really are naive to talk about principles with a woman. After exchanging several moves, Venerate Baiwei could tell that 70% of his qi had succeeded. He had condensed qi into a whip, and a heaven-shaking battle was about to begin. Ning Chen's figure was like an illusion as he dodged the energy. After taking several steps, he turned back and condensed his yuan into a palm, slamming it towards Baiyue's heart. After a short exchange, the ground in front of the 80th pillar collapsed. The pillar that had withstood the shock waves of the battle collapsed, sending rubble flying into the sky. Qing Ning and AI Ran immediately retreated, avoiding the falling rubble. With such ability, you have already surpassed Gates' master. It seems like Gate master's death is related to you. Venerate Baiyue's palm shook the surrounding area. The more he pushed, the more powerful it became. Venerate Baiwei condensed an 80% successful physique, and faced the power of the wind and snow head-on. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the power destroyed the terrain within 1,000 miles. An indescribable destructive power spread out continuously, sweeping up sand and splitting rock. Could it be that all the Venerates like to meddle in other people's affairs? Or is it because of your self-proclaimed righteousness that you feel superior to others? Ning Chen snorted coldly, and with a flip of his palm, he shook off the shockwave. He took a step forward, and a majestic heavenly might rapidly coiled around him. The wind and snow turned into a heavenly waterfall. 12 spiritual styles, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. Venerate Baiyue's expression turned serious as he used his ultimate move. Moonlight fell from the sky, and 1,000 caddies converged, breaking through the sea. When the two moves collided, the starry sky shook, and a destructive power surged out, instantly shaking the battle. 12 spiritual styles, sky-raising waterfall. One move was followed by another. Venerate Baiyue's figure stabilized, and his slender hand gathered spiritual source within 1,000 miles. Rolling waves poured down from the sky. Venerate Baiyue came from afar. How can I not let you return with pleasure? Seeing the shocking move descending, Ning Chen said coldly, and did not retreat. Blood mist spread out from his body, and amidst the flowing lights, the symbiotic sword appeared. The moment he held the sword, the clouds broke through the sky. Sword technique, dragon sparrow transformation. 4 symbols divine seal, the sword's power was shocking, and the dragon's roar and the sparrow's cry broke through the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the sword and palm disappeared. White clothes flashed past, and the sword's light reflected the moon. The sword cut through the waves of sand, chasing after souls and taking lives. Is this your sword? Shun Ji and the others were not lying, and it deserves a shocking evaluation. Venerate Baiyue flipped his palm and caught the sword. His spiritual source surged, and he used his unparalleled cultivation to block the sword. The moment they collided, the universe shook, and pieces of the void collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying power. I am fully deserving of this praise. Ning Chen's footsteps changed again, and the sword's edge was sharp. Absolute speed, absolute sword power, one sword to break through the sky, the only sword in the world. 12 spirit styles, invincible, sky soul burial. The sword's edge attacked, and Venerate Baiyue raised his aura. His body was surrounded by the moonlight of the 9 heavens, and the power of the stars was added to the power of his palm. 1 palm to bury the sky, and 10,000 souls to mourn. The 2 shocking moves collided with a loud bang, and the destructive power backfired on both of them. However, the 2 of them who were at the peak of their power did not show any weakness in their move. When they collided again, their battle intent became stronger. 4 symbols: divine seal, dragon phoenix, burial. Not wanting to fight for a long time, Ning Chen used all of his spiritual source, and the azure dragon's blood essence to boost it. The dragon and the phoenix intertwined, and the sword shot out. The sword's power became stronger, and Venerate Baiyue's expression became more serious. His hands gathered the spiritual source around his body, and the power of the stars, and turned it into 100 rivers, and condensed it into a heaven's primordial energy. 12 spirit styles, chaotic extreme. The vast primordial energy swallowed the sky and destroyed the earth. The moonlight sprinkled down, and the moon's white brilliance filled the eyes. The fairies in the mortal world used all of their abilities to meet the only sword in the world. The sword and palm collided, and an extremely dazzling aurora rumbled, destroying everything in sight. The power was shocking. Drip! Suddenly, a dazzling red dyed the flawless white. In the falling red, the battle situation was clear. Chapter 747. At the end of the ancient path, a world-shaking battle was taking place. The fairies of the mortal world blocked the only sword in the world. After the peak, a dazzling scarlet color flew up in the wind. The matchless battle gradually became clear. Baiyu's left shoulder was pierced by the sword by an inch. Blood dripped from the wound. It was the first time he was injured. "I can't stop you. You can leave." Baiyu took half a step back and his sword left his body. He looked at the plain-clothed young man. "Thank you." Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his sword. He didn't say anything else and left. "They're coming. Take care of yourself," Baiyu calmly reminded him. "I'll wait for them to come." Ning Chen stopped and said. Then, he continued to walk forward. 100 miles away, Ai ran and Qing Ning saw him and followed him. "Did you win?" asked Qing Ning softly. "I haven't used up all my moves. It's hard to say who won or lost," Ning Chen replied. Although the woman's moves were fierce, there wasn't much killing intent. It was more like she was just doing it. It seemed that the sovereigns weren't united. They all had their own plans. Now, he only needed to find the last pillar to find the ancient battlefield. However, from the attitude of the sovereigns, it wasn't easy to open the ancient battlefield. If opening the ancient battlefield required great strength, the sovereigns didn't need to stop him. They were sure that he wasn't the one who could open the ancient battlefield. Excluding the factor of strength, there was only one possibility. The sovereigns weren't sure who this person was. Therefore, they were worried that his existence would destroy their hope of opening the ancient battlefield. Ning Chen gathered his thoughts and looked into the distance. He had to obtain the time restriction. No one could stop him. The sovereigns and the heavens were the same. Behind him, the sovereigns were moving faster and faster. They wanted to reach the ancient battlefield as soon as possible. At the same time, in the meteor shower, many young figures also sped up, trying their best to make it through. Ning Chen led the 2 of them at the front. Light flashed and the world changed. Mountains and rivers were left behind. "We're here." After traveling for 10,000 miles, Baiyu stopped and looked at the mountain range in front of her. The last pillar stood above the mountain range. It was incomparably majestic. "Go!" She took a step forward and soared into the air, flying towards the peak of the mountain range. Qing Ning and Aaron Ming Wang followed behind, their robes fluttering in the wind. The heavenly pillar was right in front of him. At this moment, the clouds in the sky churned as a gigantic palm descended from the sky, pressing down with a terrifying might. The sovereigns joined hands, passing through the restrictions of time and space to stop Mo Gate's 9th disciple. "You want to stop me even though your main body hasn't arrived?" Where does your confidence come from? Looking at the huge palm pressing down from the sky, Ning Chen's expression turned cold. The sword in his hand transformed into a sword and slashed out to meet the attack. The sword pierced through the heavens, shaking the heavens and resounding through the universe. The giant palm collapsed and dissipated between heaven and earth. Ninth son of Mo Gate, when we personally arrive, it will be time for you to pay with your life. The clouds dispersed, and the voices of the venerables also disappeared. Originally, there were no grudges between them, but because of the conflict of interest, they became mortal enemies, and there was no turning back. I'll be waiting for you, Ning Chen coldly replied. He stepped forward, flying towards the peak of the mountain range. In front of the 81st pillar, Ning Chen placed his fingers together to carve a name. The instant he did so, the entire mountain range began to rumble. The image of the absolute beginning appeared in the world. Boundless light and primal chaos were born. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial era rapidly awakened. An army of 1,000,000 appeared in the sky, their ancient battle robes piercingly cold. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Was this the reflection of the ancient battlefield? He had already arrived at the battlefield. But how should he activate it? Qing Ning and Aaron Ming Wang stood behind him, not interrupting his thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chen's body shone with a bright red light. The image of a phoenix appeared in the sky. Both of them appeared at the same time, forming imprints that sealed the Yellow Springs, turning everything within 100 miles into a divine forbidden world. Space was sealed, making it difficult for even gods and ghosts to pass through. Not long after the divine forbidden world was activated, hundreds of figures arrived outside the mountain range. At the peak of a distant mountain, a familiar figure appeared. The expressions of the young experts changed. It was Mo Gate's 9th son. Are they all here? At the peak of the mountain, Ning Chen looked coldly at the young experts who were rushing over from afar. He then looked away and continued to look at the reflection of the ancient battlefield in front of the pillar. The 5 kings focused. One of them walked out. It was Qin Bai, whom he had met in Green Lotus City. He unsheathed his famed sword, and a curved heavenly sword appeared. A cold light broke through the sky and slashed toward the figure on the peak of the mountain. The murderous light reflected on the moon. The king's sword was famous. With a boom, the divine forbidden world appeared. The sword light shattered, unable to pass through the lightning pool. Forbidden world. Qin Bai's face turned cold. For it to be able to block his attack so easily, the forbidden world was not ordinary. Let's work together. Otherwise, none of us will stand a chance. Qin Bai looked at the other 4 kings and spoke in a low voice. Sure. The 4 kings looked serious as they nodded in agreement. As soon as they spoke, the 5 kings gathered their qi and power. Vast vital essence surged and condensed into one. The power that could overturn mountains and seas crashed into the spatial forbidden world in front of them. The extreme powers collided and the sky and earth shook. The Yellow Springs divine forbidden world flickered, and the 5 kings combined their attacks. Huh! The 5 kings' faces darkened. They raised their vital essence again. Rolling spiritual qi gathered from all directions. It was a shocking power that affected the sky and the earth. It frightened even gods and ghosts. Behind them, the young strong cultivators saw what was happening and also used their vital essence. Hundreds of rivers converged to break the spatial forbidden world. Aaron and I will stop them, Qin Ning said softly. No need, Ning Chen replied. He clenched his right hand and Zhu Xian appeared. Boundless murderous aura surrounded him. He slashed with the sword, and its ferocious power could kill immortals. The sword broke through the void and flew out of the divine forbidden world. It crashed into the combined attacks of the strong cultivators. With a shocking sound, the Zhu Xian sword light broke through the deadlock. Its frightening power spread out and pierced into the bodies of the 5 kings. Arg! There were several muffled groans, and blood splattered. The sword shocked the world and defeated the strong cultivators. It looks like we don't need to do anything. In the distance, many figures walked out. They wore black cloaks, black robes, white sword robes. One after another, their auras were sharp. They were many times more powerful than before. On the ancient road, they had fought for several years. The once peerless geniuses had made further progress and reached a new peak. In the confrontation between the inner world and the outer world, the inner world is destined to win, the handsome man in the black cloak said lightly. We can't be careless now. After all, the star venerables of the other regions haven't shown up yet, a woman in a light yellow dress said from behind. Miss, you really look like an old friend of mine, the man in the black cloak said with a sigh. Fan Lingyue? He also mentioned this woman, but… Qi Yanxia looked at the mountain peak in the distance. Her eyes flashed and she said calmly, I'm not her. Chapter 748. All the experts gathered in front of the mountain where the 81st sky pillar stood. They looked at the figure on the mountain peak in the distance with heavy expressions. It was an unshakable peak, but they couldn't pass the sky barrier even if they worked together. The 5 injured kings barely stabilized their bodies. Each of them had an ugly expression. They had fought all the way and looked down on the starry sky. They didn't expect that they would be defeated so thoroughly today. On the mountain peak, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the great battle of the ancient era. Light flashed in his eyes. The moon in the water was indeed not real. However, since the scene of the ancient battlefield could appear here, there must be a way to open it. Time passed. Figures walked out of the meteor fire region, one after another. Their auras were shocking. After an instant, they disappeared again. The ancient road changed. All the venerables gathered and rushed to the Heaven's Choice Peak, where the 81st sky pillar was. Not good. Sensing the flames of war in the distance, the expressions of Venerable Ling Su and the others changed slightly. They stepped into the void and moved forward quickly. Su Yi stood quietly on the Heaven's Choice Peak. Her thoughts flashed continuously as she searched for a way to open the ancient battlefield. In front of the Heaven's Choice Peak, many young experts were blocked by divine restrictions and couldn't get close. Not far from the young experts, several young people stood quietly and also looked at the situation on the mountain peak. Why hasn't Ning Chen opened the ancient battlefield? Luo Xingchen asked. It's not that he doesn't want to open it, but that he can't. Jian Er's expression was solemn. According to the attitude of the venerables and the current situation, the key to opening the ancient battlefield might not be strength, but the choice of the heavens. Zhi Ming definitely won't be recognized by the heavens. Then what should we do? Luo Xingchen's expression sank. Wait. The sword in tent said. On the Heaven's Choice Peak, Su Yi stood quietly for a long time. In front of the sky pillar where she had carved her name, the ancient battlefield's reflection became more and more intense. Sister Qing Ning, Miss Ai Ran, give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Ning Chen looked back at the two behind him and said softly. Hearing this, Qing Ning and Ai Ran nodded and stepped forward to engrave their names. After a moment of silence, the 81st sky pillar started to shake. The ancient battlefield's reflection changed, and corpses were everywhere. When Ning Chen saw this, he was shocked. He looked at the two of them, and a terrifying thought grew in his heart. It was difficult for him to suppress it. What's wrong? Qing Ning asked in confusion. I'm fine. Ning Chen suppressed the throbbing in his heart and forced a smile. I'm thinking of something. After saying that, Ning Chen looked at the reflection in front of him again. The ominous feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. It was not because of the opening of the ancient battlefield, but because of the changes in the ancient battlefield after Qing Ning and Aaron Ming Wang carved their names. When he carved his name, war and slaughter began in the reflection of the ancient battlefield. This was not strange. However, Qing Ning and Ai Ran were both Lady Buddhas. Why would there be a scene of destruction with corpses everywhere? Was he overthinking things? At this moment, Ning Chen's expression suddenly changed as he looked into the distance. They were here. However, at this moment, in the distant sky, floating clouds obstructed one's eyes as brilliant light descended from the heavens. 5 extremely powerful figures slowly descended, and their imposing auras were peerlessly majestic as they sunk down for thousands of miles. This scene shocked everyone. The 5-star sector sovereigns had all arrived, and their pressure was as deep as a bottomless abyss. 9th son of Mo Gate, immediately open the restriction. Otherwise, prepare to be punished, Lord Ling Su said coldly. Punished? Who gave you the right and confidence? Ning Chen's expression was cold as he replied. Stubborn. Everyone, make your move. After saying that, the 5-star sector sovereigns moved at the same time. Spiritual chi filled the sky as they rushed toward the peak of heaven's chosen. Sorry, sovereigns, you can't go there. At this moment, not far away, several figures flashed and blocked the front. The 3 in the lead had extremely powerful auras. Their extremely sharp killing intent made people feel cold all over. Seeing the several figures blocking the front, the 5-star sector sovereigns' expressions sank. It turned out that those unknown experts on the ancient road were related to Mo Gate's 9th son. Amit Ba. A Buddhist chant rang out. In the distance, a young monk in white walked over. He looked to be about 20 years old, but his Buddhist energy was extremely pure, not the slightest bit inferior to any king. The Arhat has also come? On the mountain peak, Ai Ran's lips curved slightly. She took a step forward and descended the mountain. Sir, remember your promise. Ai Ran will block this calamity for you. As soon as she finished speaking, she landed in front of the white-robed young monk. Arhat, I've chosen my Tao protector, said Ai Ran with a smile. Is it him? Then I bless you. The Arhat glanced at the mountain peak. I need your strength. The smile on Ai Ran's face gradually faded as she said calmly. The Arhat was silent for a moment. A moment later, he said, If you become a Buddha, I am willing to help you. But if you become a devil, I will personally convert you. As he spoke, the Arhat's body shone brightly with golden light. His figure dissipated, transforming into specks of Buddhist energy that entered Ai Ran's body. This is, above the void, Sovereign Ziwei's expression shook. A dual Buddhist and devil cultivator. In front of everyone's eyes, the fusion of Buddha and devil caused the clouds to change. A terrifying pillar soared into the sky. In an instant, the limits of the heavens shook. Ai Ran Ming Wang. On the mountain peak, Ning Chen couldn't hide his shock. He had always felt that this woman was extraordinary, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated her. Below the mountain peak, the Buddhist and devil cultivators were in the most extreme opposition. Her eyes opened and closed, and waves of golden-red blood spread out. The might of Buddha and devil surged, shocking the 9 heavens. As the Arhat's power entered, the Buddhist wheel behind Ai Ran turned golden-red. The Ming Wang turned into a Buddha and devil. Her golden eyes had a hint of blood-red, looking extremely demonic. Devil Buddha 6 paths, Brahma ghost life and death. The Buddha and devil opened the path to hell, and reincarnation appeared at the Yellow Springs crossing. Ai Ran gathered energy, and waves of Buddha and devil surged with destructive power. The heavens shook and the earth shook. Everything within 100 miles was instantly overturned. It was a shocking scene, as if doomsday had arrived once again. The 5 of them focused and gathered their true yuan. They flipped their palms to block the waves of Buddha and devil. On the mountain peak, Qin Ning saw this and stepped forward. The green divine spear in her hand flourished with lotus aura. She supported the Buddha and her spear descended. Devil sword, reincarnation. On the other side, Xia Zi also activated his devil chi. He stabbed his devil sword into the ground, and 10,000 swords surged. He supported the devil and broke through the sky. Similarly terrifying attacks came from 3 different directions, converging and surging, tearing mountains apart. You overestimate yourself. The two sovereigns, Lingxiu and Ziwei, pushed their palms further and took half a step forward. They released their martial arts and dispersed the attacks of the three. Myriad Heavens, Yingqiong and Dawn Moon Tower Master flew out. They didn't care about the battle behind them and rushed forward. Scroll of the Moon, silent moonfall. In an instant the wind rose and the moonlight spread. In an instant the wind stopped, the sound stopped, the flowers stopped fragrant, and the birds stopped chirping. The sword realm was activated, and the cold edge was fatal as it slashed towards one of the sovereigns. Imperial Celestial Scripture, Dazzling Star River. In the Mountain River realm, the Empress opened the sky with her palm. Qi pierced through the sky, and she activated her martial arts to attack another sovereign. Outside the battle, the young man in purple stood quietly. He drew his star-mark bow, and there was no time to rest. The green arrow light was like rain that sealed souls. The three sovereigns came back to their senses and immediately condensed their essence to block the attack. In a loud explosion, Dawn Moon rushed out. When the Sword Realm blocked the attack, a voice came from afar. The Sword Realm immediately changed direction and let the attack pass. Dawn Moon Tower Master flew to the peak of the mountain. In front of the divine restriction, she slapped down and shattered the heavenly moat. Dawn Moon Tower Master, long time no see. On the peak of the mountain, Ning Chen spoke calmly. No need to say so much. Let's settle this with a move. Dawn Moon Tower Master said indifferently. She clenched her right hand, and the underworld divine weapon appeared. It was dazzling and dazzling. That's good. Ning Chen waved his hand, and two immortal swords appeared. With a clang, they trapped immortals. The sky was filled with red light. The forbidden area was filled with killing intent. A moment later, Bai Yi flew out, the immortal slaying soaring flower, the most powerful immortal sword, the most powerful martial Marquis, the most powerful martial spirit. Dawn Moon Tower Master blocked the immortal sword with her spear. The heavenly soul in her left hand turned into flowing light and shot towards the hand holding the sword. Nian Qing. The heavenly soul played the sound of underworld. At the moment of danger, a blade appeared in Ning Chen's left hand. Purple gas surrounded it, and the faith of all living beings surged, blocking the sound of underworld. It's been a long time, and you're even more capable than before. Dawn Moon Tower Master said softly. Her feet turned, and the heavenly soul bound the spear. The 100 breaths of underworld flew out without any pattern. Ning Chen waved his sword to block the 100 breaths of underworld. However, there was always a gap. A breath of underworld passed through, bringing out a dazzling waterfall of blood. Although he was injured for the first time, Ning Chen did not retreat at all. He changed the direction of his blade, and a brilliant blue light rose. The ultimate move whistled through the air. With a light step, Dawn Moon Tower Master retreated to the front of the heavenly pillar. She glanced over and immediately turned back. She held her spear and pierced through the sky. The light of the spear arrived, and Ning Chen dodged to the side. The immortal sword turned around, and the sharp sword Qi broke out. It was ruthless. In this shocking situation, no one showed any mercy. In front of the peak, the four venerables saw the situation and calmed down, focusing on dealing with the trouble in front of them. Who are you? Lingxiu and Crepe Myrtle blocked one sword light after another. Their expressions were incomparably cold as they asked in a deep voice. Go to hell and ask Yama. He will tell you everything. The Emperor and the swordsman's figures crossed each other. Each sword was faster than the previous, and each sword was heavier than the previous. On the other side, Wisdom King Ai Ran activated the power of Buddha and Demon. The power of mutual promotion and suppression filled the world. The laws were in chaos and everything collapsed. Evil 6 dust, lust confuses the sky. The demon technique appeared, and the demon sword followed suit. The demon sword soared into the sky, and its form changed. The Emperor of Demons reappeared as an unparalleled demon weapon. Demon sword, bury the heavens! The sword buried the heavens, and everything was destroyed. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered, and nothing was left intact. There was a move within a move. Venerable Lingshu gathered his chi, and his palm met the sword light. In the rumbling, he took 2 steps forward. Venerable Crepe Myrtle saw the gap and stepped forward. He raised his hand and slapped the demon sword's chest. 1 sword, 10,000 calamities. The crisis was imminent. Sword 2 followed, and his sword broke the sky, and slashed at the star domain Venerable. Despicable! When the sword light arrived, Venerable Crepe Myrtle's palm was forced to change direction. With a bang, his palm shattered the incoming sword light. Chapter 749. Heaven's Choice Mountain Range. In order to kill the son of the Mahist sect, all the supremacies from the major star regions came together. The geniuses from the inner world blocked the way. Their swords shone brightly, not allowing the supremacies to take even half a step forward. The shocking battle was beyond imagination. The 5 kings were shocked. For the first time, they felt how insignificant their existence was before the peak. Demonic Buddha 6 Tribulations, Chaotic True Flame. The battle reached its climax. Aaron Ming King refined the Buddha and demonic dual elements around her. The forces of mutual promotion and restraint collided violently. The demonic flame and Buddha fire converged, and the golden-red true flame appeared. Supremacy Z-Wei's palm slap. Purple gas lingered and blocked the demonic flame. After a moment of stalemate, the purple gas broke through the true flame and swept forward. Sword form, formless sword. After the palm passed, Bai Yi waved his sword. The broken sword continued its sharpness. An absolutely concentrated sword broke through the purple gas and turned it into nothing. Demonic form, heaven-burning demonic flame. The sword form broke through the move, and the demonic form followed. The demonic flame of doomsday in the sovereign's hand roared out. The old force had been exhausted, and the new force had yet to be born. Supremacy Z-Wei was in danger. Supremacy Ling Su stepped forward and refined the sky into flames. A green fire wave rushed out and blocked the incoming demonic flame. With a violent tremor, the sea of fire surged. In the flames, the clear sky lotus bloomed. The green spear absorbed the remaining true flame in the air. The heavenly dragon appeared and broke through the city. Supremacy Ling Su took half a step back and waved his hand to disperse the incoming move. The stalemate between the 2 supremacies was so intense that it was shocking. The 4 of them trapped the 2 supremacies. Even though they were in the true realm, it was difficult for them to take half a step forward. On the other side, Ing Cheong and Myriad Heavens were obstructed at the same time. The Mountain River Sword realm had no gaps to break through. The Snow Sword moved the mountains and rivers and waterfalls. Qi Yan's multicolored energy combined with the Emperor's celestial scripture. The power of thunder and lightning directly confronted the 2 venerables. Outside the battle, Luofei activated the Moon Scroll and sealed the 2 supremacies with the power of space. Not far away, the falling star's bow was bent. The dazzling arrow light locked onto the 2 supremacies' vital points. The tacit cooperation had no flaws. The 2 supremacies were shocked. They had never thought that there were so many young powerhouses in the world that could shake them. At the same time, on the Tianxian Mountain, the focus of the battle, Zhi Ming was fighting the House Master of the Dawn Moon Tower alone. The first echo of the Yellow Springs. The divine weapons clashed, and the aftershocks shook the area. The Dawn Moon House Mistress narrowed her eyes and waved the Tianhun silk in her hand. In an instant, an invisible sound wave spread out, and a frightening and destructive pressure appeared. Everywhere it passed, the mountains collapsed and collapsed. Ning Chen's expression hardened as the Xuanin's voice came right at him. In his remembrance, the faith of all living beings surged out and turned into a barrier in front of him. With a rumbling sound, the remaining force shook, and the battle was separated. 7 rulings of the Yellow Springs. Judgment of the Third Night. The Dawn Moon Tower Mistress stopped, and the heavenly soul thread in her hand moved again. The mysterious sound was like a wave, and the king of hell received the order. The horrifying pressure spread out and attacked the former again. Earth scroll, 1,000 Earth revolutions. The mysterious sound was unpredictable, and it was difficult for divine weapons to block it. Ning Chen gathered his energy and put his palm into the ground. Immediately, the ground rumbled and protruded from the middle, blocking the two of them. As the sound waves passed, the earth collapsed. Amidst the raging waves of dust and sand, Bai Yi swept past. Zhu Xian broke through the air, and the sword light was 1,000 zhang long. Imperial Qi, vast sky. The sword light arrived, and the killing intent approached. The Dawn Moon Tower mistress held the yellow springs, and the blade of her spear changed. Amidst the dazzling green light, the spear broke the sword with one strike. The Dawn Moon Tower mistress is worthy of being the number one person in the world. Ning Chen squinted his eyes and said calmly, "You flatter me. You're just a narrow-minded businessman." As soon as she finished speaking, the silver-gray cloak fluttered in the wind. In an instant, the Dawn Moon Tower disappeared and reappeared. The yellow springs crossed the mountains and rivers. The divine weapons collided, and it was like the end of the world. On Tian Xian Peak, rocks flew everywhere, and the mountains sank hundreds of zhang. In this difficult battle, neither of them could gain the upper hand. Weapons crossed, and the sky fell and the earth was destroyed. The Dawn Moon Tower mistress can't capture him. In the distant battle, Honorable Ziwei glanced at the crucial battle on the peak, and his expression darkened. In front of everyone, it was impossible for the Dawn Moon Tower mistress to hold back. The only explanation was that the 9th son of Mahist Gate indeed had the strength to rival them. "Ziwei, all heaven, what are you doing? Haven't you succeeded yet?" At this moment, the void shook and a figure slowly descended. Golden light surged, dazzling everyone. "Honorable Jinyao, go and help the Dawn Moon Tower mistress." Without explaining, Honorable Ziwei immediately shouted. Honorable Jinyao narrowed his eyes, but he didn't ask any questions. His figure flashed, and he flew toward the peak in the distance. 6 Karma's sky restriction, Azura silence. The 6th star venerable appeared, and the battle was about to change. Suddenly, a red light fell from the sky, and a red harp half the height of one's body appeared. A beautiful figure appeared in front of the harp. She was incomparably beautiful, and she plucked the harp with her slender hands. Celestial music shook the wind and clouds. As the celestial music approached, Honorable Jinyao turned and avoided the sound wave. His expression darkened, and he looked at the woman in front of him and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Heavenly Music Pavilion, Wu Qingying," the woman replied calmly. Honorable Jinyao snorted and said, "You want to stop me by yourself? How naive." "Really? What if I join you?" As she spoke, dust rose behind the crowd, and a young man in purple and red clothes walked over. Although he looked calm, there was an indescribable aura that couldn't be ignored. The 4th prince of the Kaiyang dynasty. Seeing him, Qi Yanxia, who was fighting on the other side, was surprised. He had shown up, which was really unexpected. The Kaiyang Emperor Yuan Emperor had been killed by Ning Chen in the Battle of Killing Demons in the Central Prefecture. This hatred couldn't be resolved easily. Yi Xuanmiao glanced at the peak and said calmly, "Marquis Jiming, you owe me a fair battle of life and death. Anytime." On the peak, Ning Chen waved his sword to stop the battle and replied seriously. Yi Xuanmiao nodded and looked at the star venerable in front of him. He said coldly, "I'm the only one who can take his life. You're not qualified." Arrogant. Honorable Jinyao's face turned cold. He dashed out, and his palm condensed majestic power to break through the barrier. Yi Xuanmiao waved his hand and blue frost filled his eyes. In the frost, a clear blue sword appeared. The moment the sword was drawn, the sound of the sword resounded through the universe. The shrill sound of the sword was extremely ear-piercing, like the cry of cicadas in autumn, mourning for death. They fought at close range, and the sword was fierce and deadly. It was a sword that had surpassed the peak, and its sword style was unique, unpredictable, and unpredictable. Cyan bore a reverse rainbow. After a few moves, Honorable Jinyao dodged the sword light. But the cyan borer sword in the swordsman's hand suddenly twisted and turned back. The hard sword light turned into a soft waterfall and pierced toward Honorable Jinyao's heart. Honorable Jinyao's expression changed slightly. He turned his feet and dodged the sword light again. However, the sword followed closely and couldn't be avoided. Back off! The sword light suppressed Honorable Jinyao. He couldn't restrain his anger. He took the sword head-on, and then his whole body erupted, forcing the swordsman in front of him to retreat. 6 Ye Forbidden World, Evil Ghost Open. The swordsman retreated, and the sound of the guqin followed. Wu Qingying played the guqin with both hands, and blood splashed. The guqin aura surged, and the destructive sound of the guqin spread out. With a loud bang, the golden light dissipated, and the red guqin waves crisscrossed. The destructive power made the entire Heaven's Choice mountain range tremble. The 6 Yi demonic sound could destroy heaven and earth. Honorable Jinyao turned his palm to block the demonic sound. He retreated half a step, and the blood qi in his body surged. After one move, Wu Qingying's hands didn't stop. Her delicate hands pulled 3 strings, and suddenly, the red guqin waves spread out in front of the mountain range. The celestial sound was decadent, and the demonic sound disturbed the heart. Honorable Jinyao focused, and his feet turned in the air, wandering in the guqin waves. 6 Yi Forbidden Heaven, Azura Dao Destruction. Blood qi entered the guqin, and the guqin aura roared. The hairpin on Wu Qingying's head shattered, and her long hair danced wildly. Blood dripped from her delicate hands, dyeing the strings red. 4 strings were plucked, and the terrifying guqin waves spread out. Endless blood light spread out with shocking power, and thousands of miles were destroyed. Honorable Jinyao calmed down, and his right palm flipped, and rain and thunder poured down, opening the path to hell. The 2 moves collided, and in an instant, the blue sword light broke through the wave. Light dust, 100 breaths of the underworld. At the moment of the collision, Honorable Jinyao forcefully raised his qi to block the sword light. Suddenly, his face changed. Not far away, the beautiful figure in front of the guqin played with 6 fingers. In an instant there was silence. After a moment, heaven and earth were vast, and everything disintegrated. Crazy red waves rushed out from the guqin. There is no Tao in the human world, and all living souls are lost. The extremely terrifying guqin aura swept out, and the red waves destroyed everything in its path. In front of the guqin, Wu Qingying staggered, unable to bear the backlash of the 6 Yi demonic guqin. She vomited vermilion blood. The guqin aura shook, and the shocking guqin reached its peak. Honorable Jinyao turned his palm to shake off the sword light in front of his eyes. He didn't care that his qi hadn't been generated yet, and forcefully raised his body to block the guqin wave. A muffled groan, and in the earth-shaking vibration, a splash of blood splashed out. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Honorable Jinyao saw blood. At the top of Tianxian Peak, Ning Chen's gaze swept across the 3 battles. He focused his mind and no longer waited. Let's begin. With a sound transmission, Ning Chen's figure instantly swept in front of the trapping immortal sword. He raised his hand to draw the sword, and immediately, boundless qi was drawn into the sword, increasing its power. The Dawn Moon Tower Master waved her hand, and her body rose to the extreme. A silver-gray brilliance soared into the sky. Her strongest move, the peak, appeared. Return to the Yellow Springs, life and death uncertain. The divine weapon catalyzed, and the extreme move increased its power. It had been planned for a long time, and now it appeared. The extreme move arrived, and Ning Chen didn't dodge. The Phoenix origin and life scroll in his body were pushed to the extreme. Yin and Yang opened, and the 2 sides reappeared. red and white soared into the sky. The Taiji diagram appeared and spun violently. It attracted the wind and clouds of heaven and earth, condensing the chi of the immortal sword into the former's move. The two strongest people in the world combined their moves, and the terrifying power continued to rise. The Taiji diagram dissipated and endless power poured down. The chi condensed for an instant, and the four scrolls in Su Yi's body absorbed all the power. They multiplied endlessly, and the scene of the absolute beginning appeared again. This is. At this moment, in the distant battlefield, the honorables were shocked. They all looked at the distant battlefield. Good friends, I need your help. At the top of the mountain, Sui said calmly. Xia Zi and the others came back to their senses. Without hesitation, they stepped out of the battlefield and used their qi to support Ningchen. Many thanks. Ningchen replied softly. He stepped into the air and soared into the 9 heavens. 6 Dao fall, myriad demonic calamities, grand forbidden sword. The sword entered the starry sky, and the 9 heavens sank. It was the extreme move of the sword, and one became infinite. It moved horizontally and vertically, and the bloody light was dazzling. Doomsday calamity. The calamity appeared, and 10,000 swords fell from the sky. The peak swords of the current era slashed open the boundary of time and space, and the ancient era appeared again. Chapter 750. On Heaven's Choice Peak, the Taishang Forbidden Sword appeared. Thousands of blood-red sword lights appeared in the sky, surpassing the limits of time and space as they fell from the sky. Rumbling, everywhere the sword light passed, heaven and earth were destroyed. The entire Heaven's Choice mountain range instantly collapsed, becoming history. Doomsday catastrophe, the world was shocked. The star sector sovereigns immediately retreated, unwilling to be affected by the catastrophe. The sword on the sword, supported by immortal might, converged the chi of Heaven's Choice Peak, and the power of several peak experts of the present age rose to the extreme. As the sword energy accumulated, it continuously surpassed its limits, drawing out one terrifying black crack after another on the horizon. How can this be? The star sector sovereigns looked at the shocking scene in front of them, shocked. An indescribable fear rose from the depths of their hearts. This was the first time they had experienced it in thousands of years. A moment later, the last sword fell from the sky. Baleful aura surged, and the forbidden technique ended. With a loud explosion, time and space collapsed, and the sword opened the ancient era. It was a shocking scene. The world was vast, the earth shook, and the mountains shook. The immortal slayer slashed open the human world. An illusory ancient battlefield appeared in the void, gradually solidifying in front of everyone's eyes. How can this be? When the battlefield appeared, the sovereign's eyes trembled fiercely. They were already sure that Mo Gate's 9th son was not the one chosen by heaven. However, the truth in front of them was clear and dazzling. Above the 9 heavens, Bai Yi slowly descended. The 2 immortal swords flew back and circled around her. In the void, cracks spread out one after another. An ancient aura overflowed. One could vaguely see the killing intent. Buzz. The moment the ancient battlefield opened, 2 streams of light flew out from the majestic hall of sovereigns that was separated by countless years. Heaven and earth bore witness as they flew in the direction of the ancient battlefield. At the same time, in an ancient secret realm, the void shook. A stream of light streaked past. However, just as it flew out, it was stopped by a terrifying force, unable to move forward. The next moment, an ancient voice was heard, crossing time and space and spreading into the distance. On Heaven's Choice Peak, Ning Chen looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. It's here. The stream of light streaked past, passing through the limits of space and arriving quickly. The vow of the sovereigns, heaven and earth bore witness, could not be violated. Looking at the 2 streams of light flying towards Mo Gate's 9th son, the 5-star sector sovereigns' expressions were abnormally ugly, but it was too late to stop them. When the extreme heavenly thunder pearl appeared, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The sea of thunder covered the sky and covered the sun. Not far away, a broken arm guard appeared at the same time. It was simple and unadorned with mottled patterns, revealing the aura of time. The two treasures arrived. The bracer fused into his left arm, and the thunder pearl entered his chi. The waning moon tower's master narrowed her eyes. Something was missing. This was troublesome. At this moment, a voice transmission from outside the boundless space swept over. The wind and clouds received the order and surged violently. If you want the time seal, come and get it yourself. When Ning Chen heard this, his expression turned cold as he replied in a deep voice, I will definitely take what belongs to me. I will be waiting for you. As he spoke, the wind and clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, disappearing along with his words. The coldness in Ning Chen's eyes grew thicker and thicker. Indeed, it wasn't so easy to obtain the time restriction. Not fearing the heavens and the earth, forcefully stopping the birth of the time restriction. It was rumored that the strength of this person was immeasurable. Kill them all. Seeing that the primordial battlefield was about to open, Supremacy Ziwei swept his gaze across the people blocking the way and said coldly. The four-star venerables nodded and moved at the same time. Stop the battle. As soon as he spoke, a blue light shone in the sky. As the sleeves of her clothes fluttered, a beautiful blue-clothed figure with blood-red hair descended from the sky. The flower burial blade appeared, and in an instant, the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles separated. The goddess of the saber and the butterfly of the flower appeared in the world. Her peerless grace stunned the world. Senior sister. Seeing the person who came, Ning Chen's eyes trembled as he spoke in shock. The beautiful woman with blood-red hair fluttering in the wind had a delicate appearance and an exquisite figure. She was peerless in her generation. She surpassed the pearls and goddesses of any aristocratic family. Junior brother, you all go in. Leave these people to me. Hua Zhongjie glanced at the figure in the sky in the distance, and revealed a beautiful smile as she spoke. Ning Chen was startled. He was just about to speak when he was stopped. Listen to me and go in, Hua Zhongjie spoke again. Ning Chen sighed deeply in his heart. He looked at the people in front of Tianxian Peak and said, Let's go. Xiaozi, Mu Qianshang, and the others nodded when they heard this. Without hesitation, they took a step forward and left the battlefield, flying toward the primordial battlefield in the sky. Don't worry and go in. The aura in this woman's body is extraordinary. Nothing will happen so easily. The Dawn Moon House Master transmitted her voice and walked into the primordial battlefield. Ning Chen looked at the beautiful blue-clothed figure in front of the 5 Supremes and clenched his fists. A moment later, he shifted his gaze to the 5 Supremes and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He coldly said, When I come out, if anything happens to her, I swear to the heavens that I will exterminate your entire family. With that, Ning Chen did not say anything else and turned to walk into the primordial battlefield. Not far away, the young experts cautiously avoided the center of the primordial battlefield and leaped into the air, flying toward the primordial battlefield in the sky. After everyone left, the atmosphere became even heavier. The blue-clothed butterfly stood alone in front of the 5 Supremes. Beside her, the flower burial tears gently hummed. Even before the saber moved, the killing intent had already risen. Feeling the terrifying power that was constantly filling the woman's body, the 5 Supremes' expression became serious. No one dared to be careless. This woman's situation was not right. The power in her body was not cultivated by herself. However, without a doubt, just this unknown power alone gave her the qualifications to be on equal footing with them. It's more important to go to the primordial battlefield. Don't delay, end the battle quickly. Supremacy Ziwei reminded in a deep voice. He stepped forward and started the battle. The flower burial tears flew out with a black brilliance. The flower burial tears flew out and slashed with a black brilliance. When the two attacks collided, the blue-clothed figure instantly moved. She held the saber and pushed the person in front of her back with a bang. Not far away, Supremacy Ling Su saw this and condensed a green flame in his palm. A vigorous and domineering sea of fire swept out, shocking the world and boiling the sea. Dance of butterflies, frost. Green flames soared into the sky. The saber in Butterfly's hand turned, and the wind surged. Countless blood-colored frost appeared out of thin air and descended on the battlefield. In the sky, beautiful frost flowers bloomed, so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. After an instant, the frost flowers collapsed and turned into the sky burial saber. Thousands of saber intents erupted and instantly drowned the green flames that filled the sky. 8 seas furious current. Before the aftershock dissipated, the Supremacies flipped their palms and immediately, thousands of waves roared and pressed down from the sky. Dance of butterflies, double rainbow. Butterflies' sleeves fluttered, and a saber appeared within the flower burial tears. A white saber appeared and the black and white saber drew a beautiful double rainbow that cut through the waves and slashed open the furious current. The unshakable saber god's sleeves fluttered and the saber danced within. The first wave of attacks from the 3 Supremacies instantly disappeared. Sky-swallowing finger. After 3 moves, the world rumbled and the atmosphere of the battle suddenly stagnated. Supremacy Jinyao's body shone brightly with golden light as he condensed energy from his fingers and pierced through the sky with a sharp finger. As the killing move approached, the wind and clouds changed. An indescribable power erupted from Butterfly's body. Blood mist surged and Butterfly's eyes instantly turned blood-red. The sleeves spread out and extended for dozens of feet. The flower burial tears shone brightly and a saber light soared into the sky, cutting open the void. In the void, millions of black butterflies flew out like hell butterflies. There were millions of them, covering the sky and the sun. Dance of butterflies, Nether King. Butterfly's beautiful wings spread out and a terrifying aura spread out. Everywhere it passed, the sea withered and the sky fell. It made people feel a bone-deep fear. In the next moment, the sleeves rotated and intertwined, forming an inescapable net that blocked around Butterfly. The sharp finger collided with the net, but in an instant, the force was completely dissipated. Butterfly stood in the air amidst the cold wind and raging flames. The black wings on its back flapped continuously. A destructive aura spread out. It was shockingly heavy and frightening. Demonic creature. Looking at the form of the woman in front of them, the expressions of the 5 Supremacies sank. This woman could no longer be judged by human standard. Butterfly's dance, Qing Ping. Butterfly moved again and danced gracefully. The sleeves spread out and the 2 sabers in the sleeves shone brilliantly. It was a stunning martial art that was both sharp and beautiful. The saber god used her ultimate skill. The 5 Supremacies' expressions turned serious. They raised their extreme yuan and fought against Butterfly in the demonic realm. Sonorous sounds of extreme power colliding resounded throughout the world. The figures that were constantly crossing each other were fast and heavy. This was a battle of the pinnacle. In the starry night, the mountains within thousands of miles around the 6 of them collapsed one after another. Huge rocks rolled down and shattered in the terrifying aftermath. Seeing that the situation was difficult to resolve, Ing Qiong took 2 steps back and leaped into the air. He condensed his yuan and his true qi surged as he fell from the sky. With a bang, Butterfly used her saber to block the attack. She paused for a moment and the ground beneath her cracked. Her sleeves wrapped around the 2 sabers. Butterfly flipped her palms and pushed away the person in front of her. She flapped her wings and quickly moved forward. Butterfly dance, flower burial. Butterfly burial, saber annihilation, 100 flowers whirled in the wind. In an instant, the saber light flashed and hundreds of flowers were destroyed. With a groan, Ing Qiong's figure flew out. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. In the cold night, in the cold wind, Butterfly in the demonic realm displayed a shocking ability. Wherever the saber went, the mountains moved and the earth moved. The world was destroyed. The emotionless saber and the emotionless butterfly bloomed in the flower burial and snow burial. They were unique and independent. They were so dazzling that people couldn't look at them directly. The situation was under control. The two-star venerables, Lingshu and Ziwei, condensed their true qi at the same time. With the help of the wind and the fire, rolling fire waves appeared. The move that surpassed the limit ran through the sea of stars and broke the sky. In the void, Butterfly in the flower looked serious. She put her sleeves together and put her two sabers together. She held the sabers and poured her true qi into them. The ultimate qi broke the sky. The move of deification reappeared in the world. Since ancient times, it's the only one in 100 generations. It's a saber in spring and autumn. It's beautiful. The pinnacle move was used. The sky and the earth shook. The endless saber light, which went against the sky, absorbed the saber energy in the sky and spiraled. In an instant, it fell down quickly. The area within thousands of miles was destroyed. The mountains fell and the earth sank. The two moves collided. The sky and the earth became dim in an instant. The three of them groaned and retreated a dozen steps. Not far away, the three venerables were also affected by the final tribulation and retreated 1,000 feet. Ugh! The ground was dyed red. The two-star venerables, Lingshu and Ziwei, staggered. Looking at the butterfly in the dust, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. The blue butterfly walked out of the dust. Its blood-red hair was flying. The black butterfly wings on its back were more horrible than the world could bear. It distorted the void within thousands of miles. Chapter 751. In front of Heaven's Choice Mountain, the butterfly was fighting 5 venerables. Black waves spread out from the butterfly's flapping wings, turning the battle into the most terrifying hell on earth. At the center of the battle, Venerable Ziwei and Venerable Lingshu had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. They were heavily injured from the backlash. The result was hard to believe. The 5-star domain venerables were at a disadvantage even though they were working together. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Venerable Ingqiong opened his heavenly eye. It shone with a dim light and peeked at the butterfly's weakness. Something's wrong. A shocked cry was heard. A black light flashed and a beautiful saber light came for his life. Venerable Ingqiong hurriedly turned his palm to block the attack. He was shocked and retreated several steps. Blood dripped down and dyed his right arm red. Venerable Ingqiong looked at the former's dantian in shock. There was no qi. How could it be? Be careful, she's not human. Venerable Ingqiong suppressed the shock in his heart and said anxiously, "Boom." As soon as he said that, the butterfly's wings split the sky. The black light swept out again at an extremely fast and ruthless speed. The 3 venerables received the attack. The ground beneath their feet cracked. The butterfly was close at hand. The bloody light in her eyes was like a demon, making people's hearts palpitate. Butterfly dance, sky burial. The butterfly's wings glowed and the saber power of flower burial's tears became several times heavier. With a shocking sound, the 3 venerables were sent flying and retreated more than 10 steps. Absolute suppression, power and speed that surpassed humans. Every time the butterfly's wings flapped, the sky fell and everything collapsed. After fighting for a while, the 5 venerables were all dyed red. Drops of blood dripped from the corners of their mouth. As their injuries accumulated, their true qi gradually became insufficient. Drag the battle. Sensing that the battle was unfavorable, Venerable Ingqiong reminded them. The girl's condition was very unusual and could not be maintained for long. As long as they could endure this dangerous period, her cultivation would not be a problem. Ziwei, Jinyao, Zhu Tian, and Lingshu heard him and spread out. One advanced, one defended, one attacked, one defended, and one attacked. They took turns to attack and defend, dragging the battle out. Seeing the 5 venerables change their tactics, the The flower burial's tear saber in Butterfly's hand split in half. Her blue sleeves spread out like a sky net. She moved again. The sky net trapped Ing Cheong. Not good. Seeing that Ing Cheong's venerable master was obstructed by the water sleeve heavenly net, the four venerables' expressions changed. They immediately rushed forward and urged their vast essence to save Ing Cheong from danger. However, the water sleeves crisscrossed with each other, forming layers of barriers that separated the battle. Inside the heavenly net, the butterfly was killing Ing Cheong the Venerable with all its might. The one-on-one martial art was filled with killing intent. Fighting head-on, the sounds of battle rumbled, the aura was majestic, the butterflies danced and buried the flowers, the black and white demonic divine weapons moved swiftly and fiercely. Ing Cheong the Venerable, who was fighting alone, fell into a dangerous situation. Let's work together to break the heavenly net. Seeing that the crisscrossing water sleeves were facing a crisis, Ling Su turned into a green flame, waves of fire roaring and splitting the sky. At the side, Supremacy Ziwei saw this and used the 9th tier of Qi controlling realm. 1,000 caddies of strong wind spiraled into the sky. The wind aided the fire, and the divine might shook the heavens. The two of them joined hands and unleashed their most powerful moves. The boundless sea of fire rushed towards the sky net. With a loud bang, the ultimate might heavenly net collided head-on. In an instant, the sky net was undone. A black stream of light rushed into the sky, avoiding the aftershock. The butterfly flapped its wings and fell from the sky. The moment the two venerables did not have enough time to recover their qi, the saber light flashed. In an instant, the all-heavens venerable's figure flashed and his vast essence palm blocked the incoming attack. Rip! With an ear-piercing sound of clothes tearing, the all-heavens venerable blocked the first saber, but it was too late to block the second saber. The white saber pierced through his body, bringing out a large amount of blood. Impossible! It was an unbelievable scene. The all-heavens venerable vomited blood, and his vitality gradually faded away. You didn't expect more than this, the butterfly said coldly. Its blood-red eyes shone brightly. The white saber quickly swallowed the former's origin and assimilated it into its body. 9 Underworlds heaven-devouring demon scripture. Seeing the all-heavens venerable's origin rapidly dissipating, the 4 venerables' expressions changed at the same time. This woman must not be left alive. The 4 venerables came back to their senses and made up their mind. With a deep roar, their qi rose rapidly, and waves of qi surged continuously, connecting heaven and earth, stirring up the wind and clouds. The butterfly in the flower pulled out its saber. In front of them, the all-heavens venerable who had lost his origin slowly fell down, his vitality gone. A cold wind blew, and sand and dust rose, covering one's eyes for an instant. The black saber light cut through the void, and the killing move was majestic. The 4 venerables raised their qi, determined to kill the demon fetus. Their moves were full of killing intent, and every move was tricky. The vast essence palm connected, and the scene of doomsday was like the sky was collapsing. The 5 venerables' qi surged violently. The battle had been going on for a long time, and their qi had been exhausted. However, the 4 venerables relied on their advantage of teamwork, and the loss of their qi was even less. The power of their moves was still shocking. In the battle, the butterfly was fighting 1 against 4. Although her qi was exhausted, her killing intent did not decrease at all. Her blue sleeves danced, and she was as graceful as a fairy, killing like a demon. Raging flames burning sea. At the critical moment of the battle, Venerable Ling Su split open the sky, and his qi of fire surged. The power of his move was exhausted, and the final move was revealed. Seeing this, the 3 venerables succeeded, and each of them condensed their qi of fire, which converged in all directions. At the final moment of the battle, the 4 venerables' qi of fire split the sky and overturned the sea. The airflow suppressed heaven and earth, and the clouds surged, dyed red by this shocking power. The butterfly's eyes narrowed, and her figure slowly rose. The black airflow around her body swirled violently, and an unprecedented destructive power rose, devouring everything and annihilating time and space. The moment the chi of fire was used, victory and defeat would be decided. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, clouds surged, and a sword with purple light descended from the sky. Boundless pressure shook, and broke the stalemate of the battle. Stop! As soon as the voice fell, 2 figures descended from the sky, and their powerful chi spread continuously, startling the universe. Shenji worshipped the moon. Seeing the 2 people who appeared in the battle, everyone's expression froze. Shenji landed on the ground and looked at the 4 people in front of him. Leaving for the ancient battlefield is more important. Could it be that the 4 venerables want to wait another 1,000 years? The 4 venerables' eyes sank, and a moment later, they coldly snorted and withdrew their chi, choosing to stop. Shenji's gaze shifted to the blood-haired woman on the other side. He sternly said, "Miss, your goal of blocking us has already been achieved. Mo Gates' 9th son and the others have already taken a step forward. There's no benefit in continuing this battle. How about we just stop here?" Hua Zhongye still didn't say anything. She calmly stood in front of the venerables, blocking them all by herself. "Miss, although your abilities are rarely seen in the world, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Since I've come, I can't just stand by and watch. Miss, how long can you block us all by yourself? If something happens to you, with Mo Gates' 9th son's personality, he definitely won't let it go. At that time, a war will be unavoidable, and it won't benefit anyone," said Shenji seriously. "Why?" Hua Zhongye calmly asked for the first time. She could see that this person was different from the other venerables. "Wild is already my adopted daughter. If possible, I don't want to become enemies with Mo Gates' 9th son," said Shenji without the slightest concealment. Hua Zhongye looked back at the ancient battlefield in the sky. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze, and the blood-red light in her eyes and the butterfly wings on her back vanished. She stepped into the air and left. "Do you need me to speak on your behalf?" asked Shenji. "If fate wills it, we'll meet again." As she spoke, the beautiful blue figure disappeared into the horizon, no longer clearly visible. "Shenji, we need your explanation." Now that she had left, Venerable Ziwei's expression was icy. Everyone knows how terrifying the 9 netherworlds' heaven-devouring devil scripture is. If we continue fighting, even if we manage to kill her, the price will be unbearable. Everyone, 1,000 years of waiting has finally come true. "Don't let this hard-earned opportunity go to waste," said Shenji indifferently. Venerable Ziwei snorted and didn't say anything more. He took a step forward, flying toward the ancient battlefield. Ling Su, Jin Yao, and Ying Qiong followed. When they passed by each other, ill feelings flashed in their eyes. This Shenji's calculations were becoming more and more incomprehensible. For Shenji to choose to appear and stop the battle truly surprises Baiwei. After the 4 of them left, Venerable Baiwei indifferently said, "Planting good karma will bring good karma sooner or later," said Shenji calmly. "Shenji, do you think it's worth it for Mo Gates' 9th son to cause ill feelings between the other venerables?" asked Venerable Baiwei. "The relationship between the venerables has always been one of mutual benefit. How could there be ill feelings? As for Mo Gates' 9th son, before today, who would have thought he would be able to open the ancient battlefield? Everything that happened today was without a doubt planned by Mo Gates' 9th son and the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master. But I didn't expect that other than the 2 of them, there would also be so many powerful young experts helping them." At this point, Venerable Baiwei's expression turned serious and he continued, "The Earth Chi of the Heaven-Chosen Mountain, the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master, the Immortal Extermination Sect, the Immortal Trapping Sect, and those unknown youths. Mo Gates' 9th son has truly gathered all the power he can hear. If it's a coincidence, I'm afraid no one would believe it. There are never so many coincidences in this world. It's all a result of human effort. I think that from the moment he faked his death to confuse the venerables, his plan had already begun. When he arrived at the heaven-chosen mountain ahead of everyone else, the venerables had already been defeated. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master's reward for choosing him is the next step, said Shinji indifferently. What a terrifying pair! Venerable Baiwa sighed. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master's boldness was truly not something an ordinary person could compare with. As for Mo Gates' ninth son, he had repeatedly exceeded their expectations. Shinji, do you know who the Heaven Chosen is? Asked Venerable Baiwa. It no longer has any meaning. From the moment Mo Gates' ninth son forcefully opened the ancient battlefield, the Heaven Chosen was nothing more than a joke. Let's go. Let's see who the final winner of this trip to the ancient battlefield is. After saying that, Shinji took a step forward and soared through the air, heading towards the ancient battlefield. Venerable Baiwa followed. His clothes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a fairy descending from the heavens. The ancient battlefield was completely desolate. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single trace of life. The flames of war from the ancient times could no longer be seen. Only the merciless passage of time remained on the dark brown earth. Just as everyone entered the battlefield, a beautiful woman in a blue dress appeared. She walked step by step on the desolate earth. She was so quiet that it made one's heart ache. Her bare feet were an inch off the ground. Her blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a beautiful butterfly. Once she spread her wings, there was no turning back.